If you're watching the replay, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it. Right below the video. Let's go.
Spacey got the swords on.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. It's no captivity. Get into it.
Sorry for shit. What you want me to prove?
Spacey got the swords on.
Are relationships based on opportunity or real love? Are relationships based off of opportunity nowadays or real love? What do you guys think? Make sure you hit that like button. We are, in fact, back with another one. No Captivity with Freezy and the No Cap crew in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to the 8 people people that hit the like button so far. I appreciate you. I really do. Shout out to the early no cap crew in the building.
Spacey got the sauce on.
I think this is something serious. Cam Newton had an interview with Dr. Cheyenne. Well, everybody's been talking about it, but guess what? We're going to talk about it tonight. Right here on No Cap-tivity with Freezy.
With your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No Cap-tivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No Cap-tivity. Get into it.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on.
Shout out to the 14 people who have hit the like button.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Shout out to the one person who hit the dislike button. Thank you, I appreciate you. Shout out to the early no cap crew in the building. I appreciate you. Shout out to Big Dre. Shout out to Dre who's already hit the cash cap. I appreciate you.
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Are relationships based on opportunity or real love? What do you think? Let's go.
With your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No Cap-tivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No Cap-tivity. Get into it.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So man, you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long that I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No captivity. Freezy.
What up? You are officially locked into No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is if you rock with your boy Freezy. How y'all feeling out there? Let's go. Cam Newton been off the chain, man. Cam Newton has been off the chain this week. He's done a stellar interview with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I think that's the name, her last name, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Cam Newton, right, has been making a name for himself. Let me move this over a little bit. Cam Newton has been making a name for himself with his podcast. And I think he's been actually doing pretty good with his podcast. He's been having some real quality guests on his show. Whoever is helping him produce the show, they're doing a wonderful job. I think Cam Newton has made a great transition from the football field to journalism. The way Cam Newton speaks on his podcast is very impressive. I don't see how somebody can hate on Cam Newton. Cam Newton doing his thing. Cam Newton is like right behind Shannon Sharp. Who show do y'all think is better? Cam Newton show or Shannon Sharp show? And I just compared the two because, you know, both of them was in the NFL. Right? I just compared the two. But Cam Newton, I don't watch Cam Newton's show that often, but whenever I actually tune in, he seems to have a good quality show. You know, I like Cam Newton's show. Cam is pretty cool. This past interview with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, right, has been probably the most memorable interview that Cam Newton has actually executed.
No captivity.
And let's just go ahead and say, let's just go ahead and address the elephant in the room. I'm pretty sure most of y'all have seen podcasters, live streamers cover Cam Newton's interview. But guess what? Y'all ain't seen Freezy cover it yet.
Just wait for the thug.
Now, I did a little bit of it. I covered it a little bit the other day. I think it was on Monday. I covered it a little bit. When it first hit the scene, I covered it, right? But what we're going to do today, we're going to dissect quite a bit of Cam Newton's interview with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. And I want to hear what you guys to say. Now, the title of the show is, are relationships based on opportunity nowadays, or are they based on real love? Maybe I should have put nowadays in the title. Nowadays, in 2024. Matter of fact, should I change that right now? But yeah, I ain't got to change that right now. Y'all understand what I'm saying. Are relationships based off of opportunity or real love? What do you guys think? I've been hearing people talk about getting married lately, and people are scared. People are deterring people from getting married. People are saying don't get married nowadays, especially in 2024. Especially the men are telling the men not to get married. The men are telling men, you'll be a damn fool to go down to the justice of the peace and ruin your life. That's what men are telling men. Why would you do that to yourself, dog? Why would you marry this woman? Because I love her. I love her, and I could see us having a family together and raising kids. You dummy!
This one here for the thug.
That's what they telling y'all. That's what they telling the men. You know what the women telling the women? So, girl, you about to get married? Yeah, girl. He got some money? No, not really. He just an average working guy. Oh, girl, you about to ruin your damn life. What is you doing? So it's just negativity on both sides.
No captivity.
It's negativity on both sides, and quite frankly, it just makes me depressed when I hear people give their opinions on marriages and people getting married in 2024 and beyond. I mean, I'm married, right? And so I'm a living testimony that marriage is beautiful. Now, I've only been married going on 3 years, just to be honest with you. But I've been with my wife going on 20 years. We've been best friends for almost 20 years, right? And what took you so long for? That ain't none of your goddamn business. That ain't what we talking about right now.
No captivity.
We ain't talking about that right now. I done spoke on it, but you know, I'll probably speak on it later on in the show. But we're gonna. I got some other videos I want to talk about. We're gonna do a little bit of gram spam, right? We're gonna talk about Cam Newton and who he's with now, Jasmine Brown. I think she's a comedian, whatever. I've never really heard her comedic spiffs. I've never really heard her. Anybody ever heard of Jasmine Brown? I mean, her face kind of looks familiar, but I'm not really a big fan of female comedians anyway. I'm sorry. I mean, don't call me chauvinist because of that. I just never really found female comedians that funny. I don't know why. Like, Monique is not funny. Do y'all think Monique is? I do not think Monique is funny. Like, people be busting their gut laughing at Monique. I do not think she's funny. You know? I seen, what is that? Is her name Chocolate? I think her name is Chocolate. She's a comedian. She was kind of funny. I seen her in Gainesville, Florida. But I'm trying to think of a woman that's funny. I just can't think of I don't know. Some of the subtle female comedians, I don't know. I just can't think of a woman that's funny. But it doesn't matter because this woman right here is a comedian, and I'm pretty sure she wouldn't make me laugh, but I don't want to jump the gun. But this is who Cam Newton had his latest child with. This is who he's actually with. Her name is, like I said before, her name is Jasmine Brown. I almost had a brain fart. Her name is Jasmine Brown. We're going to get into their relationship. We're going to get into the nature of the relationship. And we're going to get into a lot of controversial stuff centered around marriages, relationships, Cam Newton, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, Jasmine Brown. We're going to talk about it. I'm gonna do the roll call in 1 second. But before we do that, I want to remind you guys, please hit that like button. Don't hesitate to hit the like button. Don't hesitate to hit the like button, because let me tell you something. It wakes YouTube up. And it doesn't just help my algorithm, it helps your algorithm as well. I know a lot of you guys don't know that. And I'm gonna keep repeating it so you can understand. Wherever you go, hit that like button. It don't just help the person's live stream that you're ghost watching. Most of y'all be ghost watching. It doesn't just help their algorithm, it helps your algorithm as well. So don't
captivity.
Don't hesitate to hit that like button. Don't hesitate. And to support this live stream and to support this platform, and stories of this magnitude, you could always either send a super cap, especially if you guys want your comments read and highlighted. You can send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app to $Freezy 1976. That's $Freezy 1976.
No cap.
And I thank you in advance. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oh, man. When the fall hits, it's the end of August, right? What it is, August 29th? A couple more days, it'll be September. Anybody ever notice when around this time, when the fall hits, like, you get real gassy? Anybody get real gassy around the fall time? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But how about we do this? How about we go ahead and do the roll call real quick? Thank you to everybody who sent super caps and cash caps so far. I'm definitely gonna give you guys a shout out and recognize you guys right after we do the roll call. I appreciate y'all. Let's get it. Shout out to Big Bad Bull in the building. What's going on, Big Bad Bull? Big Bad Bull said, let's get it, Freezy. Always fire. And shout out to No Cap Crew too. Shalom to Big Bad Bull. Make sure y'all subscribe to Big Bad Bull's YouTube channel. That's right, his YouTube channel. Pretty sure he's gonna put the link in the chat.
No Cap-tivity.
And shout out to our beautiful sister Randy in the building. Randy, how you feeling? She say, hey, Freezy. Hey, Randy, how you feeling, beautiful sister? Randy is just awesome. Randy is awesome. And it's always a pleasure to see her. Shalom,
no
sis.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my brother, Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. He said, what up, though, Freezy? And chat, smash that like button. Hey, Emperor, how you feeling, bro? Hey, Emperor is one of the coolest guys I know on YouTube. And guess what? He has a gaming channel. I'm pretty sure he's going to put a link to his gaming channel in the chat. Make sure y'all subscribe to Emperor Kojak 313 the Great gaming channel. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
I say Jerome in the house. I say Jerome in the house. Watch him out. What's going on, Jerome? It's very good to see you say he's interested in hearing my take. Bro, I'm gonna just give it to everybody blood raw. You understand what I'm saying? No diddy.
This one here for the
But
thug.
I'm just be honest. And that's the only way I know how to be, because this is No Cap-tivity.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Jerome. Shalom, bro. Also, Fear No Mortals, aka F&M in the building. How you doing, sis? Salute to you too. It's great to see you. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Also, shout out to my brother. Grown men talking in the building. He say, my God, No Cap-tivity, Freezy. Big blessings, brother. Same to you, bro. Right back at you. Excellent content. Hey, listen, I can't talk enough about grown men talking, man. It's gotta be off the chain, him and his panel. And I'm pretty sure most of y'all done subscribe from over this way. And if you haven't, shame on you. Shalom to my brother, Grown Men Talking.
No Cap-tivity.
Also, Trey, how you feeling? Trey said, I ain't gonna lie, can't tap in too long, but shout out to No Cap-tivity crew, and shout out to Drip Nation, shout out to the man himself, Freezy. Trey, man, thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Thank you always.
No
Shalom.
Cap-tivity.
And there he go, Smitty's Corner. How you feeling, Smitty? Thank you, bro. Every time I see you, man, I appreciate it. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Also, shout out to my nephew, RJ, DJ, also my other nephews, RJ, DJ, and Jakari. I appreciate y'all, love y'all. He said, yo, what's up, y'all? Shout out to my nephew.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to, who else is in the building? Oh, no. Shout out to Travel One. Travel One said, greetings to Freezy, and he heard No Cap-tivity chowders. And where's the God based in these so-called relationships men pursue with women? Travel One already kicking it off, man. Shout out to my sister, always supporting. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Who else is in the building? Brina Cole is in the building. Straight out of ATL. Shout out to Brina Cole. How you doing? She's giving me the salute symbol. She said, salute, Freezy. Salute. I be feeling funny saying salute to the sisters. No, greetings. Greetings to this. I be kind of feeling funny saying salute to the sisters. You know, no, greetings to my sister, Brina Cole. Shalom. Living Humbly, thank you. I'm gonna read Living Humbly, thank you, man. I appreciate that. He gave us $7 super cap. I'm not actually recognizing right now. I'm gonna recognize when I do the super cap. But thank you for being here, bro. I appreciate you.
Captivity.
Mo Love is in the building. Yes, she is. One of these days, I'm gonna invite Mo Love up on the panel. We gonna have a duet. We gonna sing. And we're gonna have a sing-off. No, we're gonna sing together, me and Mo Love. Shout out to my sister Mo Love in the building.
No Captivity.
And Broke for Life podcast is here. He says salute, soda. Salute. Shout out to Broke for Life podcast. Oh, he gave a shout out to my nephew RJ too, man. Shout out to Broke for Life podcast in the building.
No Captivity.
Thank you, bro. And I just want to remind y'all to make sure you hit the like button. Hit that like button. Shout out to, how many people hit the like button so far? Shout out to the 27 people that hit the like button. Shout out to the one person that hit the dislike button. Listen, if you don't want to hit the like button, I want to encourage you guys, hit the dislike button. I don't gonna be mad. I don't be mad. Please, listen, if you don't like something so far, hit the dislike button. Trust me, thank you for your participation. I appreciate it, and YouTube does too.
No Captivity.
Woo, boy. That was a good roll call. I liked that roll call. Before we get started, man, let me go ahead and read off some of the contributions. First, I want to start off with Dre. Dre gave a cash cap before the live stream even started. I mean, I looked on my phone, I was like, dang, Dre contributed before the live stream even started. And, you know, I love that, man. It just lets me know that, you know, when people do stuff like that, it just let me know that they really rocking with me. It let me know that they down. They down like 4 flat tires. Dre, my brother, let me go ahead and bring Dre up on the screen. Shout out to Dre the Dream, man. My brother for the $10 cash cap. And that's all he said, just $10. $10, Freezy, before I even kicked off the show. Thank you, Dre. I appreciate you, bro. I really do, man. Thank you, man, for helping us keep the lights on, Dre. Yes, sir.
No Captivity.
Also,
Super Chat.
Shout out to my brother, again, Grown Men Talking, for the $10 super cap. He said, good content ain't free. Blessings, Freezy. Blessings. Blessings to the No Cap crew. Blessings to GMT and the whole GMT family. Thank you, GMT. I appreciate you. And I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. Y'all better catch GMT while he hot, man. He got one of the fastest growing shows in this space. It's kind of like he migrated in this space. You know, he kind of just came from nowhere, but you know, he still hold his own. He still got his own little space too. But it's like he got, I don't know, it's kind of weird. He's in this space, but he got his own space. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing, because that's exactly what I've been trying to accomplish as well. Shout out to Grown Men Talking.
No Captivity.
Also,
Super Chat.
shout out to Living Humbly for the $7 super cap. Living Humbly say Tribe of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi in the building. Let's go. He said represent. Shout out to Living Humbly, man. Shalom, bro. Shalom. Shout out to my brother. Always good to see my brothers, man. I'm telling you, all you got to do is let me know what they represent, and I know they solid. I know they is. Shout out to my brother Living Humbly in the building. Shalom, bro.
No Captivity.
And I appreciate y'all for helping us keep the lights on. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. So, like I was saying, y'all, I got some videos that I'm gonna show. In addition to us talking about Cam Newton and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant and Jasmine Brown, Cam Newton's recent girlfriend, the girlfriend that he's with right now. But I do got some other videos that I just want to show y'all. I want to share with y'all because I've really found them interesting. Y'all know I like to do ground spam. Tonight is really going to be a little bit of ground spam too, but I'm not going to kill y'all with too many of the extremities because I want to get into the live stream that Cam Newton actually did with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. It was a very good interview. And a lot of people have been dissecting that interview and choosing who they think actually won the conversation. People are treating this conversation almost like a debate, right? And I'm pretty sure that Cam Newton didn't intend for this conversation or live stream to even turn into a debate style live stream. I'm pretty sure he just wanted to sit down and pick Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's brain, but it got a little heated sometimes, right? And it got a little serious, whatnot. But like I was saying, Cam Newton has been kind of impressing me on the podcast side of the game. But I want to leave it up to y'all to be the judge on if you guys think he topped off Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. you guys know what I mean. To see if he kind of had the edge on the conversation or if Dr. Cheyenne Bryant kind of had the winning edge during the conversation. I'm going to play some of the interview. But before we do that, let me go to Instagram. Before we do that, I gotta show y'all this cop. I gotta show y'all this black cop. This cop got fired from his job because he got horny and he had sexual relations with a woman. This woman is married. But not only did he have sexual relations with this woman, he had sexual relations with this woman, I want to say, I don't want to say it wrong, but I think he had sexual relations with this woman. You know what? I'm not going to say it, but I think I know it. I know he had sexual relations with this woman. But I'm going to play the video just to stay on the safe side. But what happened to this cop? I want y'all tell me if y'all think they took it too far. If y'all tell me if y'all think this cop deserved it, what he got, or if the whole situation just was taken too far. Here we go.
A 43-year-old Texas police officer said, "I lost everything after a white woman accused me of kidnapping and violating her. Everything she said about me was a lie. She ruined my life. I had to get my elderly mama to come bail me out of jail. I had to sell my house to pay my legal bills. I lost my job. My career as a police officer is over with." Charges against the 43-year-old man was later dropped after it was
Okay, I was going to say he had a threesome with this woman, this white woman. And the woman lied about what really happened. But he ended up getting fired. I think she was accusing him of sexual assault. Okay, it reads, Black Texas cop says he lost everything after a white woman he had a pool threesome with, lied about what really happened. Well, we know. This is nothing new. Right? It's nothing new. Shout out to World Class in the building. I appreciate you, bro.
discovered that his friend's security camera recorded the interaction between him and the woman, and it was determined that the sex was consensual. The man said he has plans on suing the police department and the woman for making false claims against him. And he said he also want to thank his wife for sticking by his side.
His wife stuck by his side. And guess what? He got a black wife.
No Cap-tivity.
This guy participated in a threesome with a white woman that accused him of rape, sexual assault. This guy was facing extensive prison time. Guy lost his job. Went through humiliation. Won't be able to work at another police precinct ever in his life again. Probably because of the shame. And his wife stuck by his side. I'm sorry, I want to say stuck because I'm from the South. She stuck by his side. Black woman. See, I like to highlight the good because we always talking about the bad. And listen, if his wife would have left him, she would have been well within her right. She wouldn't even been wrong. But she stuck by this guy's side. She knew that he had a threesome. He probably confessed that he had a threesome. But he was telling his wife, hey, I didn't rape that woman. And she believed him. I mean, I'm pretty sure she believed him because, you know, that's her husband and she probably been with him for a long time. But this guy lost his job. He lost everything. And his wife knows that he cheated on her with a white woman. Luckily, because of the house that he had the threesome with, his friend's house, his homeboy's house, his homeboy had a Ring camera that picked up everything, that picked up their intimacy and the willingness of the white woman. And that's what got this whole case thrown out of court. And if that wouldn't have happened, the dude would have been sent up the river. Do y'all feel sorry for this guy? Do anybody feel sorry for this guy that this white woman lied on him? Or do y'all think that he got what he deserved? What do y'all think?
Listen, first I want to say shout out to his wife for sticking by him. Because I know she had a bunch of people in her ear telling her to leave. Girl, if I was you, I'd pack my kids up and I'd be gone. And if she would have did that, can you blame her? And I think you should sue that lady for making those false claims. But I also think you should take some type of accountability for your actions because you put yourself in this position. And as you can see now, a black man having a police badge, that don't mean nothing. Because the minute that white woman said, you done me something, everything you had, including that badge and that job, was taken away.
I keep trying to tell y'all, all of you sophisticated black folk that look down on us, ghetto ass black folk who you think are not good enough to be in your circle. I keep trying to tell y'all, it don't matter what kind of status that you claim or network that you build. The first signs of black degeneracy that white people actually detect, your ass is up out of there.
No Cap-tivity.
And they gonna get rid of your ass quick, fast, in a hurry. I keep trying to tell y'all, don't get too big for your britches. But y'all always want to shine on somebody, like you're better than somebody. Them white folk ready to kick your ass out of the fold. They let you in because they thought you was a good nigga. But no, you want to have threesomes with white women in the pool and stuff. You want to get your rod waxed because it felt good to you. Because you believe that old tale that white women give the best head. That's what you thought. But it came with a price. It came with a price, I tell you. But kudos to the black woman that stayed by her husband's side. That's the true hero in this whole story. Well, I don't feel sorry for the cat. I don't feel sorry for that cat, man. You a police officer and you was in a threesome with this white woman. That damn black woman that stayed by your side. She's the real MVP. She the one that we need to be, feeling sorry for and congratulated. See, I told y'all I'm not no Mansfield dude. I'm equal opportunity team us. When the women mess up, I get on their ass. When the men mess up, I get on their ass. Shout out to Diamond J. Rose in the building.
No captivity.
Mr. Midnight, I see you. How you feeling?
No captivity.
Who else came through the building? Shout out to who else? Somebody else came through the building. Oh, Cassandra B, my sister. Shout out to Cassandra B.
No captivity.
In the building. But I just felt like that story was interesting. I wanted to show that to y'all. What else?
A 40.
I left my wallet.
Let's see. I had something else too for y'all. Y'all, I got to show y'all this. This shit was funny as hell. And I'm gonna give a credit to my cousin Precious. Precious, I got Precious. If you see this on my live stream, I got this from your Instagram and I saved it. But I thought this was funny as hell. And what I'm about to show you, y'all know Freezy love the kids. What I'm about to show y'all, right? What I'm about to show y'all is it's just evident that kids are very smart and intuitive. Kids are so smart and intuitive. I don't think that we give them enough credit. I don't think that we give them enough credit. Y'all check this out. Here we go.
I'm gonna show you some people. Describe them in one word, okay? You can only say one word about them, okay? Okay, first we got Drewski.
He's funny.
Funny? Mm-hmm. Next we have Casanet.
Obnoxious.
Obnoxious?
Yes. He's a little wild, but I like him.
Jay-Z.
Lucky.
Lucky?
Yeah.
Why is he lucky?
Because he got Beyonce. I don't know how, but he did. Next.
Okay, next we have the infamous Miss Netta. What's the one word about Miss Netta?
Musky.
All right, next we have Chris Brown.
Talented.
Talented?
Yeah.
You like Chris Brown?
Yeah. He can sing and dance.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, next we have Kanye West.
Crazy.
Crazy?
Yeah, super crazy.
Okay, next we have Desi Banks.
Annoying.
Annoying?
Yeah.
You don't think he's funny?
No.
No?
No. Next.
Nicki Minaj.
She looked pretty. Cocky, but pretty.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right, next we have Christian Rock.
A fool.
A fool?
Yeah. I think she's silly.
Next we have P. Diddy.
Pitiful.
Pitiful?
Yes.
All right, next we have Kirk Franklin.
Zesty.
No captivity.
I'm gonna show you some people. Describe them.
His daddy showed him Kirk Franklin and the boy said, zesty. That was funny as, I'm sorry, I know y'all ain't laughing, but I just felt like that was funny as hell. He showed Kirk Franklin and the boy said, zesty. Y'all think them kids don't got sense? Them kids got more sense than a lot of grown folk. Shout out to Victor Hard in the building. How you feeling, Victor Hard?
No captivity.
Oh, man. I got a couple more conversation starters before we actually go into the main to the main topic. Let me show you. People are angry nowadays. What I'm about to show y'all, I'm going to show y'all a couple of quick videos. People are angry, not just on YouTube, but in real life. This guy that I'm about to show y'all, he had a court appearance, but you know, it was one of those virtual court appearances. He had to talk to the judge. Let me show y'all this shit, man. This is crazy. Watch this.
Say what?
Have you been to the doctor regarding the COVID diagnosis?
I ain't going to the doctors because that's where you get the COVID cat. That's
okay, so here's what you're gonna do. Then I'm gonna say, okay, you've got COVID. I want you here. When's our last block? 3 o'clock today. Wear a mask.
I'm not.
If you're gonna represent yourself.
I'm not coming down there at no 3 o'clock, sir. I'm gonna tell you that now.
Oh yeah, you can.
No, I'm not.
3 o'clock.
I'm not coming at 3 o'clock.
I'll be here at 3 o'clock.
You gonna stay there at 3 o'clock because I ain't coming, big dog.
Okay, and at 3 o'clock I may issue a bench warrant. Be here at 3 o'clock.
Do a bench warrant. I don't care, baby boy.
Thank
you
you.
did everything else.
I'll determine that at 3
I'm
o'clock.
gonna tell you now. It ain't going down. Do what you gotta do, baby.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Cut his line.
Man, fuck.
No captivity.
Oh my God. Why y'all so angry? Why did that man cuss the judge out like that? All you gotta do is show up at this man's man, F you. Y'all, I was crying. Let me show y'all this one here. Now this one, this guy was very angry. This guy was so angry. Well, look at this right here. Let me show y'all this shit. Look at it. This says crashed out, angry passenger smashes counter with a hammer after learning a scammer sold him a fake plane ticket. Caused $20,000 in damages. Look at this shit. You know, when I seen this and when I read that this was at American Airlines, I wasn't even mad. I wasn't even taken back, man. Real
No
talk.
captivity.
The things that American Airlines have done towards black people in the recent months, the prejudice and racist actions that American Airlines has shown black folk, I was like, hell yeah, tear that shit up.
This one here for the thug.
I didn't give a damn. Tear all that shit. Shout out to my sister Genesis 1 in the building.
No captivity.
How you doing, Genesis 1 in the building? Look what that man did. That man tore all them people's stuff up. $20,000? You know he had to go to jail. I wasn't even mad though. Look at that. That man smashed everything at American Airlines because somebody sold him a fake airline ticket. It ain't have nothing to do. It didn't even have nothing to do with American Airlines. He just took it out on American Airlines. Guess what? God don't like ugly American Airlines. And that lady don't give a damn. Shout out to El Cheapo in the building.
No captivity.
Diamond J Rose, how you feeling?
No captivity.
I thought I had one more angry. What was this?
You want to make.
Let me see.
I left my wallet.
What?
Okay. Okay. This the last one. This the last one I'm gonna show y'all. About people just get upset. People nowadays, people are not playing no games. People do not have patience for the effery. Let me show y'all this girl. Now this girl, she was looking like the guy that she was with on the date. He tried her. Watch this.
I left my wallet.
What?
I left my wallet at home, yeah. So either we gonna get back there and wash dishes or I can pay for it real quick.
Me?
Yeah.
Pay for all this? You got 5 things.
It might be like $200. Nothing crazy.
$200? Oh no, I'm not paying that. You better call somebody to come bring your wallet. I'm not paying that.
What are you talking about?
That's embarrassing. You want me to pay for your food?
I mean, it's our food, so just come on, this one time.
But you pay for everything. This is so weird having a one.
I pay for everything, so you can't look out for me one time.
I'm just a girl.
Wow.
But dang, I'm not going out with you no more. This is ridiculous.
How you gonna go?
You gonna pay me when we get done?
Okay, just handle this meal. Can you just pay for this meal without me paying you back? Please, babe, come on.
Sit right with me. I'm
Babe.
paying for all of this. Like, you didn't have to order this. But how is it a coincidence that you leave your wallet when you order 4 entrees, bro?
Because I thought I had it. I thought I had my wallet on me.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So are you gonna get my money back when we get home?
What? Come on.
It shouldn't be on a woman to pay no man's
Okay,
bill.
well, I left my wallet. That's one time.
Bring some money. Now I gotta pay for all of this.
Okay.
Any other guy would love to buy my food.
Women.
But now I have to buy the guy food.
One time. This one time. If your food last night.
Yeah.
We went to a
You pay for
steakhouse.
my food every night.
Exactly. What's the issue then?
That I'm not used to this. This is new and I don't like
Okay,
it. I don't
fuck
like
it.
to pay.
Get up. I left my wallet.
What do y'all think? Do y'all think that she was overreacting? I mean, the meal was $200. If you were out with your boyfriend and he left his wallet at home, would you say, yeah, I'll go ahead and cover that $200 meal? If you was in a relationship with your boyfriend, would you cover a $200 meal? Or would you be angry like her? Would you expect your money back? I mean, I will give the girl credit. She offered to pay for the $200 meal if, and only if, when they got home, he would give her her money back. She was about to cry. She did not want to give that $200 up. She said, women are not supposed to pay for food when we go out to eat. I think he was just testing her. Men, have you ever done that to your woman? Have you ever tested your woman out, going out on a date? I've heard older men tell younger men to do that. Hey, you want to know if she's a good woman? Test her. Make it seem like you left your wallet at home. Anybody ever heard of that? El Cheapo says she'd cover it. El Cheapo, you're a good woman. Men, y'all better click on El Cheapo's name and subscribe to her channel so y'all can get her inbox on IG. I've heard older men say, hey, you want to test a woman? You want to see if she's a good woman? Go out to eat with her to an expensive restaurant and fake it like you left your wallet at home and see what she does. See if she'll go in her purse and pay for the meal. If she don't, get rid of her. Y'all think that's sound advice? I mean, come on, man. If a woman is going out to eat, she's expecting the man to pay for the food. I don't know. I've never tried my wife like that. I've never just faked and, I was okay with paying for the food. And I didn't really have to do that. Here's my thing. If you have to fake and leave your wallet at home to see what your woman is going to do, something's wrong in the beginning. Something wrong off top. Me, I never had them problems because my wife always offered to pay without me faking to leave my wallet at home. A lot of times she would try to beat me to the point, say, I got it. I'll pay for it. No, I'm good. I got it, girl. No, I got it because you paid for it last time. See, that's what you really want. You don't want to have to fake and leave your wallet at home. If you're faking, because if you're faking, leave your wallet at home, and then she said, I ain't paying for that shit. See, now it's over with. But you shouldn't have had to fake. That's what I'm saying. Here's the thing. Learn how to vet properly in the beginning. Then you won't have to fake and leave your wallet at home. You won't have to do that. When you have to pull junkie stunts just to see if a woman is worthy enough to be in a relationship with you, you're going into dangerous territory. I don't think that's wise. Older men used to say that. Now that I really think about it, those older men that I heard give younger men that advice, they were kind of cheap. Those older men, they used to beg outside the corner store. Now that I think about it, I don't even know why I'm repeating that bullshit. These older men, but I listen to anybody. The elders that I used to listen to was on the street. They used to smoke crack, and they would just hang outside of the corner store and beg for $1 a day. But these was the guys with the best advice. Hey, you wanna see if a woman is a good woman when you go out on a date to Red Lobster? Fake it like you left your wallet at home and see if she'll pay for your food. Dang, you right, OG. I ain't never tried that shit. But I know guys that tried that. And guess what? They got the same response that woman gave her man during that video. Don't do that shit. That shit is whack, man. Don't do that shit. No Cap-tivity. Well, guess what, y'all? It's time to talk about Cam Newton. It's time to talk about Cam Newton. Cam Newton and his girlfriend, Jasmine Brown. And we're going to break down Cam Newton's interview with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Before we do that, let's talk about Cam Newton and his girlfriend. How about we do that? Because we're going to break down quite a bit of Cam Newton's interview with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Let's see. Now, the interview that Cam Newton did with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, it was very interesting. And a lot of people said that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant won the interview. Let me see if I can get a picture of Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I don't know why I ain't do that yet. There we go, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Here we go. Here's Dr. Cheyenne Bryant right here. There she go, y'all. She's not an ugly woman. She's a nice looking woman. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant sat down with Cam Newton. Matter of fact, let me put her on this side and let me put Cam Newton on this side. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant sat down with Cam Newton, and they had an extensive talk about relationships. It almost turned into a debate. A lot of people judged it as a debate, and a lot of people gave Dr. Cheyenne Bryant the win, right? A lot of people were saying Dr. Cheyenne Bryant actually sunned Cam Newton. A lot of people were saying Dr. Cheyenne Bryant Lil Boyd Cam Newton. A lot of people said Dr. Cheyenne Bryant taught Cam Newton some things during this sit down. A lot of people went to looking at Cam Newton as if he was foolish after he sat down with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Not just women. That's what was so interesting and peculiar about this sit down between a man and a woman of high profile. Men were saying that Cam Newton looked stupid. I went on Facebook today and I seen men down my timeline, because this is a hot interview. Men were saying Cam Newton, she made Cam Newton look real bad. She made him look stupid as hell. That's what a lot of men were saying. Obviously, Cam Newton felt the backlash and he's seen the criticism on his end, probably through his social media or from his peers. That's, you know, that is if he was faking, like he didn't actually see it himself. And so let me show y'all what happened. So right here, right? Let's go over here. Here we go. Right here. Cam Newton did he put out a video, a pre-recorded video on demand, a video clip of part of Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's interview with him. And look what he titled it. He titled it, "You're a 41-year-old relationship coach, but you're single? Cam Newton and Dr. Bryant."
No Cap-tivity.
From this video title, people are saying it's evident that Cam Newton is salty. Cam Newton, his ego was crushed and his insecurities got the best of him because of how Dr. Cheyenne Bryant danced all over his intellect. Let me show y'all something else.
A lot of people see my situation and not think that I'm not high function.
What situation?
Okay, that's
so
the high functioning
I'm not
part.
married.
Active at and where you want to take.
That's the high
Where
functioning
I'm
part.
still going to be fearful with, because there's no such thing as not having some type of.
So that was a little clip of Dr. Cheyenne Bryant with Cam Newton. Now I have the whole interview and I'm going to show parts of the whole interview. You know what? Before I do that, let me show y'all Glorilla. This is another video I'm going to show you. Glorilla just got some backlash. Glorilla just released a video, a music video, and it's so shameful. Like, I'm just so ashamed to show y'all this bullshit. These women, I don't even call them women. These hoes, they just getting on my nerves. And we all know all women ain't hoes. But I know there's a lot of women out there that would agree with Freezy right now. Glorilla, Sexy Red, and the old school hoes, you know, like Megan Thee Stallion. They just getting on my nerves now because they just doing stuff so extra. They doing extra stuff just for followers and likes and just to stay a big influence on young women and feminine men, I guess, for that matter. So Glorilla just did a video and she's got a backlash and she responded to it. First, let me show y'all the video.
I be saying about if you.
Here we go. This is the video. I just felt like this was so distasteful. And here's the peculiar part of it. What woman that say she got money now, that's successful, still has to lower herself to this type of standard? I guess I come from an era where if you got money, you ain't got to do this type of shit no more. But I don't know. I guess this has been going on for a long time, I guess. Marilyn Monroe, all that kind of stuff. I just never understood it. This is so shameful that she even have to sit up there and do this. Marilyn Monroe, she pretty much did it like doing in photographs and stuff. But this is a music video. This is somebody's daughter. And when I see stuff like this, people look at videos like this and make it seem like it's you know, yeah, Glow, you know, that type of stuff. Yeah, Glow. And they egg her on with this type of behavior, but it's just not, I don't know, I'm at a loss of words. But let me show you. This young lady that I'm about to show y'all, she spoke out against Glorilla's behavior in this video, and it went viral. A young black woman spoke out and it went viral. I don't know if it was on Twitter or on TikTok. But here's the young lady. I'm gonna show y'all. Here we go.
Hello. I was scrolling this morning and seen a video that she just dropped of the remix with Skilla Baby Mama or whatever. And it's like, you know, you standing there just completely nude at the top, and you know, you just holding your chest, which to me, she looks extremely uncomfortable. Looks like she's completely out of her element. They are really trying to black women out. All they want us to represent is our bodies. They sexualize us, and the only thing they want us to put out is our bodies. Our sexiness is everything is about our bodies, our looks, just the sexual energy. Like Glorilla didn't even need the sexual energy. She was so cool the way she was, her, Glorilla. But to see these two girls go from how they were to how they are now, it's like I can't help but to just say this stuff is true, and it's sad to see. I don't lie, I'm kind of disappointed with Glo. And I was scrolling this morning and seen a video that she just dropped of the.
Okay, that's it. Now I'm gonna show y'all what Glorilla had to say. Glorilla responded to this young lady. Like I said, this young lady's her rant about Glorilla went viral. Now Glorilla gave some clap back on what this lady had to say. Here's Glorilla.
Oh, if I be saying about, oh yeah, cause y'all had so much to say, cause I previewed a I was dancing to my son holding my titties. Don't worry about what me and my titties doing, bitch. Balling. Tell me some. Oh, the label is making Glorilla do this. Label that made me do shit. I'm gonna be a hoe.
Goddamn thing.
She said that people were saying that her record label made her do that music video in that nature, but the record label didn't make her do a damn thing. She said Glo wanna be a hoe. Well, at least they're coming out and saying it outright, right?
No Cap-tivity.
Like, women don't even have a defense no more. She said Glo wanna be a hoe. They're not even trying to justify it. It's not even protest slut walk no more. It's Glo wanna be a hoe and laughing about it. You know why? Because she feel like she iced out and she got money, and a dude can't tell her shit, or a woman, a broke female can't tell her nothing. She can do what she want to do. And we're going to talk about the dynamic of money, the money mentality and power, and how it changes the dynamic of relationships in 2024 and beyond.
I gotta say, a hoe gonna be a hoe, regardless. I got nothing to do with the label doing. Y'all just be swearing, like, do like everything I do, I be wanting to do it. Like, y'all gotta learn how to just mind your business sometimes. Yeah, Glorilla just trying to do this. Glorilla trying to get some hoes. That's what I'm trying to do. You, what's that like? I'm looking for the hoe. Bo's a third trap. What's up? Where the That's what that about. It ain't about no label making me do shit. It's about me looking for some hoes. So, if you a hoe when you want me, I be saying, if you a hoe when you want me, damn me.
Quietly, guys, quietly.
I just had to lay it out there because y'all always thought, oh yeah, they trying to over-sexualize Glo like she was such a tomboy. I was a tomboy when I ain't had no titties. I got titties now. Dumb. Oh, if you a hoe when you want me.
Can y'all see it? Can y'all see the self-esteem in the toilet? Not even just in the toilet, it's flushed down the drain. Her mama was like this. I don't even got to know her mama. Wait, and where your daddy at? See, I don't let the fathers get off the hook, man. I don't give a damn if the father wasn't in the house. Stop having babies. Stop having babies just to have babies. We're going to talk about it because this kind of ties into Cam Newton, and I told y'all my shows make sense. When I show y'all videos, I'm going to tie that shit into the main topic. When you're just having babies, especially if you just feel like you got money, everybody feel like if you're rich, that make it all the better and the kid's going to be better off and all that kind of stuff. No, these people are producing shit like this. Glow want to be a hoe. That's what, and y'all think it's funny. But we're going to give Glorilla a pass because Glow got some, Glow got some money. She got rapper money. And she can hold her titties. Glow can hold her titties. It ain't no harm in Glow. Want to be a hoe? Because Glow iced out. But I'm just begging y'all, especially the men, stop putting your seed in women, and y'all ain't prepared to actually raise these kids the way they need to be raised. I'm not finna sit up here on YouTube and promote some bullshit just because I'm trying to win a goddamn argument. This is what y'all is promoting. This is what y'all producing. And it's gonna get bigger and bigger and larger. Shout out to Miss Polly Wright in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Go wanna be a hoe. That might be the name of her next song. And that shit gonna go platinum. You know what little girls gonna be saying after they hear that song, Glow wanna be a hoe? Mama, I wanna be a hoe too. And they're gonna laugh about it. Just like Glorilla. They're gonna laugh about it just like Glorilla. Somebody say, well, Freezy, men like hoes. Men like hoes. Yeah, men like to F hoes. They don't like to marry them. Anybody think Glorilla's gonna get married at this rate? Do anybody think? Of course, it's a fool out there, right? And this is what I want to say. Let's stop talking about, let's stop saying some people just will never get married because of their reputation and all. No, anybody can get married. Women been tried to tell y'all that a long time ago. Anybody can get married, but it's not you getting married, it's who you're getting married to. That's the part of the conversation that we ain't had yet in this space. Oh, she can't get married. She done hit the wall. Nobody want her. Yes, she can. She can get married. She can get married to a damn fool just like she is. The Bible say the wicked is given unto the wicked. And I just, here's the danger with this depiction. The message that this video is sending everybody is, as long as you got money, you're gonna be all right. As long as you got money, everything gonna be all right. A lot of people propagate this message perpetually all throughout this space. Money is the key. Money is the main thing you need. If you ain't got money, don't get married. Well, guess what? Glorilla got money. 21 Savage got money. Future got money. Y'all gonna get enough of that money. Y'all keep talking about money and stuff. Money gonna get your ass in trouble. Money gonna get your ass in trouble. All we hear is vain things. Vain things. That's it. And the more I hear people talk, I'm just like, man, people ain't got no damn sense. People ain't been through stuff. More importantly, you can tell most people ain't really had no money.
No Cap-tivity.
Once you have it and once you get it, you realize, yeah, it's a tool and it can help you, it can help you, it can keep you from starving. It can put, food in your belly and clothes on your back and shelter. But it's not a solution for a healthy marriage. It's not a solution for kids being raised correctly. It's not a solution for households staying together. It's not a solution for somebody having true wisdom to pass down to their offspring. Shout out to Watching Close in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Appreciate you being here watching close while I cook. Glo want to be a hoe, and she got money. It's a dude out there want that hoe. The thing that I liked about Cam Newton and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's interview is that they kind of was trying to get to the bottom of this dynamic that I'm actually talking to you guys about right now. They tried to break down the dynamics of relationship. And it was very peculiar. I think it's about that time. But before we do that, let's look at Cam Newton's present girlfriend and see what she had to say. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go.
I don't know about y'all. I don't know what brings you guys joy, but it really brings me joy to serve. I love being a servant. I'm
gonna just be honest with y'all. Now, this woman is a comedian. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with this woman saying she loves being a servant. I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. Can I just keep it 100? Can I keep it 100 with y'all? I'm just keep it 100 with y'all. I don't think she would have this type of attitude if Cam Newton wasn't worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
This one here for the thug.
Y'all might think I'm just going too far with, hold on, Freezy, you're going too far. I don't think that she would even give a damn. She wouldn't even be preaching about serving this dude if Cam Newton didn't have all that damn money. I think this whole thing is based on money. The whole thing all across the board is based on money. And see, this is where you guys keep getting misled. Especially, some of these people that's on YouTube, they throw this money in your face and y'all think they living perfect lives because they look like money and they talk like money. We don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but y'all just willing to believe anything. Anything. Look at this one. She landed on thick too, ain't she? Yeah.
I love to serve. It just brings me joy. I love it. I love serving. I love it. I love it. I don't give a damn. I'll be up at 6 o'clock, 5:30 in the morning cooking breakfast.
Man, if Cam Newton worked at Verizon Wireless, do y'all think she'll be waking up at 6:30 in the morning, ready to cook and clean? Do y'all think that Jasmine Brown would be waking up at 6:30 in the morning, hyped, giving Instagram videos, doing Instagram videos, preaching to everybody saying it's, she just loves serving. She feels like that's her ministry, that's her calling. She wakes up at 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning just to start cooking it. Do y'all think I'm pretty sure there's a lot of women out there, if they was with Cam Newton, they'll be doing the same thing. Oh, I love to serve. I love to serve my man. I love to serve him food at 5:45 a.m. in the morning. Man, the man still asleep. The man don't want no damn food at 5:45. I'm telling you, all this shit be about money.
Serving. I just love that. I love it. Yeah. It's like,
when I seen this shit, I was like, it's some husbands that got mad at their wives because of what Jasmine Brown was saying. Why you don't do me like, why you don't treat me like that? Boy, if you don't get out my damn face, ain't nobody finna wake up at no 6 o'clock to cook no damn grits and eggs for your ass. Shit. I'm gonna wake up at 8 o'clock or 9:30 like I've been doing.
Just gives me purpose. And now with the new baby, now I just feel even more purposeful, especially like when I breastfeed.
She is so happy about her baby, isn't she? Now, mind you guys, Cam Newton and this young lady, they are not married. As so the other baby mama that Cam Newton got, they're not married. Cam Newton, no, it could be worse. She could have had a baby from a deadbeat. Women get criticized all the time for having babies with Pookie and Ray Ray, getting married to Pookie and Ray Ray. They get criticized all the time. And I heard a lot of women say, well, at least she had a baby with Cam Newton. Does that really make it better, though? I mean, can we have a real conversation? Does that make it better? That Cam Newton is rich and at least she's not going to be struggling with this child. Does that make it better? She's serving, though. She damn sure serving right now because she is his present girlfriend.
I feel so full of life. I love it. I love it. Come on, baby. Now that everything is done, I'm going to put my baby to...
Children have...
So how about we do this? That was Jasmine Brown. She's a comedian. I just found out she was a comedian. I don't really know about Jasmine Brown. But I'm going to show y'all some of this interview with Cam Newton and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. And I got some of the videos. I got some parts of the videos time-stamped, and I'm going to show them to y'all. So y'all have to bear with me. I'm going to show y'all. We're going to hear the audio, but I'm going to have a picture up. Right? Let me see. I think I should show the... How about I do this? Oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, that's better. So this is Cam Newton and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go through some of their interview, and we're gonna see the breakdowns and some of the ups and downs and some of the gotcha moments during this interview. Cam Newton, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. It was an interesting back and forth. I do have the video queued up. Let me see if it's still here. Oh yeah, I got it queued up. What was the first timestamp? I think it was 42 minutes. I'm going to play a little bit of the 42-minute timestamp.
Team, it's been a grind.
That's a commercial. I'm going to play a little bit of the 42-minute timestamp. And then we'll move on to the other timestamps, which I really kind of think is more important. But I wanted y'all to hear this part right here. I think it's 42 minutes. Here we go.
Understand the different languages that men can speak. Also, it's allowed me to have more compassion and break my fairy tale ideology that women have. I always say this: men get married and become a father and go, oh, shoot. Okay, I didn't know it was gonna take all of this. Game time. Let me try to figure this out. Let me try to see if I can do this and do that and get the card and do this and love her more and balance all this. Women, we meet you and we're like, our idea and our fairy tale is you are Prince Charming, honey. And then we try to get you to fit Prince Charming, and the more you don't fit it, the more y'all end up in my office going.
Isn't what Dr. Cheyenne Bryant said, right? I'm going to tell y'all right now, that fit this woman to a T. Jasmine Brown. Jasmine Brown is talking about serving Cam Newton as if it was a fairy tale. She wakes up at 6:30 in the morning. She fixed Cam Newton breakfast. This is why I like to have real conversations, because do y'all think the majority of women will be that jipper? Do y'all think the majority of women will be that jipper to serve their men and please their men? Shout out to Sovereign Teddy P in the building. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Sovereign Teddy P. Chief Santana, thank you for being here. It's great to see you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. Also,
Super Chat.
Shout out to Living Humbly again. Living Humbly for the $5 super cap. Thank you for helping us keep the lights on. Living Humbly said, Leviticus 19:29. Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness.
No Cap-tivity.
Excellent scripture. Thank you, Living Humbly. Shout out to the Most High, man. He been on this stuff. And this is what's going on today. But here's the kicker though. Nobody even cares. It's not, people are desensitized to whoredom, men and women. But I think what Dr. Cheyenne Bryant was saying, as far as women really want a fairy tale relationship, that's how women look at men when they get into a relationship. They want a fairy tale. That's their goal, to have a fairy tale relationship. And when I hear Jasmine Brown talk about waking up and she loves to serve her man, I think I said on the last podcast on Monday, she says she even rubs her man's back or scratches her man back and rubs Cam Newton's back until he falls asleep. And she know when he falls asleep because he has a distinct breathing pattern. She knows when his breathing pattern changes, which gives her indication that Cam Newton is asleep. That's how deep she gets with serving her man, right? That's how deep she gets with serving her man. Here we go.
But he doesn't do this. Well, has he ever did it? No, but I always just thought my husband would, your husband or this man? So are you getting to know who you with? Or are you making this man fit this fairy tale ideology that doesn't even exist anyways?
Do a lot of women do that? Do a lot of women, just because they like the way a man looks, just because they like the fact that this man has money and he's created a net worth for himself that would be advantageous to her, she tries to make him into, she tries to make him into this fairy tale man that she always wanted. We know that women operate off connecting dots. We know that women operate off checking boxes and stuff. They want their man to connect most of the dots of their requirement. Well, guess what? That one requirement, a man having money, a lot of money, guess what? All he got to do is have a lot of money, and guess what? She will connect the rest of the dots for your ass. Yeah, she will. No
Cap-tivity.
Your ass could be stank. You could have a problem with taking baths, and she will connect them dots. She will pretend that you smell like Bath and Body Works. On the men's section, the men's side. Yeah.
And so women come and lead with fit this, or you have no value. Men come in and go, all right, I'm here and I'm gonna learn how to be the best I can for you. And then women do what? You're taking too long. You're not getting.
Did you hear what Dr. Cheyenne, see, I don't know. I don't see how men would actually get mad at Dr. Cheyenne Brown, because when I listened to the interview, she was pretty fair on all sides. Look what she just said as far as the men's expectation right here.
All right, or you have no value. Men come in and go, all right, I'm here And I'm going to learn how to be the best I can for you.
Good men. Not all men. So there's a lot of men not going to, you know, make that effort to be the best they can for the woman. But a good man will come into a relationship and say, you know, I'm going to try to be the best I can for you, especially within a marriage. Right?
And then women do what? You're taking too long.
And then women do what? You're taking too long. But if you got some money, your ass is through the door. They ain't worried about how long you taking to connect the rest of the dots.
No cap.
I told y'all they will connect the dots for you.
You're not getting there.
This is why Cam Newton is almost spoiled in a sense, because he got money. That's why he can sit up there and cross his legs and smile and say, I'm going to keep having babies and I'll get married whenever I get ready. Yeah.
Because you haven't fit the box of the fairy tale. So for me, it's helped me break down what all of my clients know. Y'all know I call it the fairy tale ideology. And I'm not exaggerating, Cam. I want to say 100%, but I'm going to go 99.9% of women who come in my office, I'm having to work on breaking their fairy tale ideology.
There you go. So let's just start with that. Right? Jasmine Brown has a fairy tale. This is my humble opinion. I think Jasmine Brown has a fairy tale ideology. I think she's living in a fairy tale. I think she's living the dream life that most women dream of living, especially from a young girl. She's with a NFL legend. He's rich, considerably. Okay. He's popular. Everybody knows him. All of the women want him. He's not a bad looking guy. He's every man's dream, right? That's what y'all want. We talking about settling down with somebody. He's every man's dream. He got enough money to buy you a Maybach truck, a Range Rover truck, a Rolls Royce truck, a Lamborghini. He got enough money to buy you anything you want. And he's gonna plant a seed in you. He's gonna give you babies. Everything is always all good in the beginning. Women like this, they always be ready to scratch a man's back in the beginning, especially when they feel like they're being showered with gifts and they don't have a care in the world and that this dude got money. But she ain't gonna tell y'all that's what it really based on. But we know that if you got a little street sense, you know what time it is. You know what it is. Okay, and if Cam Newton does not marry this woman is gonna be singing to the tune, to the beat of another drum. Soon after that, as soon as Cam Newton break it to her, break the bad news, say, listen, I don't want to get married. I just want you to be just like my other baby mamas. I just want to have more kids. He basically said it during his interview. He just want to have more kids. And he'll get married when he get ready. What he said. But women like this don't care. Just what I'm saying. I'm not on either side. I'm on the side of right. It ain't about who's right. It's about what's right. This woman would let Cam Newton lay on top of her and bust in her and get another child because he got money. That's just the way this shit go.
Of their husband. And hold on, let me say this. To his defense, they almost always have an amazing husband. But because his amazingness doesn't fit her idea.
Okay, let's go to timestamp 44. There we go.
Wells Fargo has donated.
Okay. What we finna go into this next timestamp, they're gonna be talking about high function and low function men. Here we go. 44 minutes and okay.
ask or must ask in this situation, first in regards to the woman, I don't really want to attack or, you know, really speak on your clientele, but obviously with my research, you spoke about low functioning individuals, male and female. What's the percentage of males or females that you counsel that are low functioning? What's that percentage?
I love it. Collectively, or you want me to go male and female?
Break it down from male and female.
Okay. I would say, interesting enough, I would say that there are 70% low functioning women, 40% low functioning men.
What?
Did her percentages surprise some of y'all? She said in her profession, from her experience, she feels like as far as low functioning people, 70% of females she's met has been, she feels like there are about 70% low functioning women and 40% low functioning men. Did the women get upset about that? Do y'all think that she's pandering to men? Do y'all think Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is getting on men's good side? See, I thought that too when I first heard it. I was like, is she pandering to men? But as the interview goes on, I kind of stopped thinking less and less that she was pandering to men and that this is her true experience with her patients. You know, I think she really does believe in those percentages. 70% women low functioning and 40% men low functioning. Let's keep going.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, with those low functioning men, did they ever say that a man of high function will never really know true love?
No, I don't even believe that, but no.
Okay. So what identifies a woman to be high functioning?
A high functioning woman is a woman who wants you. She doesn't need you. And let me clear that up. When I say she doesn't need you, it doesn't mean she's independent. That means she is interdependent. I only not need you because my pain doesn't need your pain. My dysfunction doesn't need your dysfunction to feed it for us to be in this relationship, meaning I don't need a trauma bond with you, okay? She wants you because she wants the healed part of you, but has the capacity, because we're all human, we ain't perfect, to facilitate and deal with the unhealed part of you that's gonna show up in the relationship at some point. And hers is gonna show up too, mine is gonna show up too. And
now, the male ego in me, when I first heard her say, a high functioning woman wants you, she doesn't need you, it kind of puts a dent in the male ego when you first hear it. But when she explains it, I understand. She's talking about a woman should not, a lot of people get together because they need somebody else that identifies with their trauma. It's called trauma bonding. They finally found somebody that makes them feel not alone in life, because this other person can identify what they're going through, the trauma that they've experienced. And so it leads to almost like a need, right, to be around this person, because all their life they felt alone and they felt like nobody could actually identify with what they felt all throughout their life since they was a little kid. She's saying that's a high functioning woman when she doesn't have the trauma bond and she's gotten past her hurt She's not looking for a rebound. I agree with Dr. Cheyenne Brown. I agree with Dr. Cheyenne Brown on that breakdown. I do.
Super chat.
Shout out to Anthony Allen. Thank you. I appreciate you, Anthony, for helping us keep the lights on. Anthony says the cemetery will be full of single plots. Yep.
No Cap-tivity.
I agree with you, Anthony. I appreciate you, bro. Let's keep going.
And so that's why I always say, I want a hybrid. I want a hybrid for y'all out there who want to know, meaning a man who's high functioning enough to meet my healthy high functioning, but low functioning enough to deal with me when my abandonment inflames, to deal with me when some of my dysfunctions that I'm still working on inflame. Because if he's too high functioning, guess what? He doesn't have the bandwidth to deal with the low functioning.
Do most women, she's saying 70% of women are low functioning. So do y'all think that most women want weak men? Do y'all think most women want men who has trauma and who has not gotten over their trauma, who they can trauma bond with? Do y'all think most women want men that they can trauma bond with? And if they don't trauma bond, if they're not with a man that they're trauma bonding with, he has money. Just so happened that he got money. Those are the two options. Do most of y'all believe what Dr. Cheyenne Brown is saying, that most 70% of women are low functioning, and most women, they form relationships off of trauma identification, or a man that can understand what this woman has gone through, is, and now she can lean and depend on this guy because she doesn't feel alone anymore. Do you think most women just don't want to be alone? Do y'all think that? Do y'all think most women get in relationships because they just don't want to be alone? Not because they're actually entering into this relationship strapped with wisdom and ready, because they've dealt with their internal issues and did the work. Bree Nicole said the 70% she said was her clients, not women in general. Right. I'm just making a reflection on the women. That's what I'm saying. This is her experience. This is her, if I did I ever say women in general? Or did I just give off that impression? I'm sorry, but yeah, of course we're speaking from Dr. Bryant's standpoint, right? We're speaking from her experience. I think I said that earlier. We're speaking from her experience, especially in her profession. But what I'm doing is that I am correlating Dr. Bryant's experience because she is a professional, right? She is a professional, and we can kind of say, and people do it all the time, we can kind of say the amount of women that she's seen, because obviously she's been in her profession for quite some time. We can say that it can be a reflection on men and women in real life, right? We can say that. No Cap-tivity. Can we say that? I mean, can we say that? Can we say Dr. Bryant's profession and how long she has been seeing clients, men and women, the percentages that she gave on low functional women versus low functional men, can we correlate that with men and women in real life? Do women get into a lot of women get into relationships because they met a man that can actually identify with their trauma. They met a man that they felt comfortable with. They met a man that they don't feel alone with. They just don't feel alone. Women, when a woman meets a man like that, a lot of times she's ready to get married. Jasmine Brown, this woman right here, she said she serves. She loves to serve. She wakes up at 6 o'clock in the morning. She looks at serving as almost as if it's a job. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. The only peculiar thing about it is we just don't hear it a lot. We don't hear it a lot. We don't hear that from women. We don't. The way in the nature that this woman was talking on Instagram, we don't really hear that shit. Women don't be talking about, oh, I love waking up at 6:30 in the morning just to serve my man. Women don't say that. We know that. Let's just talk real. Come on now. If we're going to have real live conversations, let's just do it.
No captivity.
But if a woman just finds a man that she can bond with, especially through her trauma or through, rough patches in her life that she's experienced, a lot of times when they get attached to these men, they will be they will be down with marrying that man. Those women will want to get married in those situations before the men will. But we can say that about women in general. Let's keep going.
Functioning part, which then means he can only connect with folks who are not being fully authentic within themselves. Meaning you may have a loving relationship, but you won't have a real intimate, deep, vulnerable relationship. I'm a woman who seeks connection and vulnerability. I'm not into casualties or casual sex, just TMI or not, meaning I like the depth of things. And so I need you to see me. I need you to see my broken. I want you to see my heart, whatever that comes with, and I'm not embarrassed about it. I'll tell you about it, I'll show it to you, and I'm okay with a man who can facilitate it. But what a high-functioning man may do is if he's all the way high-functioning, he has already cut off the side of him that is authentic, and there's a superficialness there that won't allow him to connect with a real person. So can he still love and experience love? Yeah, love has it just loves everything. But will he experience the depth of some of the wholeness of love, meaning the down, the up, the ugly, the heaven, the hell mom was talking about? No. And let me say this really quick, and this is why trauma bonds usually feel like the most intense, in love, deepest relationships.
Is she lying? Trauma bonding, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Trauma bonding, it get deep. Why y'all think y'all be seeing people clothes get bleached up and their cars get scratched in? Why y'all think y'all see these catastrophic stories? We hear about these tragic stories where the baby daddy done off the mama and the child, his baby, or it might be, another man's baby. We hear stories like that. We hear women that, when a man tried to leave, we heard stories. Last year when a woman or dude tried to leave his relationship, she shot him dead right in their house. We hear stories like that because in the beginning, they trauma bonded. That's why we hear stories like that. People be meeting under pretenses that they're going to be together for the rest of their life. And people will get attached to you so much they're afraid of being without you, afraid of seeing you with somebody else, afraid of you giving this understanding and this bond to somebody else. They don't want to lose that. She's absolutely right. Trauma bonding is absolutely intense.
Because you got two at the epitome of vulnerability, pain pocket people who are bonding. And most people who are low functioning are exactly who they are. Exactly who they are. Doesn't make it bad for being who they are. Exactly who they are. That's their pain, their trauma. They gonna flee, they gonna scream, they gonna hit, they gonna do whatever comes up.
That's powerful. She's saying when they show you who they are, believe them. That's what she's saying. She's saying when they show you who they are, believe them. You ever been in a relationship where if you get into an argument with somebody, they just ready to leave the house? They leave or they hang up on you. If you're on the phone, they hang up on you. It's because they have trauma that they've never addressed. They have trauma that they never actually confronted. So they take it out on you. You know, they'll leave you. They'll make it seem like they'll leave your presence. If in the midst of an argument, they'll exit left. They'll leave the house and slam the door. Or they'll hang up the phone on you. They'll do that to you before you get a chance to do that to them. They'll hurt you before you get a chance to hurt them. It's trauma. It's trauma. Trauma that has never been addressed. Dr. Jasmine Brown said 70% of the women that she's actually counseled were like that. 70% and probably about 40%. 40% of men were like that. Shout out to Jasmin in the building.
No captivity.
Let's keep going, y'all.
They there. There's no awareness. There's no stop. There's no nothing. I'm triggered. I'm inflamed. We just go there. Let's tear this thing up, right? High functioning only means, Cam, that I feel them same feels. I still feel, excuse my language, you got me fucked up. I'm ready to go there. I'm flamed. I'm triggered. It's all there, right? But it's still dormant. It's still in me. And high functioning means I can regulate those emotions. Watch this and say, okay, right now I'm ready to rip this man's head off. Right now, he got me all the way fucked up.
How do you get to that point? How do you get to that? You get to that point through therapy. That's how you get to that point. You get to that point through therapy. I lost my place in the video. That's how you get to that point. But most people aren't going to sign up for therapy. Most people don't even believe in therapy, especially black folk. Most black folk don't even believe that we need therapy. And that's why we have the lowest success rates when it comes to marriage and even relationships, even though I don't think they track relationships, but maybe they do, I don't know. But I know marriage, we have the lowest success rate. We don't believe in therapy. The high functioning women that she's talking about, they still go through those emotions, right? But they're able to contain them in the midst of arguments and everything because they probably seek some kind of help. They probably address some things with a therapist or a counselor. The majority of them, right? A minute part of them was probably able to work it out themselves or or with a close friend or something, or like a confidant or something like that. Shout out to Fear No Mortals. Super chat. Shout out to Fear No Mortals for the $5 super chat. She said, great conversation, Freezy. The trauma bond is real. And that's a fact.
No captivity.
See, I'm going to tell y'all something. I'm pretty sure in the beginning when I first met my wife, me and my wife both trauma bond. That's why we were so toxic with one another. I'm telling you, me and my wife trauma bond. I was part of that 40%, she was part of that 70%. And, with God, reading scriptures, and actually working through our issues and addressing our issues head on, we was able to work through those issues. I think I lost my, let me see where we at.
Of men who are high functioning that you.
And high.
That he's fit, girl, are all qualifying things of men who are high functioning that you counsel.
Mm-hmm.
What I said was, most men understand this. We don't really find true love because it's what can you do for me? Because a man's job is to provide.
So Cam Newton is talking about his experience with women, and he's speaking for most men. He's saying most men don't find true love because when men meet women, it's basically, what can you do for me? What can you provide for me? So men are already skeptical with a lot of relationships with women or even marrying women because most women, he's saying, are very superficial and materialistic, and the first I don't know, I'm getting lost of words. the first concern, that's the word I was looking for. When I have pauses like that, listen, y'all have to wait till I think of the word. If y'all can think of the word before I can, just write it in the chat. He's saying that most men have a difficult time with women because most men, when they meet women, the first concern is, what can you do for me? Right? And so Cam Newton is speaking on the men's behalf. This is where they're going to really get into the meat and potatoes.
Now, this is where most high vibrational man, high functioning man go through. As far as being emotionally intelligent, that still does not qualify you as being high vibrational. The thing that is often said on two counterparts.
Cam Newton is saying, just because somebody is emotionally intelligent doesn't qualify you to be high vibrational. Now, I don't think they were talking about high vibration. I think Dr. Bryant was referring to high functional. But I think Cam Newton went to high vibration. I don't know why he went to high vibrational.
Parts, two species. From a woman, it's about self-worth. How I feel. I'm not going to allow you to treat me like this. I'm not going to allow you to talk to me like this. I know my non-negotiables. I know my worth. Fine. That are all qualifying things for any woman to say to herself or to the universe, I'm high vibrational. Now, the thing for me is that doesn't qualify for men, because you can have all the emotional intelligence, all the trigger points to be able to communicate. But if you stand at your mama house, all that's out the door. You understand what I'm saying? So society dictates what a man.
So there you go. Cam Newton agrees with me. And see, Cam Newton can identify, and he has a front row seat when it comes to women wanting him because of his money. Cam Newton made hundreds of millions of dollars throughout his career because of his brand name, because of sports, because of NFL. Cam Newton understands the nature of women to its core when it comes to being materialistic. This is why Cam Newton is giving his concerns to and giving his opinion from his side, from his experience with women, to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. He's saying that, you know, a man can have all of those qualities, those high functional qualities that you're talking about, Dr. Bryant. But if he living in his mama house, the woman is gonna shit on him.
No captivity.
That's what Cam Newton is trying to convey to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
And value is, respectfully, and it's shameful to say it that way, but that's the surface level identifier of a high vibrational man, amongst other things. Now, these things are what women always say, oh, well, I'm not doing this, or yeah, this, that, and the third, and that's fine. But different rules for different species.
Yeah, you're like, that's fine.
So
right.
That's where I'm saying to you, it's like, okay, for that 40% or that 70% of high vibrational women, it's a little bit, the rules are a little different for men. And you can't say it's not, because it actually is. All that, he's fit, girl, I mean, everything. I mean, this, that, and the third. But Dr. Bryant ain't gonna talk to no guy that can, number one, protect her physically, emotionally, and gives her the stability to live her life as she sees fit. And that's where the high vibrational man steps in, and we don't need that from a high vibrational woman.
See, that's why I wrote on the thumbnail. Is Cam Newton using Jasmine Brown, or is Jasmine Brown using Cam Newton? Right?
No cap.
That's why I wrote that, because I do not believe that Jasmine Brown would have been with Cam Newton and be serving him to this magnitude and bragging about serving Cam Newton in this to this degree if Cam Newton wasn't filthy rich. We've never heard Jasmine Brown hit social media airwaves and brag about serving a man. Matter of fact, I didn't even know she was a damn comedian, but I'm pretty sure, I bet all my money that we've never heard Jasmine Brown come to the social media platform or any social media platforms and brag about serving her man to the degree or to the magnitude that she brags about serving Cam Newton. I'm talking about waking up from 6 o'clock, damn near going, spending 18 hours serving her damn man. Serve. I love serving. It's a ministry. I love this. My calling. Where this lady come from? So this is what Cam Newton is talking about. If a dude ain't got no damn money, a woman ain't finna be talking like that. And I think he peeped game with Jasmine Brown. I think he peeps game. Let's keep going, y'all.
So that's my caveat.
And so he's saying it's a difference. It's a difference. He's saying that men look to women for different things than women looking to men, right? It's just different. He's saying that when a man wants a woman, he's not, for the most part, a man is not checking for a woman's pockets. A woman doesn't really have to have money to make him happy. Actually, what Jasmine Brown is doing is making him happy. She's serving him. She's serving him damn near around the clock. I ain't never heard of no shit like that. That's what men want. But I think Cam Newton, what he's saying without saying it is that he probably wouldn't even be getting that type of treatment if he wasn't filthy rich. He knows that. And that's why he's not really in a rush to get married. Shout out to my sister Lux in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
But he's saying for women, you gotta have some money. You gotta have some money for this woman to actually take you serious. Now, she might give you the box, especially if you pay a couple of light bills or water bill. But as far as her taking you serious, especially if she look worth something, if she looks good, deemed by most men, for her to actually want to, be serious with you and go the long way with you, you got to be able to prove to her that you're a protector and a provider. That's what Cam Newton is saying. It's a different dynamic when it comes to relationships between men and women.
Okay, got it. You made a lot of really good points.
Here we go.
So a man living in his mama house means he's low value, but can still be high functioning. High functioning and high value man are two different things. High value.
Can you be high functioning living in your mama house? And this is why I like to repeat what they're talking about, because I want to talk about it with the No Cap crew. I damn near want to put the link in the chat. I want to put the link in the chat. Should I put the link in the chat? Because I want a few people to comment on what she just said. Can you be a high functioning man living in your mama house? What about the women in the chat? Can you be a high functioning? As a matter of fact, let me put a poll in the chat. Let me put a poll up. Can you be a high functioning man living in your mama house? Can you be a high functioning man living in your mama house? I'm not going to say whether I agree with her or disagree with you. Disagree with her. Yes or no? That's the poll, y'all. That's the poll. Here we go.
Man is more about value. What are you offering financially? What can you do for me? How can you provide for me? It has nothing to do with emotions. This is why you have a lot of high valued women and men who are extremely low functioning. It is statistically known that high-valued women, not functioning.
Shout out to Hot Sauce in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Hot Sauce says yes. Hot Sauce actually agrees with Dr. Bryant. Jasmine says yes. Bree Nicole said, according to her definition of high and low functioning, yes. Yes. Shalom to you, Hot Sauce. Shalom, bro.
High-value women, meaning powerhouse, makes money, elected official, doctor, lawyer.
Well, I like this. I like this. She's saying there's a difference between a high-functioning man and a high-value man. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all. Let me tell y'all something. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, right? Where's her picture at? Where's her picture? Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Does she have a podcast? Well, I was gonna say, if she doesn't have a podcast, she can start one. She can become the new female Kevin Samuels, because what she did single-handedly was revamp high-value men, and she made you guys think twice about high-value men. A high-value man doesn't necessarily have to be a high-functioning man. That's what Dr. Bryan said. That's what she said. I like that. I like what Dr. Bryan said, because at least she's actually breaking it down more to the core. I don't think Kevin Samuels did that. I don't think Kevin Samuels actually did that. I'm going to go out on the limb and say that. Did Kevin Samuels do that? Put it in the chat, yes or no. Did Kevin Samuels break down high-value man to the extent that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant did? And I like Kevin Samuels. But did he break it down? Did he break it down to this extent? She said a high-value man doesn't necessarily have to be a high-functioning man. And she, just like Bree Nicole said, she gave her definition of a high-functioning man. She said a high-functioning man can live in his mama house. According to her, a high-functioning man is marriage material or relationship material. He's in tune with himself. He's done the therapy. He's done the work. Okay, we got some yeses. We got some no's. Mostly no's. Mostly no's. Most people are saying Kevin Samuels did not break it down to the extent that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant broke it down. Hot Sauce, hopefully you stay with us long enough to let me know why you said yes. Hot Sauce says we cannot redefine words. Okay, that's part of what you were saying. Okay, let's go back. Here we go.
Entrepreneur, whatever she does, she's just killing it. She does well. Educated, not educated, she just does her thing financially. She's high valued. Often end up with low functioning men.
Why?
And it's because she has high value. She doesn't have high function. Law of attraction, we attract who we are despite of who we think we are.
I thought that a high value, I thought that all women wanted a high value man. I thought all women wanted I thought high value men were like the catch. I thought high value men for women was the goal, but Dr. Bryan is saying just because a woman meets a high value man and gets into a relationship with him doesn't necessarily mean she has everything in a man that she needs.
So
Kevin Samuels was basically saying if a woman has a high value man, that's a gift from God almost. That's how Kevin Samuels was saying it. Now, listen, I'm not going to say which one I'm going to show more credence to. Now, I will give, like Hot Sauce said, I will give Kevin Samuels credit for actually coining the phrase high value man. I think Kevin Samuels coined the phrase high value man. So, you know, it was his original definition and he gave it. But you guys let me know if Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is making sense.
Man living in his mama's house that you described, right? Mm-hmm. That's based on society. That's a low value man.
Reality, not
That's
society.
fine. You can say reality. I'm fine with that. Yeah. value is not a functioning. High functioning is how you function. Had nothing to do with money or where you live or how you drive.
Right.
Okay. Value is the word value because it's it's what you said. How valuable are you? How valuable are you, sis? What you bringing to the table?
Okay, now.
Those are two different things.
I just want to stop you right there before I lose my. If the man doesn't have high value,
yes,
he will not spark the interest of no woman. Let's just put it like.
Here we go. We coming right back to the Kevin Samuels side of the game. Cam Newton said that if the man does not have high value, he's not going to spark the interest of no woman.
No Cap-tivity.
Cam Newton is telling Dr. Cheyenne Brown, can we please get out of La La Land? Because you're trying to make it seem like high functioning men that live in their mama house women still want these men.
Like that. So it runs.
Then answer this
in
question.
Conjuncture.
Why are most low value?
Okay, Hot Sauce says no, he did not. High value man existed before Kevin Samuels. He made it popular. Okay, I appreciate that.
And low value man just means, I'll go street terms, broke.
Yes.
Okay? They're married. Them Negroes are married.
But you can't say that's a subjective thing.
No, that's not.
You can't say most because that's not true.
Statistically, when it comes to socioeconomics, Google it, have somebody here on your team pull it up. Socioeconomically, women, Google it, predominantly black women, socioeconomically, are exceeding when it comes to money, street term, bread. Hold on. That means if they marry, they're married to a man who's making less money, no money, or broke money. Hold on. Now, low-valued men are married to somebody, whether she low, high, whatever. He got him a wife. And let me go a little further. And usually if he don't have a wife, he got a whole hell lot of kids by different women.
Watch out now.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is directly contradicting a lot of what women say and a lot of what men say in these spaces, for that matter. She's saying that statistically, a lot of the low value men that they're speaking of, they're married. These men are married, she's saying. She's saying most women that are making a considerable amount of money, most of these women, they date down. They marry down. They marry men that make less money than them, if not broke. That's what she's saying. This is a woman. Low value men are married, she said.
Watch out, you're speeding.
Yeah, I am.
You're speeding.
I'm poking speed.
We going there. Hold on, let me.
Did she say black women out earn men, no Hot Sauce? Let me back it up. I don't think she said that.
Hold on. That means if they marry, they're married to a man who's making less money, have somebody here on your team pull it up. Socioeconomically, women, Google it, predominantly black women, socioeconomically, are exceeding when it comes to money, street term, bread. Hold on. That means if they marry, they're married to a man who's making less money.
Okay, I don't think she was saying they out earn black men. I think she's saying they're exceeding as far as they are excelling. I think she meant to say excelling. I think she meant to say excelling, not exceeding. I don't think she meant to say exceeding. She couldn't have meant exceeding. I think she meant to say excelling as far as making more money than they used to make. I'm hoping that she's not saying that they make more money than men. I mean, come on, that's obviously not the truth. Shout out to my dog, Angry Man in the building. Super chat. Shout out to Angry Man in the building. Angry Man with the $10 super cap. Angry Man said lies. She's full of it. No cap. Did I say it like Angry Man? Lies. AM, if you want to, man, just let me know. We can break down this this video together. We can break down this video together because I know you probably already went over this video or some of this video. If you want, just say the word where I can put the link in the chat. Because I know you've already went over this video. That's why I was saying, you know, I can bring Angry Man up early because I know he's already went over this. And then whatever we disagree with, we can go over that. Whatever we agree with, we can go over that too. Shout out to Angry Man in the building, man. For the $10 super cap, helping us keep the lights on. I appreciate that, AM. Here we go.
No money or broke money. Hold on. Now, low-valued men are married to somebody, whether she low, high, whatever. He got him a wife. And let me go a little further. And usually if you don't have a wife, he got a whole hell lot of kids by different women.
Watch out now. Watch out.
Okay, is she lying about that? She's saying low-value man, if he don't got a wife, he usually have a lot of kids by a whole lot of women. Now, men do say Pookie and Ray Ray is shooting up the club. We hear that now. We hear that. Men do say that Pookie and Ray Ray is shooting up the club. And a lot of these women who say that a lot of men don't qualify for them, they letting Pookie and Ray Ray get them pregnant by multiple Pookie and Ray Ray. So, I mean, I've heard that before.
So,
you're speeding.
Yeah, I am.
You're speeding.
I'm poking
We
speeding
going there. Hold on. Let me take this.
So let me finish this.
Let me take this glove off.
Let me finish this point. So again, low-valued men, meaning street term broke, they're married. And they oftentimes, if not more than often, have multiple kids by multiple men. Okay?
Woman. Whoa.
No. I'm going somewhere.
Low. You said
By
low.
oh no, I'm going somewhere with that. They have multiple kids by multiple men. Hold on. And women. We in a whole different society. You talking about reality.
No. You said low vibrational men are married with multiple.
Let me say it again. They're married, and if they're not, they usually have multiple kids.
Okay.
With multiple women.
Right, that's what she said.
Okay. Hold on. And I'm going somewhere with this. Have multiple men. Meaning that men and women are choosing low-valued men. That's subjective.
Hold on now. She going on the LGBT side, you know. I mean, come on now.
Searching for the best templates for your video.
And I lost my place again right there. Shit. I'm gonna find it. So we ain't, you know. She's saying whether it's same sex or opposite sex, both genders are going towards low-value men. That's what she's saying. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that place again. Here we go.
If we were to date a woman of Oprah's
broke, they're married. And they oftentimes, if not more than often, have multiple kids by multiple men. Okay?
Woman. Whoa.
No. I'm going somewhere.
We found it.
You said
Shout out to 907 Good East and TB in the building. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh no, I'm going somewhere with that. They have multiple kids by multiple men. Hold on. And women. We in a whole different society. You talking about reality.
No. You said low vibrational men are married with multiple.
Let me say it again. They're married, and if they're not, they usually have multiple kids.
Okay.
With multiple women. Okay. Hold on. And I'm going somewhere with this. Have multiple men. Meaning that.
She's saying that the low value, everybody want the low value men, the men and the women. She's saying everybody want low value men. She finna make boys growing up be okay with being low value men, because she's trying to make it seem like that's who the men and the women want.
Men and women are choosing low-valued men. That's subjective. Because in the society we live in today, you have a lot of different dynamics of polyamorous, different dynamics of relationships. And when you're talking about men today and women, I'm not just knocking on the men, relationships don't just go one way. And we're talking about a low-valued man. We're not just talking about heterosexual men, right? I could talk about the whole gamut. Do I have to stay in one pocket? I'm just asking because I will.
Ma'am.
Okay. So again, So again, low-valued men don't have to be, they could be high functioning and low value is what I'm saying. So a man living in his mama's house is low value, but he could be high functioning. Hold on. So how does he attract a woman who's high functioning?
Thank you.
He's high functioning. He attracts a high functioning woman. Hold on. The high functioning woman is also high value, meaning she
Let me see.
has money, a lifestyle, and a high quality of life. And she's high functioning. All she needs is a high functioning man. She ain't worried about a man who also has high value. A lot of women operate like that who are powerful. I'm sure you've been in rooms with powerful women who have husbands.
Okay, so are y'all hearing what she's saying? She's saying a high value woman that's high functioning. She's saying a high value woman, which I've never really heard. Have y'all heard high value woman? Let me put the link in chat for my dog. And I can go to the other screen. Oh yeah. Me and AM can go right here. Have y'all heard that? I've never heard of a high value. I haven't heard men say high value women in this space. Here we go. It's for AM. There you go, AM. Matter of fact, I put me an AM up here. Yeah, I do that. Here we go. Yeah, I've never heard of high value woman, but she's okay. Basically, getting back to what I was saying. What I was saying was, she was saying that a high value woman that's high functional, right? My dog AM in the building. Let me see. AM, what's going on, bro?
No Cap-tivity.
AM, you done went over this already, right? Man, I'm just chilling, man. Have you went over this most of this live stream with Cam Newton and stuff?
Yeah, I done checked out most of it. It's crazy. It's wild.
You don't think she made any good points at all?
Hell no.
I do. I think she made some good points, dog.
Shit. Like what?
I think she was right about the trauma bonding, right? I think that a lot of people that get into relationships, the reason why they don't work out or they're toxic is because a lot of people, they do trauma bond. They're not really past their
but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Freezy.
Yeah.
Here on the internet, people love to latch on to certain terms and repeat it even though they don't understand what they're saying. There's no such thing as a relationship where you don't trauma bond.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that 100% of relationships actually have trauma bonding in it?
Yeah, because 100% of the relationships are gonna go through something.
Mm-hmm.
And when they go through that thing together, which is usually traumatic, and they come out the other end of it, the relationship usually is stronger because of it. That's every relationship.
But is that trauma bonding though?
Yes.
Okay, my definition of trauma bonding is before I get into a relationship with a woman, she has experienced some traumatic things in her life that has stuck with her that she has never addressed. I experienced some traumatic things in my life that stuck with me that I never addressed. When we get together and we have talks, we kind of identify with each other's pain and trauma and stuff. And now we feel less alone because now we got somebody, we feel like we're in the presence of somebody that can identify with our, with our pain and drama and stuff, our dysfunction. And, the dysfunctions that we never addressed. You understand what I'm saying?
That's every relationship. That is literally every relationship that exists.
So you don't think that there are people that actually have went to therapy, done the work, and met up with somebody and chose to be with somebody that has actually, addressed their issues as well and came together in that sense? You don't think there's people that came together under that moniker?
I mean, if a person goes to therapy and allegedly addresses whatever trauma that they went through, it really doesn't matter, because when you go through trauma, trauma is like getting injured, getting like cutting your hand or breaking a bone or something. That scar is always going to be there. Doesn't matter if if it healed or not. It's still there and you're still going to remember it. So when you have human interaction, human beings bond with each other based on commonalities. You feel what I'm saying? So even if you've went through it, it's just like if let's say you grew up impoverished, barely any food in the house, blah, 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 all of that, right?
Yeah.
And then you get older and you work through your issues. You're not tripping anymore about the fact that you went through that. It is what it is at the end of the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you meet a woman and that may not come up in the first conversation, but she may have went through something similar and worked through her issues. But guess what? The moment y'all start having conversations and start talking about your past, the two of you are going to identify with the fact that you went through something similar, which technically can be considered trauma bonding. It doesn't mean you have a mental issue about it, but you're still bonding over something you went through. Because there's never going to be somebody that didn't go through something.
Right, but true trauma bonding, right, in the psychological terminology sense of the matter, two people that have not addressed their issues, when they get together, they cling to each other in a very intense manner, to the point where if a breakup is I wouldn't say, if they're threatened to not be together, if one party say I want to be with you, it will go to the extent of violence, physical abuse, even deletion, right? Trauma bonding can be very intense. That's what I deem trauma bonding, when people like.
This is another one of them terms that people came up with on the internet and made it out into something that it's not.
Mm-hmm.
What you're describing is a person that just has mental issues. That's all you're describing right now.
Trauma, mental trauma.
There literally isn't it. It's a trauma bonding is a buzzword like emotional intelligence. That's meant to describe something like, okay, so define trauma.
Okay, something that probably actually caused you PTSD, from the past, something that you can't shake just by yourself, something that has caused you depression and severe depression or anxiety, for you to feel alone in your pain, and have insecurities. People can't really identify with what you're going through because you feel like you're the only one in the world that has actually gone through what you've gone through, until you actually meet somebody that have probably gone through similar events. And, you're unhealthy. That type of trauma can cause you to be unhealthy emotionally. You understand what I'm saying? But now you don't feel alone because you've met somebody that has gone through similar trauma. And you don't want to lose this person because you've never actually been attached to somebody that can make you identify with what you've gone through, and you don't feel alone. That's that's a real thing though. When you feel alone, and some people are contemplating self-deletion and all that. Now you done met somebody that can identify with that bullshit that you done experienced in your past.
You do realize you just made a case for every support group on the planet to be bullshit.
Why he
that,
said
that means that AA is bullshit. Every other support group where people go there because they have some sort of issue and they can identify with everybody else in the room, and they get a sponsor that went through the same thing they went through, and they actually lean on each other for moral support. That means all of that is bullshit.
Why you say that?
Because they're there because they have trauma. And they're
Right.
literally in a group counseling and speaking with each other and identifying with each other because of their trauma.
Right, but they're implementing counseling, within those conversations and stuff. They're implementing a therapist within those conversations, so it's a little bit different. They got somebody that's kind of giving them direction. We talking about a person, two people that in a relationship without the direction of a therapist or anything. They just met each other, and they became emotionally entangled with one another through their trauma with no direction. They haven't addressed their trauma at all. You're saying in a situation where these people are in an environment where they are addressing their trauma through therapy, but they're doing it in a healthy manner. I mean, I will say that's a little different, AM.
No, this is what has happened. What has happened is everybody's came to the internet, and whenever someone says something, people latch on to it. The concept of trauma bonding is a concept that was brought to the internet, and everybody's latching on to it. And I'm telling you, it's bullshit.
Now, I don't know this to be fact. That's not a real terminology. That's just a made up bullshit.
I mean, it's real now. As far as it being clinically real, I'm not sure if it's clinically real.
I don't know either.
I'm not sure if it's a clinical term.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? But in this day and age, it's hard to say, because look at Dr. Bryant. She's up there throwing out a bunch of terms or whatever, right? And in this day and age, you can barely trust any of it, because even the book, the DSM-5 or whatever that is, they've literally taken stuff out of there that's actual mental illness. So it's hard to say, bro. But the concept of trauma bonding, you feel me? There's levels to trauma, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I have a problem with the term trauma bonding is because that term doesn't account for the level of trauma, right? When you get a tattoo, that's trauma to your skin. You feel what I'm saying? If you get into an argument with somebody and you take it in a very messed up way, that's trauma. You feel me? There's levels to trauma. Everybody goes through things. And everybody that meets each other, they're going to identify with one another and bond with one another over similar experiences. Some of those experiences are going to be good experiences. Some of them are going to be bad experiences, right? It's like, oh, man, I came up in the hood and the hood was rough. Man, me too. I went through this. I went through that. Every time we joke about having to eat the freaking peanut butter out of the white can, you know what I'm saying? We trauma bonding when we do that. But that's not problematic. You feel what I'm saying? And that's why I don't like the term trauma bonding, is because it leaves out too much. Like it's not a good gauge of whether or not a person is actually having a psychological issue when they're getting into a relationship with a person. my thing is, if two people get together and they bond over something they went through, and now because they've bonded, they want to delete themselves or get into a physical fight or whatever, if the person is getting ready to leave them, that's not trauma bonding. That is a person with abandonment issues and probably borderline personality disorder and a bunch of other isms that don't fall under the category of trauma bonding. You see what I'm saying? Like, that person already got some other stuff going on.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. And you're also saying that under the moniker of trauma bonding, there could be some less severe situations where people trauma bonding. Hence what you said, like the peanut butter, eating peanut butter out of
like if you like, to me, I don't like terms that are so blanketed that they pretty much apply to everybody. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody's situation isn't exactly the same. Like when you label somebody a psychopath, that's very specific. It's not something that's going to apply to everybody. Like right now, if you notice, people are trying to apply narcissistic personality disorder to pretty much everybody. And that's what it is with the trauma bonding, right? So now you have women saying that everybody's trauma bonding, but you also have women saying that, like, every woman is saying that their ex-boyfriend is a narcissist. You feel what I'm saying? So that's the only reason why I got the issue with trauma bonding, because, you know,
I understand what you're saying.
Even with her, right? Like, she's literally sitting up there. She's projecting as if she's trying to point out Cam Newton's issues, right? And he caught her a couple of times. He just didn't push it. He didn't push the limit. He was trying to be polite. But she's sitting up there going through daddy issues. And, you know, Cam didn't really point it out. So, you know, it's crazy because, first of all, for her to be a doctor or whatever, and she up there dressed like a city girl, that's a whole other thing right there. You feel what I'm saying?
Well, I agree with that. I agree with that. But I don't want you to jump too far ahead, because it's some more stuff that we about to cover. But I will say this, as far as the trauma bonding, I agree with what you're saying. There can be different dynamics of trauma bonding, right? It can. But as far as what she was, because she did kind of stipulate or specify when two people get together and they're not emotionally, they haven't really worked through the issues before they got together, and they're not emotionally mature. They don't have a lot of emotional intelligence. They haven't went through counseling and all that kind of stuff. They haven't addressed the issues. Yeah, they get mad at, when they get mad at each other, they don't know how to handle the disagreements on a mature level. And, you know, that fear of the other person leaving or something like that, like that goes into abandonment issues too. They don't handle it well, and it gets violent, or they might say hurtful things that the other person might not ever forget, that type of stuff. I was just saying, I agree with that part of trauma bonding, that level of trauma bonding. I do agree with. That's what I was saying. Right.
Yeah, I get that. But the thing about it is, I don't even think what she was saying was applying to Cam Newton. That's why I'm trying to figure out some of the stuff she's saying. I'm trying to figure out why she's even bringing it up in the first place. Because the way he's speaking as if it doesn't even apply to him.
Well, they're going over, what does she think? What's her definition of a high functional woman and a high functional man versus a high value man and a high value woman? She was saying that a high value woman doesn't necessarily have to be a high functional woman, and a high value man doesn't necessarily have to be a high functioning man. She was saying that a high functioning man is different from a high value man. A high functioning man could live in his mama house, but he could be in tune with his emotions. He could be mature emotionally and all that kind of stuff, but just not have a lot of money. A high value man, she was just connecting to his net worth. That's what she was saying. She was saying there's a difference. Do you agree with that?
That's a crock of shit. Because how are you gonna reach high value status without being high functioning?
Well, I agree with that. I said that earlier. I was like, can you be a high value man? I asked that question. Can you be? I'm glad you're here too, because you've been in the space. You've been, you got a PhD in this shit. Can you be a high value man and not have developed a lot of high functioning qualities? Is that? But I think she's correlating this into relationships. Maybe just because you're a high value man doesn't mean, maybe just because you're a high value man doesn't mean that you're good in relationships.
Well, see, she has to specify that. And see, that's where my problem is with her conversation. She's a doctor, but she's making a lot of broad statements. If you say that a high value man can be high value and not high functioning, she needs to specify that she's talking about in the arena of relationships. She should say, okay, just because a man is high functioning and high value in his profession, in his professional life and other areas of his life, doesn't mean he's a high functioning man in a relationship, because that would be more specific. Because, understanding what it takes for people to become, really successful people, they're high functioning people. One of the books is the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. It's difficult for you to reach a certain level of success if you're not high functioning. You feel what I'm saying? So
right. I agree with that.
Kind of what she's saying,
I agree with that. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say, I think they are talking about men and women being in relationships and marrying each other. So maybe she was, I don't know. But let me keep it going. Here we go.
Who you have said, if not you, many have said, how did he get her? Wait a minute. And it's not even a looks thing. It's down to, I'm gonna go with a really good friend of mine's, Oprah and Stedman. Mama, I love you. But Oprah's power. You think Stedman's low functioning or low value? Stedman is low value. He ain't low functioning, baby.
Do you think Stedman is low value? I do not agree with that.
Cap-tivity.
How is Stedman low value?
And see, that's my point. Like that's my point. Like, if you notice, it seems like the only thing she knows how to do is disparage and diminish men. And let's be clear about this. Her whole thing about, you can be high value and not be high functioning. I don't know if y'all been paying attention, but there is a whole host of people coming to the internet that are trying to undo and debunk the work that Kevin Samuels did. It's like they're purposely trying to, without.
You think she got Kevin Samuels on her mind while she's giving this
of course
dissertation?
Of course. Like, so think about it like this. Before Kevin Samuels became popular and was talking about high value men, right?
Mm-hmm.
The vast majority of the women labeled good men under one category: financially successful. That was it. Before, like years ago, the biggest thing that Black women specifically were complaining about was financially successful men. Until men came to the internet, Black men came to the internet and proved that a lot of them
was getting to the paper
financially. Right? So it's like, okay, I got the paper now. Now what? You acted like if I had the paper, you would submit and do what I asked you to do. So guess what? These women were only saying that because they didn't think men could accomplish it. So now that men have accomplished it, it's like, okay, now it's time for you to hold up your end of the bargain. The only problem is they never wanted to be that in the first place. They was just trying to bluff.
Who never wanted to be that in the first place?
Black women. They never wanted to be submissive and under a man in the first place.
Oh, okay.
So when the man says, well, look, I'm high value, I'm a 6-figure earner. Now it's time to move the goalposts. Now it's not about your money. Now it's about your emotional intelligence. Now it's about, are you high functioning? Now it's about, are you a healed man? Are you running around here trauma bonding? Are you running around here being toxic? Now it's about everything else except your money. Why? Because men have gotten to the money.
So, which plays into the old notion that women are never satisfied?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, but you will say that just because a man has money, that doesn't mean that everything gonna be all good in in a relationship.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not. Of course not. But the problem is, when the women were complaining, that was the main complaint. Nothing, they didn't bring up nothing else.
Right.
You feel me? If you go
it was
back
just an excuse on them not being submissive.
Exactly. It was just an excuse. So now that it's not an excuse anymore, they got to find a new one. Because look, I grew up back in the day, like you grew up back in the day. I didn't hear no songs about emotional intelligence. The only song I heard about emotional intelligence was Sensitivity by Ralph Tresvant, and women hated that song. but they loved Bills. They loved Ain't Nothing Going On But the Rent. Gotta have a J-O-B if you wanna be with me. Like that's
I liked that song. I like the Sensitivity by Ralph Tresvant, man.
Women hated that song, bro. They hated that song. They was like, women used to be like, I used to ask women about that song, and they would be like, man, don't nobody want no punk ass man. Like, that's what they would say. Like, if you were a sensitive man back in the day, the type of guy that they call emotionally intelligent, they called you a punk. Like, for real.
I put a poll up asking, can a high functioning man still be living in his mama house? What do you think about that? What's your vote on that? Yes or no?
Man, hell no. How is a dude high functioning if he's still living in his mama house?
59% said yes on the poll.
They done lost they rabbit. What you should ask them is how many of the women would date him.
They must don't like high functioning men there.
No Cap-tivity.
Okay, let's continue this review. Oh, shout out to Slick. Shout out to Slick, man. I appreciate you, Slick.
Super chat.
Slick in the building with the $10 super cap. Slick says, what up, Freezy? What up, Valdez? What up, Chad?
No Cap.
I appreciate you, Slick, man, for helping us keep the lights on. Thank you, bro. I really appreciate you, dog. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh, no. True. We got Red Pill.
Super chat.
Shout out to my brother, Truth and Reality Undefeated, for the $5 super cap. He said, she didn't read Cam 8 kids, 3 women as a multimillionaire isn't bad, and all his kids know him. She has all the answers and no outcomes. No husband, no kids. See, I don't really too much know that much about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I know she has no husband because later on in the show, she was talking about if she was to date a man, what kind of man she wants. We're going to cover that in a little bit. Okay, I didn't know if she had kids or not. I don't know. This is my first time actually going over this this podcast. But I appreciate you, Truth. Thank you, bro. Here we go.
There's a difference. He's low value based on, I'll use your word, reality.
She's talking about Stedman.
Because regardless if he makes good money, he ain't making Oprah money.
Nobody's making Oprah money.
So he's low valued compared to that. But Stedman is not low functioning. Oprah's not.
Stedman is not low value either. Everybody's low value compared to Mama O. Let's just
right.
say that.
So, right. So,
Exactly.
Stedman, and it's subjective again. Stedman, in his relationship, we can't say marriage, in his relationship, is low value to his powerhouse, high value, high functioning
But that's not a good
woman.
example, though.
That is a great example.
That's not, because
it
anybody's going.
That's definitely not a good example, because Stedman is a very respectable man. He has a valuable network. Fuck the net worth. He has a very valuable network. And I think she's lowballing Stedman during this interview, trying to, I don't know, it seems like she's trying to soup up Oprah to land her point, to drive her point home, but she just did very poorly right there. I don't think Stedman is a low value man at all. I don't think. You muted yourself, AM. You gotta unmute yourself. Let's see. You might have to, hold on. You might have to drop down and come back. I don't know. It says guest has muted themselves for some. That's what it say on my end. Let me put the link in the chat. Just
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. I hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she's doing the same thing that she's been doing this whole time, which is she's trying to put women in this position and put men down here, because that's the only way she's going to be able to justify the position she's taking on Cam, right? And every other man. She's trying to make it seem like the women are functional and the men are dysfunctional, because her whole premise is that black men are going around creating broken homes, even if they are high value or high earning. They're low functioning because they're not marrying these women.
Why don't you think she would actually just give Stedman his credit, right? She could have just said, you know what? I'm not going to use Stedman because he is a high value man. Why do you think she conveniently said he was low value compared to Oprah Winfrey? She was saying he's not a low value man, but compared to Oprah Winfrey, he's a low value man. So basically what she's saying is most men in America are low value men compared to Oprah. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, that's basically what she's saying. That's basically what she's saying, because she's trying to create the premise that that basically, I mean, she said it out of her mouth that most women are outperforming the men. That's what she said.
So it's kind of proving you right then. Or is that, I think you was saying that in the chat. I think you was saying, you and Hot Sauce was saying, no, she's wrong. She's trying to say that women are exceeding socioeconomically over men. I was trying to correct it and say maybe she wasn't saying that. Maybe she wasn't saying it was over men. Maybe she was just saying women are doing better in these days and times socioeconomically. But it just seems what you're saying is true. Like she really is saying that women are doing better than men socioeconomically in 2024.
Yeah, it's the same lie they keep pushing, that black women are doing better than black men, when you can literally go look up the income statistics. Black men on average still make more than black women. But they'll get up here and tell that lie that black women are making more money than black men. It's a lie.
Okay, let's keep going.
Flat out.
Here we go.
Going to be low value to
Cam, who
Oprah.
house do they live in?
Oprah's.
Okay, where's Stedman's
fast
house?
forward.
I have no body magnitude it to be at her function.
You have
That's subjective.
That's fine. No, and I'm not for or against him. I'm not for or against Trump. I'm just using someone logically as a human being. And so if you have...
Hold on for a second. Bree, she didn't have to mention color because it doesn't matter what racial demographic you're in. Men, on average, earn more than women. It's part of the reason feminists are running around here crying about the wage gap. Doesn't matter what color you are. Men, on average, make more money than women.
Shout out to Apollonia Beauty. Shout out to Shiesty Bomb. Shout out to GameWise DJ. Shout out to Cellulite Podcast. Who else is I miss? Oh, Miss Bella. Shout out to Miss Bella. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you so much.
Cap-tivity.
Yo, Travel One, I got a question for you. Do you have a man or a fucking life? All you do is sit in the chat room and brew up misandry. That's all you do is sit in the chat room and hate on men. Like, it's the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life. Yes, she's lying. Anybody can look up the numbers right now.
Oh, she's agreeing with okay, all right. Travel One can't agree with that shit. She can't. Here we go.
She's crazy.
Billions of dollars, Donald Trump is low functioning. He just happens to be high value in the sense of his wealth, but he's extremely low functioning.
That's subjective.
That's fine. No, and I'm not for or against him. I'm not for or against Trump. I'm just using someone, and again, we're having a conversation, so everything's going to be subjective. So I'm speaking about the difference so that we can clear it up. Just because a woman is high functioning doesn't mean she's successful.
Let me just say this real quick. She literally just sat there and said that a man who was president of the country, who ran the country for 4 years, is low functioning. Like the level of delusion that some women have it's beyond ridiculous, bro.
Well, he's an easy target now because he does have 34 felonies, and he's still going to trial, right?
He does not have 34 felonies. I had to break this down for everybody before.
What does he have? He got found guilty in all 34 counts, right?
Okay, he got found guilty. However, he has not been sentenced yet.
Right, but he was convicted.
But he has not been sentenced yet.
Right, but if you get convicted, you're a convicted felon.
No.
No?
No.
Hold on, AM. This is new to me now. So if there's going to be a magical way he can get out of a sentence, I don't know, unless it could be overturned before he gets sentenced or whatnot. What? I was always under the understanding that if you get convicted, you're a convicted felon. It's just convicted, hence convicted. You got to break this down to me.
In a court of law, the disposition of the case is when the judge passes sentence. Until they pass sentence, it is not complete.
Okay.
So merely convicting him doesn't mean nothing until the judge passes sentence. The judge has to pass sentence for it to be finalized, for it to actually be, okay, yeah, he's a convicted felon. Like it has to be only one of two things have to happen. You either have to come into court and have a guilty plea, right? A guilty plea, or be found guilty. And once that happens, you have to be sentenced by the judge.
Right. But is he a convicted felon right now, though?
No.
Okay, listen. He got convicted on 34 counts of felony. You're saying that until he actually gets sentenced, it has not been stamped. That's what you're saying. But when he got convicted, the judge threw down the gavel. I'm confused like a motherfucker. That's what I'm trying to tell you because, this my friend. I ain't never heard no shit like this, AM.
Hold on for a second.
And here, I mean, I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar. I feel what you. If what you're saying is true, while he's on his political run, politically and technically, he can say he's still he can. Wait. Okay. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. So you're saying right now, technically, he can say
He's not a felon yet. He's not a felon yet. He can say right now at this moment he's not a felon yet because he has not been sentenced.
So what is he?
He's awaiting sentence. If they even sentence him. Because the New York district attorney, they've already postponed the sentencing. New York was supposed to sentence him in September. They've decided to postpone that past the election. And the reason why, say what?
Okay. I need you to rock with me for 1 second. We're talking about in the court of law. Words mean something.
Yeah, they do.
Listen.
They do.
Documentation means something. The pen is mightier than the sword. If they document, if the judge says this guy has been convicted, and then they document that, you're telling me even though it's been documented and the judge stipulated this in court, he's not a convicted felon? I never heard that before in my life. I'm telling you. And we talking about law. We talking about words mean everything in law. If somebody actually verbalizes something, right now I can do a verbal contract with you and it'll hold up in court. Words mean a lot in court of law. If the judge say you've been, he's convicted, they've handed down a conviction, I don't see, you gonna have to show me how this man is not a convicted felon right now. I'm telling you, that's very difficult to go with that. I ain't gonna lie. You gotta show me that, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Cause in my book, he's a convicted felon. He lost that case and the judge handed down the conviction. I don't even see how can you get out of this sentence? The sentence is coming, but I don't know. If the judge say you've been convicted, what does that mean? If they hand you paperwork, if they hand your legal team paperwork, you've been convicted and all that kind of stuff, boom, and the gavel go down, what? What the judge said don't mean nothing until he gets sentenced?
In a court of law, you have processes that you have to go through.
Right.
If you don't go through those processes properly, cases get overturned, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You know what the disposition of a case is.
The disposition of a case is its current standing, right?
Hold on. I'm gonna read the definition.
But you just said overturn. A case can be overturned. If
I
a
said a case can be overturned if they don't go through the proper processes, right?
Right, but if a case can be overturned, look at what you just said. If a case can be overturned, what is it being overturned from?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm not talking about Trump getting his case overturned.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the court has to go through proper procedure. And part of proper procedure is when a person is convicted, okay, which they convicted him. That's when the judge banged the gavel. However, you do not have a standing of convicted felon until he is sentenced. Y'all can, if y'all think I don't know what I'm talking about, y'all can literally look this up.
Wait, is he convicted right now?
He's convicted, but he's not a felon yet.
He's not a felon yet. Okay.
Not a felon.
Okay, you're making that stipulation. He's not a convicted felon.
He's not a felon yet.
So you're saying until he gets sentenced, that will complete the process of him being a convicted felon.
That will complete the process. Whether the judge puts him on probation, whether the judge gives him jail time, whether the judge, suspends his sentence, that's when he will be a convicted felon.
So what is he? He's convicted. What is he now? He's a convicted what now?
He's not a convicted anything. He's just convicted.
Hold on, AM. Hold on, dog. Hold on.
No captivity.
Oh, AM. Repeat that again.
He's not a convicted anything. He's just convicted. He's just been convicted. He's not a felon yet until the case is finalized.
He's not a he's not a convicted anything. He's just convicted.
Yeah. When you're convicted, that means you were found guilty in a court of law. That's one classification. If you're convicted, are you always a felon once you're convicted, Freezy?
No, it could be a misdemeanor. It could be, you don't have to be
so it's possible for you to be convicted and not also be classified as a felon,
No, but you just
right?
confused me when you said he's not a convicted anything. He's just convicted. If he's convicted, he's a convicted something.
Freezy.
I'm just, come on now.
Pull it up on the internet. Pull it up on the internet. Please pull it up on the internet and look. Just type in Google or wherever.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a convicted felon if you have not been sentenced yet? Just type that up. Just type it.
Are you a convicted felon before? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let me pull this up right here. Okay. Right here. Now I don't know if you deem this credible, but this is an AI overview. I don't know if you, but this says, yes, a person is considered convicted of a felony after entering a guilty plea or being found guilty at trial, even if adjudication is withheld. What I'm saying? This is what I was saying.
What did you type specifically?
Are you a convicted felon? This is what I typed right here. Are you a convicted felon before sentencing? It won't come down. But I type, are you a convicted felon before sentencing? There it is right there. Are you a convicted felon before sentencing? And this says, yes, a person is considered convicted of a felony after entering a guilty plea or being found guilty at trial, even if adjudication is withheld. So, I mean, this is agreeing with what I'm saying. So I'm trying to figure out if there's any other documentation.
Do me a favor.
Cause I'm just saying I ain't never heard of that.
Do me a favor, share my screen.
Okay.
Share my screen.
Okay, there you go. I got you. Let's go to this right here. Let's go to the front.
What does it say I type? What did I type right there?
It say, are you a convicted felon before sentencing?
What does the answer say right there?
It says, no, a person is not considered a convicted felon before sentencing. Felony classification of crime. Okay, it said, okay, but I typed the same thing in Google. You seen that?
Yeah, because AI is full of shit. I can find give me a second. I'll find the actual thing that comes from
That's why I was saying, do you think AI is credible? So because mine says
sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I'll show you. I'll find the statute. I'll show you the statute.
Okay. Want me to get rid of this right here?
Yeah, get rid of that. I'll keep playing the video or whatever. Give me a second. I'll find it for you.
Okay. Here we go. Oh shit, hold on. Let me go back to. Okay, there we go. Let me bring up the picture. Boom. There we go.
Cool.
Financially or career-wise. Just because a man is high functioning doesn't mean that either. Just because someone is high valued doesn't mean that they have a certain level of functioning. You have a lot of people that do good in the boardroom, high IQ, high functioning, interpersonal relationships, but cannot function at home in their marriage. And so those two are not relevant to each other, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you another thing that's not relevant to each other. Mm-hmm. A high-value woman will never acknowledge a low-value man. So Oprah.
Well, let me say this.
Hold on.
Cam, you're a man.
Hold on.
You can high-valued women.
Okay.
Acknowledge, notice, sleep with, and date low-value men all the time. One, I'm in room with them, with high-valued women. Two, I am a high-valued woman. And I have, at some point, dated a man who is low-valued, meaning he wasn't living with his mama, but his income, socioeconomic status wasn't anywhere where somebody would go.
See, I think she missing what Cam Newton is saying. Cam Newton is trying to get her to understand that Stedman is not a low-value man.
No cap.
He's saying that Oprah would not be caught dead with Ray that hang out at the corner store. That's what Cam Newton is trying to tell Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. You tripping. You're trying to lower Stedman to a low value man because he makes less money than Oprah considerably. Yeah, but everybody and their mama would agree that Stedman is a high value man. He's not your average earner. He's not your average career person, career man. So she's trying to say, oh, high value women date low value men all the time, and she's trying to make this comparison with Oprah and Stedman. And to me, I'm sorry, it's just a poor comparison. I think this is what Cam Newton is trying to get her to see.
Yeah, like
Stedman is a guy of valor and sophistication. This dude is
Stedman is a successful lawyer.
Very, yeah.
Like, trying to compare him to Oprah's money is ridiculous. Like he's successful by anybody's standard.
That's a fact. So what's the point that she's trying to drive home? It just, to me, it don't make no sense. She's just, it almost kind of bleeds a little feministic jargon. She's trying to slip it in there, you know, while trying to be understanding at the same time. But no, sis, we ain't finna just demean Stedman to being a low value man. We ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna let you do that.
Doc, really? He didn't have a title up to the caliber of mine. He wasn't in rooms and boardrooms. He wasn't sitting there with Congress, elected officials, and making moves and making legislation and resolutions like myself. And so at that time, I was a woman who was high valued, okay, and high functioning, who was dating a man who was high functioning but low value, but didn't.
Yeah, but you weren't dating Stedman, no.
No Cap-tivity.
You weren't dating. You saying that it sounded like you was dating a guy, you might have been dating a thug. From how you got your breasts, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Live with his mother. And for me, what he was providing in the sense of our companionship was great in that season.
Which was what?
What do you mean, which was what?
What was he providing you?
The functionality, the emotional intelligence.
The functionality?
The what?
I'm asking you.
You're asking me. Wait, what did you? What word did you say?
Functionality.
You're asking me, was he making love to me?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
If the sex was good?
Yes.
The sex was great.
Now let me tell you
it
this.
wasn't.
She kind of got offended when he said that. Hold on, what you said? That man said functionality. That's what he said.
The best I had, but it was great.
But this goes to my point.
But that wasn't all. You asked a question.
Yes, but I'm making a point here.
So you want me to finish what he was providing?
Just press a pause.
Okay.
Just press the space bar real quick.
Go for it.
I can't wait.
Get past this commercial. Okay, here we go.
Even though you were entertaining him sexually, you will never be saw with that man because he don't fit my standards. That doesn't mean you can't entertain him.
First of all, that's not true. So I'm the source. I'm the woman. I'm the one who was dating him. I'm going to speak from that source, not you. So as the source who was dating him, that's not true. We were seen in public. We were seen on red carpets when I was co-producing my show, as well as on Camera Psychologist with the biggest show on TV, Teen Mom Family Reunion on MTV. We did a lot of that. And we didn't enter a relationship where we led by sex, so I was tied to the sex is so good, this is what we're doing. I would have just ran that play with saying we're just sexing.
Let me ask you this, AM. Do you agree with her? Do you agree with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant when she says, quote unquote, high value women or women of a high net worth or make a considerable amount of money and has an impressive network, that they can get serious or they can be serious about a low value man?
I see.
You know, in this space, we call it dating down. Women dating down. I know Kevin Samuels used to say that, like, you know, yeah, you're a career woman, but men really don't care about your money. Isn't she agreeing with that notion that women that are career women that make a considerable amount of money, they can get serious about a man that makes less than them, that's an average earner, and that's possible?
See, that's tricky. That's tricky because first of all, you would have to believe that she's telling the truth about the women dating down, which in my opinion women don't typically do.
If she's making, let's just say she's a millionaire. Most men that makes millions of dollars, they don't want a woman like her that's career driven and stuff like that. I mean, you would agree with that, right? Most men like that are millionaires or high value men, they don't want a Dr. Cheyenne Bryant that's too busy for them and can't cater to them and strong minded and all that. So she would have better results dating somebody that makes less money than her. That's, that will actually put up with her busy life and not being able to cater to him because there's perks that come with it, right?
But she's not gonna do that.
She's not going to do that. Well, she said she did it. That's what she's saying. She's saying she did it just then. You just don't believe her. Cam Newton don't believe her. He don't believe her.
I don't. Like, I feel like she's saying things that's going to support her position. Like, I don't know who she's dated, so I can't confirm if she dated somebody. Like, in my opinion, women that are at a certain level financially, I think they date laterally. They date men that are in their financial bracket. Like, they don't tend to date men beneath them. And if they do, they don't do it for long. Like, they'll have a fling with a guy beneath them, but you're not typically going to see a multi-millionaire woman dating a guy that works at Burger King.
What if he's in the gym, she feels like he looks good, and he cut up, and all the other women want him too?
That's rare. That type of situation is rare. You're talking about a woman that, has this sort of kept man because he's in shape and he looks good. That's rare.
I've seen it happen, AM. I've seen dudes that be broke, but they popular, and they be landing these women driving Mercedes and career driven women, and these women be taking these guys on shopping sprees. These guys be broke as hell. I know you done seen that, AM.
It's rare. It's rare. It's not common enough for her to make an entire point out of it. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's not something there isn't this swath of rich women dating broke niggas. Nah, that's not a reality.
Okay, look at Angela Simmons, who she had her baby from. Well, I don't know if he was.
Angela Simmons is with Yo Gotti right now, and that's my point.
Before Yo Gotti, she was. I think the dude, her baby daddy, is doing prison time. He was a dope dealer. I don't know how much money he was making, but he wasn't no heavy name dude or whatever. He was just he was a thug, right? Look at Nicki Minaj. She went back to her, her sweetheart, whatever. This dude, people say this dude is a bum.
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying it's rare. You don't typically see a bunch of women that make a lot of money dating broke niggas. You can find examples, but that's not a common thing. It's just not. It's not common.
I done seen it. I done seen it several times, man. I don't know. I done seen guys from the street. They be bagging these educated girls, these educated women this in their career. I'm telling you, dudes with talk game, they keep their looks up. They work out. They know how to talk. They got the gift of gab. Women be flustered by these guys' charisma.
So Freezy, you're literally sitting here right now thinking that this lady sitting up here is saying that there's a whole bunch of millionaire black women that are dating broke niggas.
I think that's what she's saying.
First of all, there ain't no whole bunch of millionaire black women to begin with.
Well, not a whole bunch of me. I know there's not a whole bunch of millionaire black women, but I think that there's a considerable amount of women that's in a particular tax bracket that end up being with regular dudes. Like, okay, like this dude, like this lady. You ever heard of Coach Stormy?
No.
She's like a social media. She's very popular on social media. I'm pretty sure a lot of women in the chat heard of Coach Stormy. She made millions of dollars. She's worth like $53 million. She made her bag with doing the multi-level media stuff, the Ponzi scheme shit, selling the NutriBurst and all that kind of stuff. She made money doing that pyramid shit. Dog, this lady is with him. I just showed this dude Monday. This lady is with a dude. He's just a regular dude. And guess what? This nigga got one arm. One of his arm is amputated. She said all she wanted was just love. She just wanted somebody to love her for her. This dude be driving her car, make sure her cars get washed. He make sure he run errands for her. He bring her bottled waters when she's working out. I think that women of a certain caliber that make a lot of money, strong-minded women that feel like they strong-minded, I think that they do gravitate to men that they think are weaker than them. I think a lot of these women do gravitate to men who they think are weaker than them that they can control. You don't think that?
No. I think that there are a lot of women at the low level that operate in that type of energy. But I think black women who actually get to a certain level financially are smart enough not to deal with broke dudes because they don't want dudes to take their shit. They're not like men who will recklessly and carelessly get into a relationship with a broke woman, marry her, and then she run off with half his shit.
Well, I mean, I would say I don't know the numbers on that. I'm gonna just say I seen it. But yeah, I will agree with you as far as not really. I don't know if it's a majority or minority. I'm just saying I've seen it several times. That's all I'm saying. I've seen it. I ain't lying about that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You know, whether it's
do those relationships that you saw, that you witnessed with your own two eyes, did they last?
Of course not, because the dudes was using them for their money.
And that's my point. Like anytime you see a black woman that makes a decent amount of money, let's say 6 figures and above, the moment right after she done dealt with a couple of dudes that's done used her for her money, she's not gonna date them anymore. That's the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is you don't see a lot of that. Because
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but that's after they done got used. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like they will fall for that Prince Charming that said all the sweet nothings. And then when they realize this is not the play, this is not the way to go, they'll, probably wise up and say, no, I need to go in different rooms and look for a man because this ain't working. But let's keep going. Let's see.
Let's leave it there. I'm grown. I could do that. His functionality, his intellect,
Shout out to Baker Man in the building. 907, I spoke to you. Shout out to 907 and TB.
high functioning is what attracted me. As that functionality continued to be attractive and forth.
Okay, she's saying the dude was low value, but we're using her terminology. He was low value, but he was high functioning, meaning the dude was very charismatic. He was very emotionally, I hate that term, emotionally intelligent. I don't know why I hate that shit. But she was saying this guy is, he was very savvy as far as his, emotions, and he was a wise dude. He probably had some intellect. He just wasn't making a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
That goes with what I'm saying. I know dudes that's highly intelligent, whether they're in the street or they're just average dudes, don't make a lot of money, very charismatic, got the gift of gab, can woo women, have been known to woo women. She's saying these type of guys are high functioning, but they just low value. They don't have a large net worth.
Play me.
Go ahead.
The problem with what she's saying is she's not having a good faith argument in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
She's already coming from a position of a lie. So that's why I'm having difficulty processing what she's saying, because she's lying off the rip. Like the moment she said black women are outperforming black men financially, right, she was lying.
You're saying she's just not credible just from that point right there,
Yeah, like if you start off your statement with a lie, it's like, okay, you're listening to what she's saying, but the foundation of it was a lie.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna get off this timestamp and we're gonna go to the meat and potatoes. Here we go.
All right.
My body started to want him. That happened about 8 months into us having a companionship. And so I'm not saying anyone who does it the first day, I'm not knocking no one. I'm just telling the reality of how we worked it out. So by the time we were intimate, the actual act wasn't all that, but our connection, our functionality, our intimacy, all the foreplay for 8 months made that sex amazing.
And
because it's subjective on what
Okay,
things.
here we go.
Black culture feed.
Okay, so this next timestamp, I think this is when they get a little testy with one another. This the last timestamp we gonna go over right here. All right.
White or black when it comes to your penis.
This is my point that I was saying, and we're kind of taking a step back to Euro step to try to score.
Right.
Now, I'm having a hard time to believe a very educated, a very attractive woman out of 41 years have not met Mr. Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough time to find a lot of things out.
I bet.
And yet, no kids,
Mm-hmm.
single.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, but I am saying, are women's expectations unrealistic?
No, I'm gonna say, like I said on Nick, the question shouldn't be why isn't a woman of age, of success, of a certain caliber not married with kids? The question should be why are people rushing to the altar just to become divorcees or baby mamas and baby daddies? I think if anything, we need to be teaching our society, take your time, young man or young woman, so that you can get to know not just this person, but yourself first, so that you can choose a life partner, not that that person isn't exempt to divorce.
So she's saying, Cam Newton is saying, listen, you this proclaim high value woman, you don't got no kids. You're single. What's the problem, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant? Dr. Cheyenne Bryant came back with, well, this is the problem. People think everybody need to rush to the altar before you actually get to know somebody and take the time to vet somebody and, you know, they check off these boxes and all that kind of. She said this is why she's still single. This is why she don't got no kids. She's shunning the notion that something just might be wrong with her and her expectations. She's rejecting that. She's saying there's nothing wrong with me. I just ain't found a man that I connected with to marry and have kids with. What do you think about that, AM?
She full of shit.
No Cap-tivity.
If she was really the relationship expert that she's pretending to be, I mean, she would have been married for damn near 20 years by now.
Yeah, that's a good point. She's a self-proclaimed relationship expert. This is part of the reason why Cam Newton got her on the show. But
do you hire a plumber that has a leaky toilet? Do you hire a mechanic that has a car that doesn't run? No.
So this is a funny dynamic that we're talking about. She is a professional and she's a relationship expert, but I think she's in her 40s. I don't know it's her exact age, but she's not married and she doesn't have any kids. If you do have a great grasp on people and relationships and emotional intelligence, you know, is it that difficult? Does that speak to how difficult it is for women in general to be married? If she can't be married, if she is not married, does that speak to how difficult it is for women in general to get married?
No, it doesn't speak to the difficulty of women getting married. It's not difficult for women to get married.
Okay.
If they stop listening to quacks like this chick.
No Cap-tivity.
The reason why women are having difficulty getting married is because they take a bunch of relationship and marriage advice from women who are not successful at relationships and marriage. That's why they're having difficulty. It has nothing to do with their ability to be married. It has nothing to do with, any of that. It has to do with the fact that they are taking poor relationship advice from women who have not shown and proved that they are capable of getting and maintaining a relationship.
Right now, we're taking callers. I'm pretty sure from what I've said and what AM said, some of you guys would like to call in and give your point of view. If you got some pushback about what I said, call in. If you got some pushback about what AM said, call in. The only people that I'm gonna allow cam up is me and AM. Everybody else can call in, and I'll take callers one by one. You okay with that, AM?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Instead of rushing to the altar just to become a divorcee or a baby mama and have multiple kids by multiple women, just
and the link is pinned to the top.
To say you have broken families everywhere, I don't see no benefit in that. I believe, like I tell my brother, he's in here, Shane, all the time, and who's 31 with no kids and doing well for himself, take your time. You don't need to rush to an altar just to divorce this woman. And another thing is people who actually feel high valued within themselves, not financially, internally they feel high valued. They're not rushing to have a wife or a husband at the expense of divorce just to feel like they've added value to themselves.
This, what she just said, goes directly against what I've heard in the manosphere space. She's saying a woman should take her time, especially if she is a career woman, she's done well for herself. She should take her time. But we know that that we've heard of concepts like the wall and a woman's biological makeup, her biological clock. Dr. Bryant is speaking directly against that, and she's saying, don't let anyone rush you. It's okay to take your time because you don't want to rush into something to where you could possibly end up in divorce and regret it. So you want to make sure that this person is right for you. What do you say? And shout out to Hot Sauce in the building, man. Shout out to Hot Sauce.
No captivity.
That what she said directly goes against
salute, gentlemen. Salute.
Salute to you, bro. Or what we heard in this space. What do you say about that, AM?
Repeat the question again. I'm reading this law thing real quick.
Oh, okay. She matter of fact, let me just let me rewind.
One with no kids, and like I just to say you have broken to be person isn't exempt to first, so that you can choose. I think if anything, we need to be teaching our just to become divorcees or baby moms.
Here we go.
Kids shouldn't be. Why isn't a woman of No, I'm gonna say, like I said on Nick, the question shouldn't be why isn't a woman of age, of success, of a certain caliber not married with kids. The question should be why are people rushing to the altar just to become divorcees or baby mamas and baby daddies? I think if anything, we need to be teaching our society, take your time, young man or young woman, so that you can get to know not just this person, but yourself first, so that you can choose a life partner, not that that person isn't exempt to divorce, instead of rushing to the altar just to become a divorcee or a baby mama and have multiple kids by multiple women, just to say you have broken families everywhere. I don't see no benefit in that. I believe, like I tell my brother.
So she's saying that society should not be telling young women to rush to the altar. It's better to get married when you're younger, and you know, while you're still at a tender age and before your biological clock runs over. She's saying that we should be telling young women to take your time and to make sure you get with a man that you're comfortable with and that you see that you living the rest of your life with. And she's saying that that message of telling women, you know, that they only, you know, that they should pay attention to their biological clock and that they should marry early is causing a bunch of divorces and having people at, you know, in divorce court and in failed marriages. She said we should not be perpetrating that message.
My bad, fam. You talking to me? My bad. You
No. I'm gonna get Hot Sauce to speak on that because I think you're still looking for the doc. Go ahead, Hot Sauce. My bad. Go ahead, AM.
Okay, here's what it is, right? So this is where the discrepancy is. You said the judge made a judgment. That's not what happened in the Trump case.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Can I just answer that, and then y'all can go to the Trump case if y'all don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
After
bro. Go ahead.
I get my pick. I appreciate that. So, the point is this, you know, on the face, and see, this is the thing, man.
Are you gonna respond to what she said first, Hot Sauce? As far as her pushback?
I'm responding to her forked tongue. where
Okay.
she's saying don't rush and things like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which on the face, yeah, that's fine, right? Yeah, do your due diligence, make sure you get to know one another, check on family background, stuff like that. No reasonable person would disagree with that, but that should not take you 21 years, right? It should not take you that long, right? And then on top of that, with the you can't produce children, or well, let me take that back. It's harder to produce children without science at the age of 41, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to talk about something that Angry Man talked about before. The whole point of her coming on here in the canon is starting to degrade the new social hierarchy that black women are now above black men. Because she just came on there to really just to try to establish that. So when she's talking about how Stedman is a you cannot be low functioning and a high value man. Secondly, high value man is based on what value.
Why do you feel that?
No captivity.
Why can't you be
number one,
why can't you be a high functioning man and low value, or high value and low functioning?
Well, because first of all, those are oxymorons, right? You have to be functioning to be able to achieve something. Number one. Number two, to be considered a high value man is good. Like, let's take the Kevin Samuels step today.
Can you be a toxic high value man?
Sure, you can. Absolutely. But that's a personality trait. That's not about functionality. Because when we talk
Well,
about
I'm saying, well, that proves her point, right? If you can be a high value man, but very toxic, that's low functioning. That's what she was trying to say. Did I lose your hot sauce? Are you there, hot sauce? I lost your audio. Hot sauce, you might have to drop down and come right back, bro, because I don't know if you're trying to talk. It doesn't say your mic is muted, so. But until we get hot sauce, go ahead. Hey, what was you trying to say? Because I think his mic muted.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. But yeah, go ahead. Hey, what were you gonna say?
I'm trying to find the term. I think it's the final judgment of the judge.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the name of the term. I can't remember what the term is, but basically this is what happened, right? And this is why everybody's confused about this, because they're not understanding, right?
Yeah.
So the jury made a verdict, right? The jury made a verdict. But what you were talking about, where the judge bangs his gavel, that hasn't happened yet.
Oh, okay. So
that's the point that I'm trying to make is the jury came back with their verdict. You feel me? And that does make him guilty.
Right.
Because they came back with a guilty verdict.
Okay.
The only problem is the judge hasn't made the final judgment, because that happens on the day of sentencing.
Okay, that makes sense. Cause remember I said in the beginning, if the judge put that gavel on the wood, it's over.
Yeah. But here's the thing, and this is what people don't realize about this. There's actually grounds for there's actually something there's actually something that Trump can do to stop the sentencing process.
Okay.
Like if he
sorry, I got cut off.
Hold on 1 second. Let AM finish his thought, and then you can go, because you had kind of some dead
no problem.
space. Yeah.
No problem.
Hold on before you do that, AM. Hey, Jeff, hit the link if you want to come up, man. I got the link pinned to the top. Shout out to Uncle Jeff in the building, man. Appreciate you being here. Go ahead, AM. I'm sorry.
So the first issue is the fact that there's a possibility that entire case can be deemed unconstitutional. And that's what people don't realize. Like I've been saying it for I don't know how long. You cannot prosecute a president at the state level. And I know he's not technically president right now, but the things he's being accused of, a lot of the things he's being accused of was while he was president, right? So, and then on top of that, you just had the Supreme Court come out with that decision about immunity, right? So he could actually appeal to, he could actually go to federal court and ask them to stay the judge and keep him from doing the final judgment and sentencing him.
You mean he can up it to Supreme Court?
Yeah, he can up it. No, he don't got to up it all the way to Supreme Court. He can up it to federal court. Because now,
this was a state case. Okay,
yeah, it's a state case. So he can up it to federal court. Like he can try to get it up to federal court. Yeah. And if he does, he can get a restraining order against the state judge to where he's not able to sentence him. And that's the whole reason why they're trying to push back the sentencing so they can use, whatever legal remedies that they can think of in order to avoid this, because let's be real, it's the sentencing of a president, of a former president, right? Yeah. So that's the point. That's the point that I was trying to make. The media, they like being able to say that he's a convicted felon, but legally he's not yet.
No, listen. I understand now. When you said the judge hasn't hit that wood, see, I just know from street terminology, when the judge hit the wood, that shit over with. When the judge, the gavel means something. A lot of people don't know that. The gavel means something. Yeah. But if the judge hasn't actually came back in, exactly. If the judge ain't came back in court, because there are situations where the jury will hand down the verdict, but the judge hasn't actually, rained down the conviction yet, whatever. So I understand if that's the case, I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, because there's a freaking Yale law professor that was actually breaking it down, actually talking about it, and saying that basically what they're doing could cause irreparable harm and could possibly influence the election, because even if Trump ends up being a convicted felon, even if they sentence him and put him in jail, he can still run for president. Oh yeah. So the legal argument is that if that happens, it's possible that that state case can interfere and basically affect the outcome of the election, which in essence would be unconstitutional.
Right. I got you. I got you. Yeah.
So that's the reason why they're having all of this issue, because at the end of the day, to be truthfully honest, they should have never brought those charges in the first place. But that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, my bad, hot sauce.
Go ahead, finish your thought, hot sauce.
It's so good. I'll just put you like this. First of all,
did you hear what I said before you dropped off? As far as like, I mean,
no, I didn't. But I just want to make this point real quick. You can't redefine words. You can't redefine words just to fit your agenda or your narrative, right? Because even if we take the Kevin Samuels definition, first of all, he said that entertainers, sports people, celebrities, they don't even count as high value men. And second, high value men are based and judged about what kind of value they bring to society. Right? That is the judge of men. What value do you bring to your family? What value do you bring to the community? What value do you bring into your in-group? Right? Even amongst your friends. Right? What is the value you bring? You cannot be a high value man and low functioning, because to be high value, you have to have some value of function. by the definition.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's why I will agree with her to some degree. You could be a high value man as far as like a large net worth, right? High tax bracket. But he could be a terrible in an intimate relationship. You understand what I'm saying? He could just
call that personality, right? You can't change definitions.
she's calling it
right?
she's calling it low functioning. That's what I'm telling you. She's calling that low functioning.
Low function, according to my English ability, function and personality are two different words.
Yeah. That's why I said earlier that she has to clarify what she's saying, but she's purposely using certain terms because if you're speaking about a certain thing, there are some folks that are clever enough to be vague on purpose so that everybody else will make their own assumptions about certain things.
Right.
And inferences. Right.
She did stipulate when she was saying high functioning versus low functioning. She was saying that in the essence of relationship status. That's what she was referring to.
My problem with that, Freezy, just like typical academics, you cannot change the definition of the word. When you're
no, not high value.
Now you're changing the definition.
Hold on.
Communication is harder.
Hold on, Hassan. Shout out to Conversations with MJ in the building. I appreciate you being
Cap-tivity.
No, hot sauce. Listen what I'm telling you. I think you misconstrued about what we're saying. She's giving a stipulation between high value and high function. She's saying those are two different things.
Freezy, hear me out. I'm telling you, she cannot do that because she did not create the English language. She has to use the words as they are defined in the Webster Dictionary. When she breaks it down and says, well, this is what I mean by that, then communication breaks down. Because now the whole conversation, I'm in handcuffs based on your own interpretation instead of the agreed definition that every English speaker agrees upon.
Okay, so
you understand?
Hold on, wait, let me say. Go ahead, AM.
It's like when she said compartmentalizing is toxic.
Right. That's not what compartmentalizing is.
Yeah, like it didn't even make sense. Like she tried to apply compartmentalizing with a man who has children with multiple women and he's creating multiple households. So he's compartmentalizing the households. And I'm sitting there listening like, what is this woman talking about?
Okay, would y'all agree that somebody said earlier, I think it was Hot Sauce, that Kevin Samuels was not the first person to use that term high value man, but he did coin it. He did give his own
he popularized it,
Right. So in Kevin Samuels' definition of a high value man, did that include a man being effective in a relationship as far as the emotions with women and being able to sustain a marriage, being a good husband? Was that in his definition of a high value man?
But that is not the definition.
What'd you say, AM?
No.
Okay.
That's not the definition of a high value man.
Definition of high value, right.
Right. So listen to what I'm saying. So that further kind of goes into Dr. Cheyenne Bryan's point. She was saying there's a difference between a high value man and a high functioning man. Her definition of a high functioning man, and I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, I ain't heard that shit until I seen this damn interview. High functioning. Maybe she coined high functioning. I don't know. But
because she doesn't know what she's talking about. A high functioning man,
right.
a high functioning man, number one, the only way her argument is sound is if the term functioning is predicated upon pleasing women.
Right.
That's the only way her
Right.
argument has any merit. Is if her entire premise is that you being a high functioning male means that you are deemed worthy in a relationship by women.
Okay, but you've had that stance from the beginning since you cammed up, AM. So I'm gonna give you that. What I'm telling Hot Sauce, wait, before I go to Hot Sauce, you agree with what AM said, Hot Sauce?
I agree with him. Yes.
Okay.
I agree with him. Her whole because the thing, like, hear me out before you cut me off. Hear me out. The thing about when you're talking to academics, especially PhDs and doctors who don't work at a medical center, they like their whole job is to create terminology and write books and to steer public opinion. That is their job, to steer public opinion. Whenever you're talking to a PhD person, their job is to sell books, create new terminology to drive new public opinion. So now what she's saying is that your value as a man, as a black man, solely depends on the opinion of a woman. Because in America, we're moving to the female is future.
Right, but listen.
That is what she's doing.
But you and AM, respectfully, indirectly kind of agreed with the notion that y'all agreed that a high value man, according to Kevin Samuel's definition, doesn't necessarily mean a good husband.
Okay,
AM just said that.
But those two things are
you agree with that.
Those two things are independent. You cannot. Let me just say this real quick. A high value man, and I told you this before, is the value he adds to society throughout the creation of manhood. Men are judged by the value they bring to society.
Exactly. And see, here's the thing. You did it correctly, Freezy. You said a high value man is not necessarily a good husband. That's what she should have said. But she said he's not a high functioning man. And I'm saying a high functioning man ain't got shit to do with being a good husband.
So
exactly. It has nothing to do with relationships.
Wait. Why do you feel that way, AM?
Because high functioning, if you can be a high functioning male if you're not in a relationship.
Yeah, but she agrees with that. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, so then guess what? If she's agreeing that you can be a high functioning male outside of the confines of a relationship, you cannot then turn around and judge his functioning on a relationship once he's in one.
Right.
No.
Not logical. That's not logical.
She's saying what she's saying is the qualities that it takes to be a high value man are not necessarily the qualities that it takes to be a high functioning man.
Okay, but what
and
I'm
vice
saying
versa
is
with women too.
Neither of those two terms are predicated upon the success of a relationship. That's
what we're saying.
Terms are predicated upon the success of a relationship.
Okay, why are you saying? Why are both of you saying the high functioning term does not deem for the most part a successful relationship? Wait, let me finish my point.
Function is not related.
Why are you saying the high functioning terminology does not necessarily deem a successful relationship in most cases? Why are you saying that on the high functioning part.
Because okay, fine. I'll say this part right. Let me say this. There's a institute that measures divorce, and they actually talk about, I can't remember the name at the moment, but
Do
they
you know?
actually talk
Do you
about
know what?
the things that.
Do you know what she means by high functioning? Do y'all know what she's saying? What she means?
Yeah, we know what she's saying, and that's why I'm saying you cannot apply high function, high value to a successful relationship. Because what I'm trying to get to is that when we look at the real experts, people who have been married and studied marriage for over 50 years, they will say the success that's needed for a marriage and relationship is commonality in background, religions, belief, characteristics, right? Similar social and economic backgrounds.
Right.
All things outside of a high value man. Now, is finances important? Yes, but do you need be a multimillionaire for a successful relationship? No, you don't. The key things for a successful marriage have nothing to do with a high function, high value man. You need other things. You need similar social economic backgrounds. You need same religion, same culture, same values. Those things matter.
Yeah, and the
That she's not
reason
applying, which she should know because she's a PhD in relationships. It's
the
character, values,
the reason why
political beliefs.
the reason why her entire argument is disingenuous is because, number one, it is illogical for her to say in one breath that the reason why a relationship would work is because the man is high functioning, but then also say that a man can be high functioning outside of a relationship. Because in one instant, you got to ask, what are you judging the man's high functionality on? Because when it comes to the relationship, it seems you're judging his functionality on the success of the relationship.
Okay.
So without the relationship there, why is there a need for the concept of him high functioning if you're attributing it to the relationship?
Okay, so if y'all would allow me to, I'm gonna back it up, and I'm gonna just let her say again what she mean by high functioning. You probably ought to know, because you said you dissected this stream, but just for hot sauces, just for the sake of hot sauce too. Let me see.
I've seen the stream before and I heard it. And when you're done, I want to add some evidence in the conversation. But you can go ahead.
No, we chilling, we good. This is a good conversation.
The problem is she thinks that she's slick. Okay, she thinks that if she says something in a certain way, and because she has PhD at the end of her name, that everybody's gonna freaking go for it. But if you're intelligent and you listen to her talking, you can tell she's full of it. Because
no, I understand what you're saying. This was a good comment. I usually don't highlight stuff unless it's a super chat or cash out. But MJ wrote a good comment. She said high functioning is a term used for people with autism. So I can understand a little of the frustration. We literally have high functioning cokeheads. That makes sense too. I don't think
exactly. And that's
you could be a functioning drug addict. Yeah.
That's the point. That is the entire point. The term high functioning, the way it has been traditionally used, is not the way she's using it right now. And let me break down the sinister part of it, right? Okay. The sinister part of it is, number one, she's applying it to the men. So, because she's applying it to the men, she is proposing that these men are in a bad state already. So in order for them to be suitable for a relationship, they have to be high functioning. And the premise alone is disingenuous because a relationship is not contingent upon one person being high functioning. It is contingent upon two people in the relationship and how they work together.
Great point. Great point. Great point. Great
No,
point.
that
Can
was
I
a
add
good
something
point.
really quickly?
No, that was
That's a great point.
though. That was a good point. That was a good point.
That was a great point. That was a great point. So here's my situation. So first we need to break down the fallacy. Fallacy number one: if you marry a high value man, then your relationship is going to be successful. Thus, it concludes. Thus, the assumption is that what's needed in a relationship is a high value man. But there's an institute called the Gottman Institute that have been observing and doing research since the 1970s, over 40 years of research. And the number one thing they say is that for a relationship and marriage to work is how soon two people can forgive each other truly forgive each other after a fight. And when Angry Man just dictates on how well two people can work together. Has nothing to do with being a high value man. And see, that's the assumption. If I have a high value man, then I'm going to have a successful relationship. Now, this woman is a relationship expert. I am not. Now, if I know about these institutes and I know about these research places, why doesn't she? Because she's trying to push an agenda.
Well, I
right?
want to say
that
this.
Niggas ain't shit.
I want to say this. When she was talking about high functioning male and female, she actually attributed that to male and female. She wasn't just talking about men. She was saying there are high functioning men.
You're missing her. You're missing the point.
No, listen what I'm saying.
You're really missing the point.
No, this not about what you just said. Because AM said basically she was kind of attributing that to men, but she did stipulate that there are high functioning men and high functioning women. There are high value men and high value women, which I never heard that term before about high value women, but cool, we go with it. But
it doesn't matter. See, here's the thing. It doesn't matter that she attributed to both sexes, because you can have a high functioning woman and a high functioning man, and they could still have a messed up relationship. That's the entire
and a divorce. Point. Exactly.
That's the entire point. It has nothing to do with your functionality. Your functionality as a person. The correct terminology would be, are you a good mate? That's what she should be saying.
Right.
Not high functionality.
Right. Exactly. But
I'm gonna tell you
why. How well are you? How well are you in a relationship?
I'm gonna tell you why she's saying.
Do you have the right relationship skills?
One mic. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why she's saying high functionality, right? The reason why she's saying high functionality is because her entire agenda right now at this moment is to place the blame on the men that are getting women pregnant out of wedlock and not marrying them. So she has to bring it to the level of high functionality, because she's trying to deflect away from the fact that a slew of women decided to have a lifestyle of, I'm strong and independent. I don't need a man to raise my children. I don't need a man. I don't need a husband to be happy. She's completely ignoring that. I haven't heard her bring that up once in the whole discussion.
So I'm trying to remember exactly. You said as far as like in a relationship, two high functioning people can still end up in a divorce. That doesn't mean that they're compatible.
Yes.
With one another. Right.
Because your relationship is usually determined by a couple of things. It is determined by compatibility. That is not the highest on the list, but it's there. It's determined by understanding. It's determined by how the two of you interact, especially in conflict. That's what's determined. That's what determines whether or not you're going to have a successful relationship, how you relate to one another. You can have two people that are high functioning and they still end up getting divorced. You could have two people that are functioning and they stay together forever.
But it's just toxic.
But function doesn't have anything to do with toxicity. That's the entire point.
Wait. Function doesn't have anything to do with your emotional maturity and how well you handle arguments.
No, those are separate.
Those are relationship skills. Those are separate skills, right? You can be high functioning in one area and have a deficit of skills in another area. What Angry Man was saying was right.
So if she's stipulating
please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Okay, go ahead, Hot Sauce.
So in the Gottman Institute, it literally lists the skills and things that you need to have a successful relationship. Not one of them talks about being high function.
But if she's stipulating
40 years of research.
If she's stipulating being high functional in a relationship, she's stipulating this. Right? She's stipulating being high functional in a relationship.
Why do y'all let women read?
The woman doesn't know what she's talking about. That's what AM is trying to push to you.
Yo, check this out.
No, I'm just saying it makes sense to me. It makes sense.
Hold on, listen, check this out. Of course it makes sense. Women are masters of manipulation.
Yeah.
It makes sense when on the surface level. But it's problematic once you delve into it. I'll give you a prime example. Sean P. Diddy Combs is a high-functioning dude.
Yes.
But he's a horrible individual when it comes to relationships.
Sean Combs
but only romantic relationships.
Wait.
He's good at some business relationships. He would have to be.
Right, but in the notion of intimate relationships, marriage, Sean Diddy Combs is high functioning?
No.
Right.
I know you just heard what I said, bro.
No. I heard what you said. But I'm asking the question in the terms of right.
He's a horrible mate. that ain't got nothing to do with him being a high
functionality.
Here's the problem. She said it. She said high functioning man. She didn't say high functioning husband. She didn't say high functioning boyfriend. High functioning man.
Okay, let me say this real quick.
Hold on, before you go, Hot Sauce. I want to get
why
Hot Sauce. Wait, Hot Sauce, you can't jump the line, bro. Let me get Uncle Jeff in here.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff, man. I appreciate you coming up too, man. I appreciate you, Uncle Jeff. Go ahead, bro. Your mic, we're not hearing you, Uncle Jeff. It's your mic. You might have to allow your mic. You might have to give your mic permission on your settings or whatnot. While Uncle Jeff is getting his mic together, go ahead, Hot Sauce.
So I'm just going to put it to you like this. She gave the example of Stedman. She said that Stedman, a multimillionaire, is a low-value man and a high-functioning man. Letting you know that she's associating a high-value man and functionality. And you cannot apply functionality to relationships. You have to apply other skill sets to relationships, personality, character, those types of things. That's all we're saying. And I'll pass the mic.
Okay. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff. I think we got some mic reading now.
Yeah. How's that? Is that better?
Yes, sir. Uncle Jeff has landed.
No Cap-tivity.
Hey. Been meaning to say all day, Angry Man, that Hoodie is profoundly disrespectful, sir, and I won't allow it. Uh, I really, I think again, fellas, and Angry Man is right. We are allowing, like in George Orwell's 1984, the recontextualizing of what words mean and the context in which they're supposed to be applied. A lot of times, in my opinion, we don't look at these issues simple enough. Give them everything they want. Yes, you require a high functioning man in a relationship now. Well, here's the bad news, and I speak this bad news only to black women. Because you have not separated yourself from the scallywags, can I swear on here?
Yes, sir.
Because you have not separated yourself from the scallybag, rutabaga, gutter snipes of your ilk, you have very valid concerns that no one gives a fiddler's fuck about. No one cares. No one cares. The nicer way to say this is that according to my manhood chart, I have absolutely no reason to function high in the relationship. I function basic in the relationship. I function basically under finance, maintenance, and security. All those other things are power windows and cruise control. It is that simple. What you want to turn me into is your girlfriend. If you let a woman, she will turn you into some shit she don't want. Don't do it. I am not your girlfriend. I'm not here to listen to all those that butterflies and Easter grass in your head. The quickest way to make a man feel useless is to give him a bunch of shit he can't fix. You keep that shit to yourself, and the problem is you don't know how to govern your girlfriend time, because that's where this shit comes from. This comes from dudes that let girlfriend time run raggedy. And I don't care whose toes I step on, and all of the psycho evaluating, the looking through this pig shit for pearls that's being done by men is a waste of fucking time. Let them deal with the dudes who will kowtow to this foolishness. Because them and them dudes is about to get smooth ate by whatever's next. Whatever it is. Whatever goes down. If they try to put, like I said, and this kind of dovetails back into it. If Trump wins, these white folks gonna lose their shit. If Trump lose, these white folks gonna lose their shit. You try to put Trump in jail, these white folks gonna lose their shit. If the dollar collapse, these white folks gonna lose their shit. And in none of those categories are we good. And to get this female shit under your fingernails is some bullshit. I am what I am. Like it or don't, or get one of them soft ass milk toast, can't drive a stick, can't fix a flat punk ass dudes that's gonna flip a coin with you to go downstairs if you hear a noise. Lead life with him. The rest of us that's worth a damn when this shit hits the fan is not putting up with this shit. Get the fuck out of here. Somebody needs to start telling these broads. Did I say broads? Yeah, telling these broads, get the fuck out of here. Because them dudes, the dudes you talking about are the very dudes you complain about. You don't want that dude. You just think you do. What you really don't want to do is what you told. That's what it comes down to. You don't believe you have to do what you told. And you're not going to have to. Just a lot of you going to have a Lot's wife experience. Yeah, let me land the plane there.
No Cap-tivity.
Check the cash out, big. You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
Shout out to Christopher Mayberry, aka Boss Man, with the $50 cash cow. And he also is the sponsor of tonight's show. He said, fire show. Shout out to Christopher Mayberry, aka Mr. Boss Man. I thank you, dog. I really do appreciate it. He just ignited the big light, and he bought out the sponsorship guy right there by Uncle Jeff. Go ahead, AM.
So can we stop pretending that the only reason First of all, the only reason that she's referring to Cam Newton as a low functioning male is because he won't marry one of those chicks and put half his empire at risk.
Well,
that's the only damn reason that she's referring to him or Nick Cannon as low functioning.
Well,
all
no,
this
that's
is a massive gaslight / shaming tactic because men have finally smartened up and said, you know what? If I'm worth a ton of money, I am not gonna marry one of these gold digging broads and give her the opportunity to take all my shit.
Okay, so
that's all other.
How do we know they're gold digging broads? Why would they get pregnant by him before they get married?
Knowing about each other.
Knowing about each other, exactly.
So if I may, fellas, number one, Nick Cannon and Cam Newton are not the nigga that drive the 212 bus that got 6 babies along his route. These men are kings. Please understand, if you could, ladies, if you could, the man that you describe constantly, that makes how much you say you want him to make, and dresses and drives and functions and motivates just as your liking in your description, that man is a king. In the history of mankind, could you name me a monogamous king? They're not. They're not. You are the first generation that has figured out how to simultaneously overvalue and devalue your vagina. It's amazing. It's baffling to watch. These men do not owe you monogamy.
I don't know about that, bro.
Well,
I don't know about that.
You don't know about what part?
Go ahead, Hassan.
Well, I mean, I feel you. I feel you on the. Yeah, I can't look. I can't rock with the multiple children. I mean, I agree with you that she's mad because he's not getting married and splitting his empire. I agree with that statement 100%.
Yeah.
But I can't co-sign having different babies by multiple women. I mean, look, Jordan, Brady. Yeah, I can't. Nah.
Okay,
bro. What do you? I've always.
Go ahead, man. You know I got to fuck with you.
Okay.
Come on, man. You know I'm not with that. I'm not with that,
Rich
man.
men.
I'm just personally. I'm not with that.
No, because I'm on your side. It's 2 against 2 right now. Go ahead.
I gotta respect.
I'm not with
Okay,
that,
gentlemen.
man. I'm not with that.
If I may, I gotta respect that, brother Hot Sauce, because what you are looking from and looking through is a 300 or so year old European paradigm that one working man is supposed to be with one woman. Well, that's what makes a society run. You become a taxable unit. That's all family really means, is group of workers. You don't come from this. Why this shit doesn't work for black people. We do not come from families. We come from villages. And in a village, and in my opinion, a man, and again, this framework that you're discussing, which is on fire, that even the people who it was built for, it doesn't work for anymore, because America has no room for the world, really has no room for regular people anymore. That's why they're setting them on fire. Okay, so
I have to push back. Well, I'll let you finish, but I'll push back.
The only thing about that, Uncle Jeff, and I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me on this. Maybe Hot Sauce won't agree, but that doesn't apply to the aristocracy
at all. That's that's my point. Yes.
Look, Nick Cannon makes 100. They had him making 100 million a year. I don't know what his exact net worth is. I saw somewhere that Cam Newton's is somewhere between 75 to 100 million dollars. They are the equivalent of nobility. They are the equivalent of royalty. And I don't know if you know anything about royalty, but royalty is where you know the reason why. See, some people in America think that a queen size bed and a king size bed is your option between you getting a big bed and a smaller bed. No, the reason why there's a king size bed and a queen size bed is because royalty didn't live in the same house.
They don't share quarters.
They would be married, and the king or the nobleman, the duke, earl, or whatever he was, he had his own estate, and his wife had her own estate, and they slept with whoever the hell they wanted to sleep with. That's the reality. And guess what? Noble men had children by multiple women. The only ones that was entitled to anything from those men were the ones that were born in a lawful marriage. The others were bastards. The others were illegitimate children. They didn't get anything. And the part that we keep missing, because I keep seeing the women in the chat room talking about all of these reckless men running around here. Nobody told you to let that man hit you raw, ma'am. Nobody told you to have that child, ma'am. How the hell the man gonna be reckless if your ass ain't reckless first?
Well, I
here's the situation.
Let me say this. Hold on, Hassan. Let me say this. I do agree. Throughout antiquity, right, there has been kings, not just kings, noblemen that have had more than one wife. I mean, polygamy is an old concept. It's not new. I understand that. Now, to liken somebody like P. Diddy to, or some of these guys that's just so happen to have millions of dollars, not just so happen, I don't want to say it like that, but I wouldn't say they kings. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
Okay, cool.
Just because of the money, listen.
Exactly because of the money. Exactly because of the money.
We talking. Hold on, hot sauce. Let me get this off. We talk about a king, right? A king.
What
is and during those times, kings were highly regarded as rulership, off with your fucking head. You understand what I'm saying? Like what you call it? Cam Newton, he don't got no power to
you're using the metaphor too tightly. You're using the metaphor too tightly because in order for it to work there,
but see, no, but you guys were the ones that actually used the analogy of antiquity with kingship, and so that's what I'm just trying to interject the stipulation.
Let me know when I can clear it up uninterrupted.
Let me know when I can.
I'm gonna let hot sauce go, and
absolutely,
then you can go. Hold on.
Let me ask you a question. I just gotta ask you a question.
Hold on. I've been patient, guys. Come on. I've heard everybody out.
Wait, hot sauce. He's responding to me.
No,
so
you haven't
asked
me
a question. Go ahead.
I just gotta ask you a question. Did P. Diddy blow up Kid Cudi's car?
That's what they allegedly. Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah. Is he in jail right now?
No, he's not.
Is he in jail right now for any of the stuff that he did?
No. But that's not that wasn't a good point though.
How?
It was
because man has been running New York City since I was a kid. This man has been terrorizing the streets since I was a teenager.
Yeah, but he's not
50 Cent has a security Drake has a security detail that is better than the damn Secret Service that Trump just recently had.
But they're not rulers though. That's what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying? They're not rulers. But I get what you're saying, but some people would classify them as nigga rich. Some people would classify some people would classify
No, I'm nigga rich. Them niggas are actually rich. There's a fucking difference, bro.
What I'm saying is a difference between Sean Diddy Combs and the Pope. It's just a difference.
Okay.
It's a difference. You understand what I'm saying?
I really.
You know what the difference is? You know what the difference is? The difference is white folk ordain them people, so you recognize that. They don't ordain niggas, so y'all don't want to recognize that. But the average nigga that's worth 100 million or more has a lot of power in this country. They may not have as much power as the white folk, but we know why. But they got more power than the average everyday citizen.
That's true. I agree with you on that. But I was just saying, when you guys you guys made the comparison with kings, I understand the comparison, but I was just adding in very key points about real kings and what made them kings. But I see Uncle Jeff. I see the veins Uncle Jeff over here. He ready. Before you go, Uncle Jeff, go ahead, Hot Sauce.
Sure.
Give me your thought, then Uncle Jeff. Right?
So,
go ahead.
All right. So basically, when we're talking about, first of all, even in the ancient societies, like let's say like China, 5,000 years worth of history. Oh, there was a very selective few of them that had multiple wives, and guess what? All of them were in the palace. All of them were in the same location. Same thing with the sultans. The sultan has a home that's literally like 2 miles long, right? 20 hoes as his wives, right? But when he comes down to the breakfast in the morning, all his children are sitting there with the sultan or the prince or whoever the royalty is, right? That is the difference. And the second thing is this. And now let me hear me out. Just hear me out. And then Angry Man said it best. Illegitimate children, right? That illegitimate children were not cool and accepted in the dark ages of Europe. So I'm even gonna take that example as the best, right? Nobody was rocking with that. That's why they were called illegitimate children.
You kind of hit AM with his own point just then.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Uncle Jeff.
I'll pass the mic. I'll pass it.
Let me, Uncle Jeff. I know it's your turn. I just gotta ask you a question because I know you're gonna turn up. Uncle Jeff, I gotta ask you this before you turn up, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna put on. I'm gonna reach back in my past and put on my Fruit of Islam hat real quick. I'm gonna put on my pro-black hat real quick.
I feel you.
The reason why black men will never be nothing more than a nigga is because even after a black man has climbed to the top of the mountain, would you agree that everybody, including black folk, are always going to view them as niggas?
From the derogatory meaning of that word, absolutely. That there is no way you can educate or relocate or assimilate your way out of your skin color. You can't do it. But I wasn't even going down that road. I was going down the road of it's bluntness versus nuance. If you want to say that kings bluntly had power, so from that place you cannot compare a P. Diddy, a Jay-Z, a LL, and you want to use the big crayon of one color, red, yellow, blue, green. Remember that when we was little? They had the 4 box. I don't color with that. I use the 64. But if I have to color with that, then you're right. They're not kings. However, if you put that fire engine red back, start dealing with a little purple or a little like the gradient behind Angry Man. If you start to deal with it like that, then you understand that there were earls, dukes, duchess, and lords who could not start war, who could not sign tariffs to stop to stop goods and services from coming in or out, who did not have charge of a military. Those lords and earls and dukes were over the king's land that the king could not control. That means the young black people that this system cannot distract, whoever can becomes the lord of the moment. Sean P. Diddy Combs has been the lord of so many moments. We ain't going nowhere. Full distraction. Benjamin's full distraction. The ability to distract is how he is paid. And because of that, you may not want to call him a king, but it is foolish to not see him as an earl doing the bidding of the king. And an earl with enough power, and power is not measured in money. Only a fool measures his power in money. Power is what you can get with your signature with no money. Power is a conversation making 50 people go to work when you get off the phone. That's power. To get back to what Puffy is or isn't, in my estimation, he is easily the lord of the moment because he's the lord that has all the bodies buried. And ain't nobody talking about these funky ass entertainers. Puffy got video of high people in high places doing low shit. And you don't get close to making videos like that being regular people. So you don't live by regular people rules. I'm not talking about regular men. Regular ass dudes that have to lie. You ain't supposed to have but one woman. In a minute, right now, black women outnumber us 15-1. Once this shit hits the fan, it's going to be a gang of women that need guidance. And all there's going to be left is men that know what the fuck they doing. And they going to rise on a different level. Y'all say this and I'll land the plane. Your concepts, and I can point them out to you clearly tonight because most of us makes these mistakes. And this is with love, gentlemen. But you got to take your European glasses off. Because the European way of life is failing in your hands, in your eyes, in your gas tank, in your refrigerator. It's failing right around you. And you are getting back to a man being over as many women as he can be honest about. And I'll land it there.
1 second, AM. Hold on 1 second. I got some pushback too. Super chat. Shout out to Slick for the $10 super chat. Slick say great panel, great chat, and great stream, Freezy. Slick, man, thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, your screen is dope, bro. Your show's dope, bro.
Man, thanks, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. It means a lot coming from you, bro. Slick also with the $10 super cap. Slick said more support. Plain and simple. I appreciate that, Slick. Thank you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Okay, I'm gonna let AM go because my pushback is at AM and what Uncle Jeff said. But go ahead, AM.
Okay, so there was a earl back in the day named John Wilmot. He was the Earl of Rochester, right? And he had a bad habit of pissing off the king whenever he felt like it, right? So, you know what the king would always do? He would banish him. He would send him to his estate. He wasn't allowed to come to court. He wasn't allowed to be around the rest of the nobles. And, you know, once the king got bored because he was entertaining, he would call him back, right? What Uncle Jeff said is 100% correct. You might think that these men at these levels are not kings, but to us, they may as well be because they're earls and dukes and all of those different things. In fact, if you ever watch the show Billions, they talk about this. You feel what I'm saying? In America, we don't have nobility. But how we view nobility in America is those that are, I would say, anointed. You feel what I'm saying? And you know who's anointed. It's real easy to see who's anointed. I noticed that Homeland Security raided this nigga's house, and a week later, he was in Miami at his other house doing the Diddy Bop on the pier. He still ain't locked up. Let me tell you something. If Homeland Security raided your crib, Freezy, you would have went to jail that day.
Yeah, I would have.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So the point that I'm trying to make is that when you look, Uncle Jeff knows this. Once you pass a certain point as a millionaire, once you get up into that upper stratosphere of 40 million or more, you start the air gets a little thin. You start existing and moving in spaces where you better play it right. You feel what I'm saying? And what you got to realize about a Nick Cannon, a freaking Cam Newton, they can have as many damn kids as they want.
Okay,
Cam
so
Newton want another 8.
So what I'm gonna do right now, before I say what I gotta say, I'm gonna play the clip where Cam Newton and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant had their back and forth about him having kids and multiple kids, and him actually shying away from marriage right now. It's not how on his totem pole right now. Let me play it. Here we go.
See my situation and not think that I'm not high function.
What situation?
Okay, so I'm not married. I have beautiful children.
How many?
8.
By how many women?
3. And this is the kicker. I want more.
By multiple women? What's the intent
I
of
just
this?
want
Or
God
by
to
your
bring
wife?
them. I just want God to bring them.
Oh, okay.
My desire to get married is lower than my fear of divorce. So, as you had said, Dr. Brian, you said it, I didn't say it, I will agree. I'm just taking my time.
You're not taking your time.
I am, though.
You're being very action-based. You're not taking your time.
I'm taking my time.
You're being very action-based. You have 8 kids with 3 different women.
Yes.
You are creating, procreating, and multiplying. That is not taking your time. You're being very selectively active. Okay? So you're creating, and disclaimer, the kids are innocent, they are beautiful and amazing. Anything I say has nothing to do with them babies. But you are proactively choosing where you
A lot of people see my
active at and where you want to take your time. You want to take your time in having a wife because of your own fears. But you will, and I say this with all respect and love, what I'm about to say next, okay, Cam? But you will selfishly create broken families, even if you're in their life and you're a proactive father, and I believe you're an amazing daddy. I can only imagine with just your presence and knowing you. But these families are still broken. Every child cannot have Papa in the house with them. So some child, if not all, will end up with some kind of deficit without daddy being there. Now, you chose to do that. I'm not saying you sat there and woke up one morning and said, I want to be selfish today, so I'm going to go make a baby. Not saying that at all. But those are selfish acts at the expense of your fear. And yeah, that is a low functioning behavior. To say that I'm going to build these houses and put kids and these beautiful women and kids in them, but I ain't going to create a home in them. I'm going to wait till I dissipate my fear to find a wife where I'm active at. Where I'm still going to be fearful with, because there's no such thing as not having some type of nerve or some type of feeling behind marrying somebody. And then I'm going to build a home with her while all these other beautiful babies have houses. That's completely unfair and that's selfish.
How much
And
is-
so,
how much
yes,
more
you're
of this
taking your
shit do we
time
need in here?
in this department, but you're not taking your time in this department,
It's
which means
almost
you're
over, Jill.
compartmentalizing. And compartmentalizing never works. Compartmentalizing hurts everybody involved. Everybody who's in this box and that box and this box and that box and this box, and then here you go over here trying to figure out what box you're going to feed or entertain or do. Then you're looking outside to figure out who's your next victim to put in the box. It's unhealthy.
Okay, so
Damn. Victims. Shit.
So I want to go back to, because AM initiated this part of the conversation. Actually, AM got perfect timing because this is what I was going to segue into. This part of the conversation, this part of that Cam Newton's live stream with Dr. Cheyenne as far as the kids and everything. Now, Hot Sauce made a great point. He actually countered what AM said when AM brought up kingship, and AM talked about the illegitimate children. They did not receive the inheritance. That's a bad thing. That's not a good thing. That's a bad thing, right? And the way,
right?
Huh?
Why is that?
Because you don't get the same treatment as the kids that were actually conceived in marriage. You don't get the riches and the you don't get to go on to you don't get to get recognized. You don't get to get recognized as you know, or even get considered as a potential king, just in case one of your brothers die or something like that.
Who is that on?
Well,
it's on the father. It's on the father. It's on the father.
I think it's on the king for creating these kids. He can have any woman he wants. He can marry 100 women. He can marry, you know what I'm saying? But
gentlemen,
listen to what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Let me finish my point because I was letting y'all cook. This is what I'm saying. AM called them illegitimate. He called them illegitimate, right? So if they are in fact illegitimate, and this is what most of these guys are doing, in this present day and time, 2024, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing, creating these type of environments for kids.
Is every black man in America trained by gynocratic women? Am I like the last of a dying breed of
yes.
men?
Yes.
First of all,
I don't understand.
Hold on, wait. No. It's not
I
on
understand.
the man. It is on those women who are foolish enough to have sex with a man out of wedlock. Back in the day, a woman who had sex out of wedlock was considered a whore.
I agree.
A woman who was virtuous and chaste was a virgin. And she did not have children until she got married. And the reason during those ages of nobility, the reason that people married, it had nothing to do with relationships. It had nothing to do with love. It had nothing to do with any of that. It was a business arrangement. It was the acquiring of land, the joining of certain families in order. In fact, back then, it was only the people who could afford to that actually got married. Now here's the other thing about it. During that time, illegitimate children, right? Illegitimate girls, that really didn't matter. But illegitimate sons, if they wanted to have any type of shot at getting anything from their father, they had to prove themselves to their father, not the other way around. Because what y'all are not getting is the seed of life comes from the man. He creates the life. Therefore, he determines what it's supposed to be and how it's supposed to go down. Y'all view everything from the perspective of female validation and what females think we should do. And at the end of the day, when you're talking about somebody like a Cam Newton or a Nick Cannon, anybody that's at that level, it's not the matter of whether or not these men are kings or noble. It's the fact they don't know how to be. Because if they knew how to be, the last thing he would do is sit his ass there and let that woman judge his life. She's not in a position to judge his life or tell him what he should and should not do.
Well, hold on. Let me interject. Here's the thing. Here's the thing where I think you guys went wrong using kings, because you and Uncle Jeff was running with that narrative, right? there were plenty instances where a king would enforce his will, whether a woman would not want to have sex or not. She could be a chaste woman, but there were kings, wicked kings, that actually went into villages, pillaged them, made women have sex against their will, and created illegitimate children. I would not sit up here and condone, just because I'm a man and a king is a man, I would not condone that type of behavior. That was some bullshit.
Is it all right if I talk with my turn?
But let that land though. Did y'all understand what I'm saying?
Every woman
didn't
just
lay down.
here.
This is what I'm saying. Every woman did not just lay down and open her legs. She was a whore.
Freezy. They didn't just start having whorehouses, bro.
No, see, you just passed over my point just then.
No, because you're making a gynocentric point. Now
How?
you're trying to say all of the kings of the past went around raping women.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that every woman didn't have sex willingly with a king. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I can clear this up if I'm allowed. I got this, AM. I got it. Number one, what you did was you absolutely polarized to make a point. You went to an extreme. The graping of women, that's not about anything other than time period. We're not discussing time period, brother. We're discussing status. In that time period, absolutely this happened. Why do you think such a great percentage of the earth is related to Genghis Khan? You're making a point that does not need to be made, and that's what makes it gynocratic. Is because women, it's called a tangent grenade. It's where we go in one way in this conversation, and then you throw in a part of the conversation that blows us off track. No. Sure, it's kind of about the point, but bringing up the graping of women by kings has nothing to do with this, primarily because none of these women were great. Secondarily, let's be clear so that we can understand this. What you are talking about, first off, not one thing that woman said about Cam Newton was an insult, unless you look at it through feminine lenses. Not one thing. You are absolutely right. Like I brought him up before, Lenny, the nigga that drive the 210 bus, that can't put a down payment on a bag of toaster crumbs. I'm not talking about that dude. I'm talking about Cam Newton, a man who clearly does not know how to run his particular kingdom, his particular earldom. What he is, the land he is lord of, which is where landlord comes from. The land that he is lord of, he does not know how to run, because if he did, he would have already decided how many women he wanted and how many children he wanted. And he would have built houses for them already that were all around his house. That when he make the woman pregnant, she move in, and that's his seed. And he will teach it as he sees fit. And he will build a dynasty. I promise you, ain't none of Cam Newton's kids going through what our funky uncles with 5 kids by 3 women is going through. Ain't none of Will, what's my other boy? Wilding out, what's his name?
Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon.
I gotta holler at Nick. Nick, bruh, Nick is great people. And what you're discussing is what doesn't work in a democratic 20th century economy. You're exactly right. But in a feudal economy, when the shit hits the fan, if I got 8 kids and I need a hut built, I got 8 kids, nigga. I got 8. Angry Man got 8. And you got 8, Freezy. Whatever you are best at in our village, our kids go and study that from you. An Angry Man.
All right,
and
so
me.
May I interject really quickly?
That's what the village does, and that's what we're going back to. These men are mismanaging their villages. They're not wrong for having them.
No Cap-tivity.
All right, so See, here's the problem right here, man. See, niggas love to think that money raises children, which is some bullshit. Because I will debate that Earl, who drives the bus from 3 to 6, that can be in every one of his kids' lives, making sure that they're doing their homework, teaching them, guiding them, is going to do a better job of raising stable human beings than Nick Cannon is. Even though I don't co-sign it at all. And the great point, look at 50 Cent kid. Look at 50 Cent first kid. Right? 50 Cent got kissed by multiple women. And his first kid is a effing failure. No, please let me finish. I listen to everybody. Second,
let him finish,
all
AM,
types
then
of people throughout
AM, you next.
All people throughout the annals of time that got married. We're not only looking at Europe, but you look at Africa, you look at China, Asia, whatever. All types of people from all different socio-economic backgrounds got married. The point is this, and this is where I'm failing to understand. When you're saying that we're making gynocratic arguments about children, we're talking about relationships. Relationships meaning that there's several parties involved. So it can't just be this person or that person. Was she a whore for doing that? Yes, absolutely. No debate from my side. Right? But
I'm sorry, I'm lost. Who are you talking about?
When AM said that back in the day, a woman who had children out of wedlock was a whore. I agree with that 1,000%. Right? I agree with that 1,000%. Right? But how hard is it to just flip her over right quick and skeet in her mouth or her asshole? Right? If you think she's not good enough to be a wife, why in the world would you put a child with that woman? Because if she's not good enough to be your wife, most likely she ain't good enough to be the mother of your child either. And I'll rest it there.
Hot sauce. I got a question for you. Do you have any children?
Yes, sir. No, I do not.
Yeah, I figured. Now, first of all, here's the thing. You made a very disingenuous statement about 50 Cent and his first son.
How so? It's true.
I'm gonna tell you why it's not true. And I'm gonna tell you why it's not true. Because you're doing the same thing that this fucking chick set her ass up there and did. You're doing the same thing that black folks do on a regular basis. His son is not the way he is for 50 being a lack of a father. His son is the way he is because of his fucking child's mother's parental alienation. That's the part y'all keep leaving out. That is the part you keep leaving out because you want to sit here and pretend like throughout history, fathers played this humongous role in their children's lives. That is not the typical function of a father. Most people grew up with their father. You know what they saw of their father? They saw him when he got up and went to work, and they saw him when he came home at night. Now on the weekends,
let him
finish. Hot sauce.
On the weekends when he's
okay.
Yeah, you may have some conversations. Then you may have a little, but the primary nurturer, caregiver, the person that's raising you is usually your mother.
The hand that rocked the cradle
is your mother. So here's this thing, right? Here's this thing, because this is what's so annoying about these damn conversations, man. We just want to figure out a way to make men, specifically black men, just the scum of the earth. The goalpost may as well be on wheels, because it is always moving. At one point, it was the men are too broke. Now that the men got money, it's about the men ain't nurturing enough. The men don't have enough emotional intelligence. The men don't have this. It is a forever moving goalpost. And the funniest thing about it is the dude you talking about, Lenny, the one that's got the bus route that you said can at least go by his kid's house and help them do their homework and shit and all that, but he ain't got much money. Let me tell you something. the likelihood of his kids robbing my ass in 20 years is a hell of a lot higher than me getting robbed by Cam Newton or motherfucking Nick Cannon's kids.
No Cap-tivity.
Guess what? When you got
I
a lot of money,
I promise you,
when you
50
got a
Cent
lot
Kid
of
is
money,
gonna rob a motherfucker. I promise you.
when you have a lot of money, you say what?
I promise
He
you, 50
promised you
Cent
some
Kid's gonna
kids
rob a
that you didn't
motherfucker. I
mention.
promise you.
You said
He
50
promised
Cent
you
what?
kids you didn't mention. You didn't mention 50 kids, so he promised them.
You hold on. You said what? Hot
I
sauce?
promise. I said I promise you, 50 Cent Kid is gonna rob a motherfucker.
Okay, number one. See, here's the thing. This is how I know you don't know what you're talking about. 50 Cent's kid was a freaking AAU basketball player, and 50's kid is an actor. He actually plays in movies and shit. He's not gonna rob anybody. He has no need to rob anybody. He hasn't done it yet. He's damn near 30.
Look.
Hold on for a second. That kid is damn near 30. He hasn't been in trouble with the law yet.
Okay, fair. Okay, you're right. I'll take it back. You're right. I take it back. Cool, no problem. But the point is, so I want to give pushback on two things. Number one, fathers also are caretakers. Point in case is mine, right? When my father when we wake up, father goes to work, we go to school. When my father comes home, checking homework, asking us about our day. We have our dinner. We do Bible study and all of that stuff. He helps us with our homework. He helps us with our education. He helps us have our goals in line or what we want to do. Took me to swimming practice. Took my brother to football practice. Right? Fathers are very much in our lives. Very much so. And matter of fact, the more your father is in your life, the more high achieving you are. Right?
That's not always
Kobe
true.
Bryant.
That's not always true.
Well, it's more true than not. It's more true than not.
Okay.
You have to spend quality time. You have to spend quality time outside of paying the bills.
Well, no, but not only that, hot sauce. It still goes against. AM talks about this all the time, about why a lot of these kids are grow up being misdirected.
What's the golfer name?
Why a lot of these young boys grow up being emotional. I do think it's unfair to blame single mothers for, these kids being dysfunctional when they grow up, when the fathers are not around. But then
no, that's single mother's fault. No, fuck that. That's single mother's fault. They should have got pregnant in marriage.
Listen to what I'm saying. These kids are being created with these single mothers, with these women, and there's no marriage. There's no marriage in sight. This type of environment is actually perpetuating the critique that we're always talking about in these relationships with women and these single mothers and these kids. But the women are conceiving these kids from somewhere. They conceiving these kids from the guys. So this is what I'm saying. I do not.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's both.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm one to believe, right? And it might not be a popular opinion, but I'm one to believe that just because a guy got money, that doesn't mean that those kids in those other households are going to turn out better. I agree
with you.
Yes, are going to turn out better than other kids that, where the father was an average working dude and he had kids from women from different households and whatnot. I don't think money is going to be a deciding factor on whether a child is going to be better or not.
It's crazy.
Right, I definitely agree because the reason I'm just gonna say this. I have to say this. Because the thing about it is, man, just because you have money does not give you the right to pregnant as many women as you want outside of wedlock. It does not give you the right to do that. And my last point is this.
I
of the
got it.
reasons
I got
why
it. Can I get my
we
turn?
as a community are so underperforming about the children that we produce because we're so fixated on money instead about the things that matter. About money matters, but instead about the things about guiding and teaching and instilling values in your children and
Hey, check
quality
this out.
time.
Check this out.
That stuff matters. I'm
Okay.
done.
Please land this
I'm done.
goddamn plane. Please land it.
I landed.
Jesus. First of all,
I landed.
there's a group of people in this country that fixate on nothing but money. And they are outperforming us in every fucking category.
Wait, that fixate on nothing. I ain't hear what you said. Fixate on nothing but what, AM?
There's a group of people
Yeah.
that are fixated on nothing but money.
Money. Okay, gotcha.
And they are outperforming
Who
us
is that?
in numerous categories. If I could say the name, I would have said it.
Then I
Now,
don't know what you're talking about.
You
here's
actually,
the thing.
if you think it's every other nationality but us,
Yeah, to be truthfully
if
honest.
you really think about it.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. The truth of the matter is, black people ain't fixated enough on money. That's number one. Black people ain't fixated enough on money. Now
You're taking it out of context.
This idea that, oh, well, it's not about money. And I'm gonna tell you something. This is a woman talking point. And you know why it's a woman talking point? Because before it was about money when niggas didn't have no damn money. Now that niggas got money, it ain't about money.
I never said it was not about money. I never said that. I never said that.
No, here's the thing. You want to know the reason? You want to know the reason why you're successful, hot sauce? You want to know the reason why? The real reason?
My father.
It's because of your father, right? Guess what? Let me ask you this question.
I'm successful because of my father.
Let me ask you this question. How did your mother talk about your father to you?
She didn't. My father was in my life, so she didn't have to.
No, I'm gonna say it again. Because you tap dance. When your mother
Talk about my father.
When your mother interacted with you and your father, talked about you and your father, did your mother ever say anything foul about your father? That's what I'm asking.
Oh no, she didn't. No.
Okay, guess what? Your father could have did everything you just listed. If you would have grew up in a household where your mother talked about your father crazy, incessantly, I guarantee you that would have had a tremendous effect on your ability to be successful. And that doesn't just go on in single mother households. It goes on in households where the father is there and is doing all of the stuff you talking about doing. I keep trying to break this down for y'all, for everybody that watches my show. Y'all keep thinking it's the father. It's his lack of being there, or he didn't take you to enough games, or he didn't do this, or he did do this. It is not your father. It is the perception that your mother has of your father. However your mother views your father is how you're going to view your father, and that's going to determine whether or not your father is actually playing a key role in your life.
Well, I lived with my father for a while, so but I mean, but the point, because I'm not going to disagree with that, because I do agree with that. But the point that I'm want to talk about is it's both people. It's not just a one person fault kind of thing. It's both people. So, for example, if my mom ain't shit, then that's my father's fault. If my father ain't shit, that's my mom's fault. It's both. The answers matter. I said that. I agree with you on that. Like how your mom talks about your father. I agree with you on that too. But it's in the same token, right? If your mom talks shit about you, talk shit about your father to you, your father was the dummy that got her pregnant, right? If your father ain't shit never come around and your mom was always crying, then it's your mom's dumbass fault for getting pregnant by a guy like that. It's both people. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Well,
That's all.
I just
I
think
pass the mic.
I think that it's reckless to put out this notion that because you got money you can't move recklessly. Right? Like I think that that not only is it reckless to push that point, it's nonsensical because a man, even a man with money, I'm gonna bring Uncle Jeff back in. Even a man with money, right, can move recklessly. Is even with having children, they can get women pregnant. They can have drunk nights, just like a regular guy. They can be on coke, they can be on drugs, and get a woman pregnant just like a regular dude. I don't give a guy a pass for having children outside of marriage just because he got money and creating these households. I'm not gonna do that because it's still adding to the problem. His money, a dude money don't make shit right. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, like there are plenty kids that complain that their father just wasn't there.
They do that because they mama put that bullshit in their head.
But
there's literally dudes out here that's in their kids' lives, and they mama still say, your daddy ain't shit, your daddy was never there. And these little kids repeat that dumb shit.
Right, but I agree with you that there are incidences like what you're saying, but you're not adhering to the fact there are instances like what I'm saying. There are guys that with money that just deadbeat dads.
Okay, when my turn is?
Go ahead, Uncle Joe.
I'm not going to speak up for, excuse. I didn't even know we were discussing old punk ass niggas that are horrible with their children. Again, I feel like that's a tangent. I know, I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't talk about what I feel. In my opinion, that's a tangent grenade, but okay. Sure, they exist. Who I was discussing, who I've been clearly discussing, what it is that whether or not you agree with me is immaterial. It's happening already. The American family is being ripped to shreds, and nothing better could happen for black people than that. Because family doesn't have anything to do with you. You're village people. And this conversation you're having is from a disgruntled female family European standpoint. The mindset that has poisoned black women to this day. A man, first off, monogamy isn't functional for either, but it's far less functional. It's biologically not functional for a man. To say that a man who has children by multiple women is reckless is to have a very, very short historical memory, because it isn't reckless when it's done right. You talking to, like I said, we keep trying to stretch this paradigm over horrible niggas that are fantastically irresponsible. I'm trying to tell you that there are other ways to raise your children, and these are the only ways that are going to work. The very thing you are railing against is burning. It's burning. Your people were never meant to live this way. You're going to live like villages, or you're going to die. Because once we get in a position to where we have to depend on one another, it's not going to be man to one woman mostly. There's going to be too many women and children. The math don't even cover this shit. And you keep trying to say or imply that because a man has a lot of money and because a man has children from different women, that by default, this is a horrible dude. You don't give any benefit to the doubt that maybe, just maybe, this man has a harmonious relationship with these women who he has figured out who has what strength, and that's where his children spend their time when they're not with him. Because that's the way it's actually supposed to go, and that's the way the ones that win will go. And bruh, just know that any pushback you give is coming from 1958.
But Jeff,
Well,
he
I,
literally
I would
said,
like to give pushback from another perspective.
Cam literally said, and this is why these conversations annoy the fuck out of me. Because I don't know what's wrong with black men, but anything that comes out of a black woman's mouth is law and pure fucking gold. And whatever comes out of a man's mouth has to always be questioned. He literally sat there and let that woman say everything she was saying. And once she got finished, he said, well, I'm not in that situation because all my children live in my house. And I have a phenomenal relationship with all three of their mothers. So the shit she's saying doesn't even apply to Cam. But we're still having the conversation as if it does. And the ridiculous thing about it is, and this is something black people do on a regular basis. Any nigga that got any real money is always vilified, demonized. It's something got to be wrong with them. It's always the niggas that's broke that are noble. I even heard a rabbi say this. He said part of the reason Christians, which most black people are brought up in Christian households, the big issue that they have is they think that being destitute or being impoverished is a virtue. I have never in my all I hear from black people is whenever somebody says, well, you know, this person has a significant amount of money, which at the end of the day was always the foundation for you being able to do anything. But the moment we start talking about money, well, just because a person have money don't mean they gon' how? How? If you can afford to put your kids in private school, which any study will show you, most kids that go to private school do extremely well, do way better than kids in public school. And if we're talking about the father being present, then how do you explain kids that get sent to boarding school? They don't see their daddy every day. What about kids that go to military school? They don't see their daddy every day. What about kids that got fathers that's in the military that's deployed? They don't see their daddy every day. Like this stretch that we have.
I would love to reply after you, Freezy. I'll go after you.
This reach that we have to do to continue, and I'm putting on my pro-black hat right now because I need to do it. This stretch that we have to do to continue to perpetuate the propaganda of the negative stereotypes of black men that white men started and black women have taken up the mantle of is ridiculous. Do you realize only 8% of the black male population can even be considered deadbeats? 8%. But we talk about it as if it's 90%. But I don't see this same smoke for these women having children out of wedlock. There's literally 3 dudes in Tennessee that got 78 children by 46 women. But we'll focus on the 3 dudes and ignore the 46 women. It's ridiculous.
So, what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. We talk about the statistics all the time. There are more women with kids than men because they'll all get pregnant by the same dude. What dude out here is having sex with all these women? That is reckless. Listen what I'm saying. Now, Hot Sauce can correct me if I'm wrong. The only people that actually speaking in absolutes is you and Jeff. Because I never said
that is correct.
I never said that a man with money can't be a good father. I don't think Hot Sauce said that either. What we were stipulating was a man with a lot of money doesn't automatically make him a good father. Money does not determine how good of a father you are. So if you are
heard
not,
us stipulate that?
No, I'm saying.
Did you hear us stipulate that?
No, what you guys are doing.
Then why did you make that point?
No, yes, I have. Yes, I have. I have heard you guys say that if you are the noble class, you can get as many women as you want pregnant.
Right.
I have heard you say that.
You did say that early in the show.
Okay. Well, hold on, gentlemen. Hold on. Hold on. There is no. Let's clear the polarity here. Being a good father has we can take money out of both of these equations. Okay. The working man and the king. Let's do that. And let's talk about just virtuous men here. Let's talk about men who give a damn. Let's talk about men who give a damn about their children, men who see a future for them, men who see a future in the trajectory that they have made with whatever business it is that they have. These men, is it all right if we talk about just them and leave the scallywag working man and the scallywag rich man out of it? Can we do that?
That's fine, but that's a different conversation. Okay. That's all I was saying.
Well, no. It becomes it then is allowed to become the same conversation. It's allowed to become the conversation we're supposed to have, because once you do that, once you eliminate the scallywag man,
it's a different conversation.
You know that you have eliminated most. You have eliminated most of the scallywag women that we disagree on, because these men don't deal with those women. Are we discussing a utopia? Are we discussing how things ought to be? Are we discussing how they
now
are?
The conversation has changed.
Because it doesn't sound like we're
the conversation has changed.
That's not what you guys' premise was in the beginning, though.
But Uncle Jeff, I gotta point this out. I'm not gonna leave the money out because I refuse to be on some ignorant nigga shit. We live in America.
Your mic volume went down a little bit. I don't know what happened.
Okay, look. We in America.
I'm here.
Right? And in America, to say
y'all niggas are in America.
To say that the money don't matter and we gotta take the money out of it, it's like saying that you're an awesome ball player without a basketball.
Well,
sure.
Okay,
there's other factors, but the main thing, you gotta have a basketball if you want to score.
Well, I think you missing my point for taking money out in the first place, Sam. Okay, I don't think ain't nobody up here broke. I don't think the reason I take it out is because it's a yardstick that has been played with by the gynocratic side. So let's just take it out. Because whenever we start talking about black men, somehow the horrible ones kind of creep up in the phone. Just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean you're a good father. I don't know which one of us made that point. I don't know. That's a point that doesn't need arguing because neither one of us made it. That again
No,
is a
the
tangible
point, the
aid.
point. Hang on a second. The point that I'm making at least is that regardless of how much money you have, does not give you the right to have children with multiple women outside of the confines
Brother, you
of
have
marriage.
just
That is my point.
trampled through history. You have just trampled through history. There is
So,
no
so,
history
so,
of
so,
any people in any time that honors what you just said. None.
so, okay. So then I'm going to give you a society that honors that.
Sure.
modern day Ch- Modern day China today, right? You can, I don't care how much money you have, if the woman has a child and there is no father, that child cannot get an ID, social security card, what you call it in America, or a birth certificate, which is a
You
hukou.
just stepped
They do
horribly
not
on your
they
own
do
foot, young
not they
man.
do
I
not
need you to look
they
a
do
little.
not
Hold on.
support illegitimacy here. They do not
I
support
think you need to
illegitimacy
look
here.
at China a little closer if you're going to talk about
I've been living here
population
20
and
years,
screwed up
Playboy.
family.
I've been living here 20 years.
Okay, so as the playboy you discussed, who has had pussy on every continent to include the one you live on, I strongly
Okay, excellent.
suggest. I strongly suggest that you look up China and the mistake of one child per family and how it has devastated them. Devastated.
But
Look at where China is supposed to be.
My good friend.
The
My good friend.
okay,
Hold,
My
hold,
good
all
okay.
right,
friend.
let Jeff land
Here.
his point, and then you can go, Hassan. Let Jeff finish.
Okay,
Please.
sure.
That
I
thing you're
apologize. I
about to
apologize.
that what you're about to do is tell me I'm wrong because I'm inaccurate. And I'll forgive me if that's not what you're about to say. So let me clean it up. Look up why it is China is on a collision course with culture in the next 10 years. And I didn't make it up. And it has to do with whatever I said that is a mistake that you're going to correct, which does not invalidate my point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So here's the situation. One child policy does not. One child policy and having babies with multiple women are two totally different things. So, yes, you are correct about the society is not going to collapse. That's not going to happen. That's what people are forecasting, but it has yet to take shape. As will it hit? Will it harm? Yes, but is it going to collapse society? Absolutely not. China will be here 100 years from now. So that's incorrect. That is also incorrect. The point I'm trying to hammer home is that regardless of how wealthy you are or whatever, they do not tolerate kids out of wedlock. That's all I'm saying. You can have 1 trillion kids. Have 1 trillion kids with 1 trillion women. Just marry them. That's all I'm saying. Have it in the confines of marriage so you don't have illegitimacy. That's all.
Look,
That's what I'm not
Okay.
with. That is what I'm not with.
You've mixed two concepts, brother. You mixed two, and I mean this. I don't mean that. This is not about splitting hairs. Okay. And there's room for everybody to be right. You haven't brought up anything that is necessarily incorrect. It's just all tangent grenades that throw us off the point.
But it's not tangent grenades because illegitimacy harms society. Illegitimate kids harm society.
I'm not discussing illegitimate kids, bruh. I'm not.
You are.
Okay, well, if you'd like, if it's okay with you, I'd like to explain how I'm not.
Okay.
Nick Cannon's children are not illegitimate. Cam Newton's children are not illegitimate. The definition of illegitimate children to a state is a child that is born out of wedlock and therefore is at a higher financial risk and social risk of being dealt with by the state. That child is illegitimate. The child of a common man who does not have the money to afford that child, or the child of a man of means who, through embarrassment, does not want that child around what his brand that he has built, that child becomes illegitimate because it is at risk of being taken care of by the state. The state is not going to be taking care of Nick Cannon's kids. Nick Cannon's kids are not going to grow up ignorant. They're not going to grow up impoverished. They're not going to grow up without a father's guidance. They're not going to grow up without opportunity. And that nigga Lenny, all his kids are at risk of that. If Lenny get in a bad bus accident, that's where they are. If somebody decides to rob a liquor store and jump on Lenny's bus, and Lenny ain't got a good enough lawyer, and somebody white gets eliminated, a lawyer can make it look like Lenny was in on the robbery. And now his kids is ass out. None of that is going to happen to this man's children. And I'm not saying they're going to turn out great. Look at T.I.'s kids. Oh, it's crazy ass kids out there. But you're going to have to stop trying to acid test the world of a king to that of a commoner. You can't.
He was there every day. Can y'all hear me?
So,
yeah.
All right.
He was there.
Yeah, I hear you. You say he's there every day. We heard you.
T.I. was there every day.
So see, here's the situation, right? And here, and this is the crazy thing, right? Because you keep saying that me and Freezy are making gynocratic arguments when you guys are using gynocratic tactics. You just redefined the definition of illegitimacy. Okay, you literally just redefined the term illegitimacy.
It is out. You
No,
are
I
making gynocratic. Hold on. You are making gynocratic arguments. And the reason why
Webster Dictionary disagrees with you, sir.
The reason why you're making a gynocratic argument, the reason why you're making a black woman argument is because niggas have been trained to have an ideology that actually benefits you. I'm gonna say it again. Niggas have been trained to have an ideological view. I don't need you to say bro. I want to be able to get my point across.
I'm listening. I'm listening to you. I'm sincerely listening to you.
It's the interjecting. Don't interject.
Okay, fine. I'm on mute. Go ahead.
Niggas have been trained in an ideology to practice eugenics themselves. Which is why every single time somebody black has children, it's a damn problem. And it's so bad that it's got to the children, it's problematic. That's one. Number two, you're making an argument for marriage, knowing full and well how dangerous that prospect is for men like that of that stature. And what I'm trying to figure out is how does marriage, as opposed to not getting married, would change the circumstances of Cam Newton's children or Nick Cannon's children?
So before we go any further, because we're having a discrepancy about the word illegitimate, right? Okay, this is dictionary right here. It says illegitimate. The first definition is not recognized as lawful offspring. Second definition is born of parents not married to each other. So it just, kids born outside of wedlock can be considered, by definition, illegitimate kids.
Okay, how many illegitimate kids does Eddie Murphy have?
I don't know how many kids he got.
Well, that's immaterial. That's immaterial. Okay. That's immaterial.
No. I think it's very relevant. I think it's very relevant.
How so?
There's a man that has multiple kids outside of wedlock, but when he get married, how many of them are illegitimate?
They're defined. We got to use words as they're defined. Come on, guys.
Okay,
we got to use words as they're defined.
So I'm trying to use the word as defined. Could somebody tell me how many of Eddie Murphy's children are illegitimate?
I don't know. I have no
Okay,
idea.
well, let's look it up.
Well, I would.
I see you down there, Doug Will.
Eddie
I'm about to bring you
Murphy.
up right now, Doug Will. Shout out to Doug Will in the building.
Children with wives.
And why are you looking that up? I want to talk about Angry Man saying that me and Freezy are making a point of eugenics. No, we're not, because we're not capping on how many children Cam Newton has. Nobody has ever made that argument. No one ever says that, oh, Cam Newton has too many children. Nick Cannon has too many children. No one has made that debate or made that assertion or claim. What we're saying, well, at least what we're saying, and I'm gonna, and Freezy, correct me if I'm wrong. We're talking about the logistics. Can you legitimately give that kid enough of your time for guidance? Because opportunity, you're correct. Nick Cannon has a ton of money. Cam Newton has tons of money, so opportunity is going to be there. But is the quality time? Is the quality time, the leadership, the guidance? Giving that fatherly advice, sage advice, will that be there? And for me, that's a huge question mark.
Well, that's the leading reason why these kids are growing up dysfunctional, because they don't have the father's leadership, right? And then we got guys, especially in this space, that say that the women, a lot of these women, these single mothers, run the fathers away, and that's why a lot of these boys grow up emotional, too emotional, and all that kind of stuff, right? So here's the thing: you can't have your cake and eat it too. You understand what I'm saying?
Argument for men that don't apply to this argument.
How so, Sway? That's what I'm saying.
Cam Newton and freaking Nick Cannon.
This just in, important piece of information. Done a little research. It turns out that Eddie Murphy has 5 illegitimate children. Of them, which are we concerned about becoming dregs of society? From a social standpoint, if somebody can raise their hand, because he does, according to this, we're using Webster's definition, Eddie Murphy has 5 illegitimate children.
So
can we all agree to that? Does anybody else need to look it up?
Here we go again. Here we go again. See, that is not a good faith argument. My only critique for you was, hey, that's not the definition. I did not make a logical link or a correlation. That's saying that dregs of society. All I said to you was, hey, that's not the definition of the word.
Okay, well, but I thought it was implied. I thought it was implied here, and forgive me, that rich men have less time to spend with their children, and it's a bad idea for them to have children with multiple women who aren't their wives. Is that the argument you're making? Yes or no?
So if you want to do that, then I would reject.
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do anything but get your argument clear.
Please allow me to answer.
I'm not doing anything. I'm asking you a straight question.
And I'm going to answer you straightly. I'm going to answer you straightly. Answer you straightly, because if you're going to put it into that context, then I'm going to say no again. If you give me one example,
then what is your argument? And could you do me a favor and clear up your argument in 2 sentences?
Please allow me to finish. Because if you're going to change the context, then I'm going to say no based on the logical fallacy of a hasty generalization. You give me a small sample size and say, hey, this applies to everyone. And that's just not true.
No, I didn't. And I'm not giving you anything. I'm asking you a question. Pretty please with sugar on top for the last time. If what I said was incorrect in saying what your argument is, could you please state your argument?
Yes, absolutely, which you were incorrect, because my only critique was to say, hey, that was not the definition, and that was my argument. Just simply saying that was not the definition. There you go.
Okay, so we can't use, I used your argument. I found a sample of a man who has, by your definition, 5 illegitimate children. Can we agree upon that? Yes or no? By your definition. That's not unfair to do.
Not my definition, but the
By Webster's
Webster Merriam
definition.
Dictionary. Yes.
Okay, well, according to Webster's definition of it and your spirit of it as you read it, would you say, in your opinion, being able to read, as you have proven, that Eddie Murphy, me being able to read, as I have proven, has 5 illegitimate children? Yes or no?
Based on the information that you have read, I would have to say yes.
Good. So let us do away with then. Let us do away with, since we're going to use illegitimate children for every child, the chance and opportunity that, as Webster put it, and in this society puts it, that there's a chance that if a man has enough money and enough wisdom and enough countenance and enough patience, that he can raise the women, children of women that he does not marry, down to this social financial construct that is a gynocratic argument because it's a social financial construct. I'll land it there.
Will, look, if you turn your phone sideways, your face will get smaller. I mean, like if you do the full screen or whatever. Yeah, there you go.
And I disagree, but I'll go after, I guess, Mr. Will.
Go ahead,
or Angry
Dub.
Man or whoever.
Man, shout out to Dub, man. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to Dub. Me and Dub share a special relationship. Dub know what I'm talking about. He saved me during the Fight Club days. Dub, what you've been listening in, I can imagine. What's your take on the discussion as far as the discrepancies, what we're talking about right now, as far as like dudes having a lot of money, being rich, and having a pass on having being able to have more of a pass having multiple kids, more so over like your average Joe and everything, as far as having functional households and stuff.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I just got off work about 30 minutes ago, so I'm just checking in to the show, but I've been paying attention to all the conversations about the whole Cam Newton, Nick Cannon thing. And I got several opinions. First of all, since when is it kosher to comment on other people's kids and family situations? That's my first thing. Like, I understand Nick and Cam were being diplomatic with that lady on the show, but they better than me, because I would have said that's none of your damn business and just kept it pushing.
How about that?
About something else. That's one. Secondly,
how about that?
Nick Cannon, I don't know. Nick Cannon, Cam Newton, I don't know their net worth, but they got to be worth at least $100 million. Got to be. You know what I'm saying? So probably when you talk about that, probably I'm lowballing it.
Yeah.
But when you talk about that amount of wealth, they live by a different set of rules. It just is what it is. So you can't apply everyday person situations to people that's making 8-9 figures. I mean, they just have a different situation. I was watching Lapeef earlier, listening to Lapeef earlier, and they were breaking down the difference between child support versus if one of them got married and risk half. And I think Cam Newton for his first 5 kids was paying like $7,500 a month for all of them. If you math that out over 18 years, it's like $1.6 million. Just business wise, it makes more sense to do that. I mean, we just taking morality out of it, but or whatever your subjective view of morality is. Just business wise, it makes more sense to do it that way, especially since those women agreed to it. From what I understand, he had 5 by his first baby mama, 2 by the second one, and 1 by the third one, the current one. So if you risk marrying one of those women, from their mindset, I'm risking half my stuff or a significant portion of my stuff. If they down with it, I just have kids with them and just pay the child support. So just logically, from a business standpoint, that makes sense. Third, I'm annoyed that we're looking at Nick and Cam as if it don't take 2 people to make a baby. So if you take Cam's situation, right? Let's say the first one, the first child with the first woman, and she thought that he was gonna marry her, whatever, just hypothetically, and he didn't. How do you explain 2, 3, 4, and 5 if she's not cool with it? Okay, second woman. He already got a baby mama with 5 kids with her. So obviously she was cool with that and she had 2 more with him. The third one, he got 2 baby mamas with 7 kids. She's cool with being number 8. So why are we just look? So that's 3 women who got pregnant 8 different times, and we looking at him as a problem? Make that make sense?
Can I interject? Let me say this. I don't think me and I'm going out. I'm pretty sure Hot Sauce shares the same sentiment. I don't think
I don't know. I don't know your argument, Freezy, because I didn't hear your argument. I'm just getting my view of the whole situation in total.
Okay, and I'm about to read this the super cap shortly, y'all. Thank y'all for the super cap. I'm about to read it shortly. I don't think me and Hot Sauce are absolving the women from their responsibility or their role that they played in having these kids. We're not saying it's all the men. We're not saying it's the men's fault. I do agree with what you said, where it takes 2, and I think Uncle Jeff said that too earlier, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we know it takes 2. I'm not absolving the women at all. I'm not doing that, right? But what I was speaking to was Cam Newton was saying that he's not even thinking about marriage. He just wants to shoot up the club. He want to have more kids. Now, with all due fairness, Angry Man added some clarity that Cam Newton does have all of his kids in his house. That's what Cam Newton said. That's what Angry Man said. So if this is the case, guess what? I'm not even talking about Cam Newton. I'm just speaking to what Dr. Cheyenne Bryant saying. Right. Just saying, I don't even think about marriage. I just want to shoot up the clubhouse some more kids. Yeah, Freeze ain't going for that, because that type of mentality has fucked up black community for decades, for, you know what I'm saying, for a long time. And so there might be guys that might hear Cam Newton say that bullshit and think it's okay because they make $200,000 a year, or you know, in the hood, shit, 75,000 is a lot of money. You know, 50, 60,000. You know, these niggas be crazy. So I'm not finna just go with that bullshit what Cam said. Oh, marriage is not high on the totem pole, but having more kids is. Okay, if he's taking care of his kids, and if all his kids is in his house, I ain't got nothing to say about that. You know what I'm saying? Even though I would like to see more married black couples as a better example, I would like to see that. But his money, his dick.
Why?
Huh? Well, I mean, first of all, you know my belief in my religion, right? I mean, that's just what I believe. That's my belief system.
Okay.
Right?
Absolutely. Right. Now, okay, if we could stop there just for a second in your belief system.
Oh, because I had some more, but you can stop right there, the belief system.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple questions. Okay. Solomon, Methuselah, let me see. Yeah, Abraham, thank you. They are included in your belief system. Do you have an issue with them having multiple wives? And again, I think the only part that I'm kicking back with what you're saying, I'm not kicking back off of faithfulness. I'm not kicking back off of, okay, if these 3 women are going to be with this man, then these 3 women sleep with that man, and that man only sleep with these 3 women. I'm not kicking back on that. I'm kicking back on the state, bruh. I'm kicking back on the contract that says that this man, once he says that he marries this woman, she gets to take half of what she did not plant, half of what she did not harvest, half of what she did not plan, because she laid up under this man. And that's what marriage is to the state right now. And that's what they are avoiding, and that's what I applaud them for. If you have an issue, yes, let's discuss if we can that part of my issue. Not the faithfulness, not all the other stuff that your faith believes in. So do I. I just don't believe a man ought to lose half his shit to somebody who didn't help him with it.
Yeah, I don't believe that either, just for the record. And yeah, I do believe in multiple wives. That's a part of my faith system too. But obviously we're living under different conditions in the Western world with America and everything. But I will say this. But we hear you, AM. We hear you.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I will say this, right? And I know this is going to be unpopular. Y'all going to accuse me of being with the gynocracy, whatever that shit AM said earlier. But I would say this. Here's why I do agree with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. When men are talking to women, I do think we should be more responsible when vetting women. I don't think that it's conducive and wise.
Absolutely.
I don't think it's conducive and wise to just say, oh, I like the way she look. She got a BBL and she look athletic and she's showing her titties and all the niggas want her. I'm gonna go ahead and have a baby from her because she look good and her hair stringy. And my baby I have curly hair.
But
can I please
here's why I agree with Dr. Bryant. She said people should take their time and get to know their partners so we can have more successful marriages. I agree with that.
You know what's funny?
Okay, me too.
What's funny about this shit is y'all find it egregious for a dude to just pick a woman because of how she look, when y'all will listen to and follow the fucking advice of a woman just because of how she look.
Not Freezy, not me. Cap-tivity. I don't even damn how she look.
If Dr. Bryant was busted, y'all would have a different fucking opinion.
Nah, you know that ain't me, AM. You know that ain't me.
Here's the thing. Because y'all are saying some shit.
I haven't given my opinion on her yet.
Y'all are saying some shit that's incorrect. And I'm gonna tell you why it's incorrect. Because prior to 1965, black people were excelling in every category. And during that time, there were a lot of children that were born out of life.
The AM freeze up on y'all end too? Oh, there you go. He's back.
Yeah.
He's back. Yo, you back.
Hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you now.
Prior to 65, there were a lot of men that were married, but they also had children outside of their marriages.
Prior to 1965, you said? Like, what was you talking about? Closer to the silent era? That what you're saying?
Yep.
So they had illegitimate kids, that's what you're saying?
I think he froze up again.
Yeah. I can't hear him.
Hey, you might want to drop down and come right back. Okay. But Doug Will, go ahead and say what's on your mind till AM get back. Go ahead.
So I've never heard of this lady before this interview, so I'm not coming at her because I don't know anything about her. But I did hear somebody say that she's supposed to be some kind of life coach or relationship. But how can you give advice on relationships? You're 41, never been married, no kids, you've been engaged 4 times and ended all 4 engagements. Like, what gives you the authority to speak on anything about how this man chooses to run his family when you haven't created a family of your own?
I mean, so you're saying she doesn't really have a jurisdiction because she's not experienced in marriage?
Right. Okay. For example, I think all y'all up here got kids, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't have any children. So what would it look like if y'all were having a conversation about different ways to parent your children, and I come in with my no kid having stuff and try to tell y'all way is wrong and my way is right. I don't know what I'm talking about.
It'll look like what just happened a little while ago with hot sauce, because he ain't got no damn kids.
Hold on, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Wait, hold on. Del Will, if you're saying something that makes sense, and you adhere to a certain type of credence, like
if it makes sense, why didn't she do it?
What do you mean? Go ahead. What do you mean by that?
Her argument against Cam and Nick were creating broken homes and compartmentalizing children, and having both parents. If that's,
hey, Uncle Joe, mute up until you get ready to talk. I'm getting the echo on your on those. Go ahead, Del Will.
If that is the best situation for the community, why hasn't she done it?
Well, I don't know why she ain't married.
Because
I didn't even know she was engaged 4 times. I didn't even know that. So
yeah, I mean, what's worse? A successful man having a bunch of children that he's going to take care of, and who more than likely are going to grow up to be productive because they're under his leadership, or another single childless person in their 40s. If we're talking about furthering the Black community, don't you need more people to further the community? Under quality leadership?
Under quality leadership, yeah. Yeah, we do.
So I'm not going to disqualify Cam Newton and Nick Cannon just because they're unmarried.
Well, I'm not really disqualifying them because they're not married. I mean, my daddy was married to my mama and he was a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? So I mean
you're making my point.
I understand that.
Marriage does not equate to good person or a good leader or a good wife. It just means you got married.
I totally agree with that.
But from her standpoint, if that is the dynamic that is best for the community, shouldn't you be participating in that dynamic before you criticize somebody else who's not?
Right. But my only argument here is that just because you got money doesn't make you an effective father. That's all.
Okay.
That's all I was saying.
Could you please tell me why you keep saying that? Because it's almost like somebody brought up something from the other side that refutes that, or it makes that necessary, and I just don't know what that is.
Well, I just brought it up under the pretense that money by itself doesn't raise a child, and we actually AM initiated this conversation because he initiated it before I even played the clip from Dr. Brian and Cam Newton when she was talking when she had gave Cam Newton pushback about him saying I'm not even thinking about marriage right now. It's not high on my totem pole. I'm not getting married no time soon right now. But I do want to have more kids because I can. He's just saying because he can, right? So I'm not saying, but I don't want people to get the notion that I'm saying that Cam Newton is a bad father. I never said that. I don't think that Hot Sauce said that either. I was just speaking. I was just saying that money. I was just speaking to money does not make, just because somebody has money doesn't give you a pass on being a good father. That's all I was saying.
Okay, you keep repeating that, but you haven't. Okay, here's what's confusing me, brother.
Mm-hmm.
You giving Cam the benefit of the doubt that he's not a bad father.
Well, I don't know his situation. I can't speak on Cam.
Okay, well, it sounded like, forgive me. Can we give Cam Newton the benefit of the doubt that he's not a bad father? Is it all right to do that?
Yeah,
because it sounds like that's.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
I can give him the benefit.
Okay.
No, before you keep going, Joe. Dr. Bryant was actually she was demonizing his actions. She was doing that. She was demonizing.
I could not be less worried about what that woman had to say. She is absolutely, like Bruh Man just said, you like a dentist with a raggedy mouth. Nobody would what? You're not really even in this conversation. Okay. I'm discussing Cam Newton, and somehow you taking issue with the fact that he says that he does want children and more of them, but that he doesn't want marriage. Now, we've already agreed that it's an unfair financial agreement with the state. Yes? And can we make that agreement?
Yeah, depending.
We made the agreement.
Yeah,
we made the agreement that no woman who didn't. We ain't talking about Pauletta Washington. We ain't talking about Sam Jackson's wife. We ain't talking about Camille Cosby. No woman who didn't help you get your shit deserves half of your shit. We've already agreed to that, right?
I agree to that.
And we can agree that maybe, just maybe, those are two pieces that Cam is looking at, since he has a fortune. And I'm trying to figure out, in light of that, where he doesn't get the grace to say that he wants more children and he doesn't want marriage. If somebody that's discussing this could just help me out with that.
I can help you out with it. I can help you out with it. It's very simple. The women have done what they've always done. They have used shaming tactics and attacked black male masculinity and got niggas running around here fighting their battle for them. These women, that woman is not pushing the issue of Cam marrying that woman, or Nick marrying that woman because they should be trying to have a deep, meaningful relationship. She's pushing the agenda for black men to marry women so that those women can secure their freaking bag. That's all it is. That is all it is. And I'm trying to figure out why grown men would care if a rich nigga has 30 children. It makes no sense whatsoever. And to go back to the point that I made, that people just skipped over, going into Reconstruction out of slavery, do y'all know there was a point where black people could not legally marry? Do you realize that from construction all the way up to the damn 70s, black people were excelling in every category? And there were plenty of children that were born out of wedlock. There were fathers who had families who had more than one family. And they most certainly wasn't in every household. They couldn't be split across households. But guess what? Black people still did fine. Why? Because the damn women were different. Y'all keep wanting to put this on the niggas. You've been doing this shit for 70 fucking years. It ain't the men.
So let me speak.
How many ways we gotta say this shit, man?
Let me speak to Uncle Jeff's question. You still there, Uncle Jeff? Okay, hold on. Okay.
I just actually popped up to make one point, but like I said, I'm putting my studio back together while I'm listening to y'all.
Okay.
So yes, I'm here. I'm right here.
So here's the difference, Uncle Jeff, on how I see it, right? Now, I do agree with you as far as the legalization as far as westernized marriage. Yes, I do think that that's unfair for the person that makes the majority amount of that's worth the most in the marriage, for them to actually be subjected to have been taken for half of their net worth, right? I do think that's unfair. I agree with you on that. When it comes to just having kids, right? Because I don't quite the contrary, and not agreeing with popular opinion, I don't think that a marriage is deemed a marriage just because of United States paperwork. right? I want you guys to understand.
Okay.
I want you to follow my belief system.
Okay.
So with me,
I'm with you. I'm here.
I do believe that it's healthy whether you're signing, some documentation under the American law, or if you have an agreement with the woman that you choose to sleep with and procreate with. I think it's healthy to go forward in that relationship with an understanding with your woman. Hey, you're my woman. There will be no infidelity. You're my wife. You agree to be my wife, even if it's not under American law. My children are not going to see you with other men. My children are not going to see you entertaining other men. And you're not going to be able to move around freely just because I'm your baby daddy and I got money. You got my child and I'm just a baby bank. Now you done had a baby from me, but you can go F other men too. I think that's unhealthy, not only just for the couple, but I think that's unhealthy for the children to see. Now, maybe, I'm by myself on that, but I don't think that's a healthy environment for no kids. I think it's very healthy and conducive for children that were conceived under you, Uncle Jeff, to only know you as a father, to only know you as their father figure or male figure in their life. I think if we can keep it under that dynamic, whether we're dealing with American law or not, I deem that as a healthy relationship, a healthy marriage as well.
Okay, well, I don't know that I'm arguing that. I don't know that what I have to say goes against that.
Right.
What I'm discussing is we keep trying to stretch commoner rules and commoner guidelines over men who are not common and who are naturally gravitating towards where we're supposed to be going. If you can, there are already a number of black people who live this way, that live in villages, that brother, you're pushing for something that just doesn't work anymore because, number one, it's been morally destroyed. Two, and most importantly, it has no social and financial purpose anymore. That's why the family's being destroyed. That's why
Jeff,
this government is coming at it.
I'm sorry.
The family don't have nothing to do with you. I keep trying to bring that home to us. That's why it doesn't work.
Jeff, do you think the people that live in villages, bring Angry Man back, the people that live in villages, right, like you said, and I've been following your notion for a while since you cammed up, Uncle Jeff, on this show. You do believe in a collective. You talked about the village concept early on in the show.
Absolutely.
I actually agree with you on that. I'm a collective guy myself, which quite the contrary, a lot of guys in this space are not a collective guy. They don't even believe in the community. They don't believe in none of that shit. So I do share the same sentiment with you on that.
Don't worry about them cats. What's coming gonna take care of all of that.
Okay. But even in a village, in a village a predicament
setting.
Right? Yeah, village setting. Thank you. I have these brain farts.
I'm with you. Come on.
But even in a village setting, if a man has kids with multiple women, usually in a tribal aspect, it's disgraceful for this woman that has had kids from this guy to just be sleeping around with other men in the village. I don't know. Absolutely, I don't know how that got in here, but no. Okay. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to agree with that notion, me and you agree all across the board. I think the biggest misconception is that I just feel like men need to go to the justice of the peace on the United States of America. No, I'm not saying that Cam Newton needs to do that. What I'm saying is, if he's having kids, which we know AM he straightened that out earlier, all his kids is in the household with him. So I'm not indicting Cam Newton on what I'm about to say. But if hypothetically, if Cam Newton was just shooting up the club just for the sake of having kids, right? And their mothers are free to go have sex with other men and their kids know this. I don't deem that as healthy. I don't see how anybody else can.
I don't think anybody else was trying. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna jump out the way.
Okay.
This is the utopia we are all trying to get in a post-divorce America, where you would hope that if you got kids of school age and you have another woman come into your life that you are screened to be around your children, you would hope that when your ex gets a man, that instead of this animosity and back and forth bullshit going down, it's 4 people that are adults that have full interest of these children being better and give these children full access to our wisdom and our resources. That's the way it's supposed to be. It don't go that way because niggas are so damn juvenile most of the time. But in a situation where a man, I know a man, a Muslim man who has 3 wives, if he wants a 4th wife, the 4th wife has to be okayed by the other 3 and okayed in line with what he says his mission is. So I'm not talking about just on some freak shit, bro. I'm talking about there's room for all of us to be right.
I agree.
But this condemning a man, I'm sorry. I can't jump to the conclusion that Cam just want to go down to the club, scoop up a fool, and get it close to his money with his seed. I'm not gonna give him that. I think this brother, if he's smart, is putting women around him that can further his purpose, fully clothed at 2:30 in the afternoon on a Wednesday. That's what your women need to be made of.
Listen, and that's a good scenario, and I agree with that. I wasn't condemning him either. I just don't agree with just having sex with women, getting them pregnant, and not being responsible about these kids.
What the hell was all of this smoke for the women when they decided they wanted to be single mothers?
Well, I got we got to break that down because what were all this smoke with the women that decided they want to be? You're saying the women that after they get pregnant, they leave the man or they decide to put the man on child support. That's what you're saying.
What I am saying is, for the better part of my life, women have actively decided not to be married. They have actively decided to be single mothers. They have actively decided not to be paired with a man. This whole agenda of them wanting to be married now is new. I can literally show you a documentary from 1986 where they are having a conversation with girls that are in their late teens and early 20s, asking them if they want to be married, and they said no. They said, I don't believe that my child needs a father. I was raised without a father, and I don't think that a male is important for a household. I grew up with this. We all grew up with this. I'm strong and independent. My child don't need a father. Where was all the smoke for that? When I first came to this space, the majority of the arguments that us brothers were making was that these women were not wifeable women. And you know what their counter was? We don't want to be married to y'all. We don't have to be married to y'all to have children. That was the argument. But now all of a sudden, because it's some rich dudes that don't want to be married, now we need an inquisition.
No, what I'm saying is 2 wrongs don't make a right. That's what I'm saying. See, I agree with you about these loose women, these reckless women that feel like they can move around like men. I speak on these women. I speak on these women too. I don't like I say, this is not a harp on the men channel. I speak on the women. I go hard on the women too. But what I'm saying, I'm fair and balanced. I'm not an extremist. Like 2 wrongs do not make a right. If it's wrong for women, it's wrong for. If I care about the kids.
The argument.
Wait. What conversation are we having here? Are we
argument,
defending the men? Are we defending the women? Or are we defending the kids?
Argument of the woman, Dr. Bryant, that you're saying is making good points, that you're saying is right. Her
not
argument,
all the way right. Hold on, not all the way right.
Her
Some
argument,
points. Some of her points.
Her argument is that Nick Cannon and Cam Newton are preying on these women. That these women are victims of them as low-functioning men. This is the argument. That there was no point in that discussion, in either of those discussions, where she said, I have to question why these women are deciding to get pregnant by you guys without being married. It's not even an argument. It's not even right now when I go to TikTok and I look at thousands of videos every single morning looking for stuff to react to. All I hear are women, black women, talking about how Cam Newton and Nick Cannon are a representation of the modern black man. And that all we do is go around creating broken homes. Not a single one of them has taken any accountability for women getting pregnant by men before they get married. That is not the discussion. The discussion is black men are preying on black women and creating broken homes. That's the argument that she's making.
So that's not my argument. That's not my stance at all. That's like I said, I'm not totally agreeing with her on some. So I'm saying, like, I don't disagree with women just because they're women. You know, they make a good point. And I've seen you do it, AM. You agree with, if a woman makes a good point, you will agree with her. You understand what I'm saying?
She's not making one. That's my point. She's not making a good point because her.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Her argument, whenever she mentions the women, she's paying lip service to the women, but
right.
She's placing the majority of the blame on the men, as if the men had those children by themselves, as if the men put guns to those women's head and told them to have their children. And that's not what happened. They willingly signed up for the quote unquote broken homes.
So, did
y'all
you
didn't hear anybody say that they were frauded into it?
Y'all didn't hear that video, did y'all?
What video?
Okay, good. No, because
sure.
I had it muted. But no, you actually shut all that shit down, AEM, when you added clarity when he said he had all his kids in the house. He
But she still told, if you watch the rest of it.
See, I ain't see that part. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so even after he said that to her,
Okay.
she said that he still created broken homes.
I got it queued up. You want me to play it, or I could just take your word for you? Okay.
Oh, you play it. Play it.
Okay. Okay.
Very action-based.
I'm taking my time.
You're being very action-based. That is not taking your time. You're being, disclaimer. The kids are, I love, lovely.
It's commercial out the way.
Y'all don't know how
Choosing
happy
where
I
you
am.
want to be active at
I
and where you want to
figured out
take your
how to
time.
stop my
You want to
mic
take your
from
time.
loading.
No,
I was
we're
sitting
freezing.
here. I
With your
just
dog
know. I just figured out. No, my mic for the past month has been automatically lowering itself, and I finally figured out how to fix it.
Was it because of OBS?
No, it's something else. It's something else in the settings of the browser.
Oh, okay. You might have to let me know what you did, just in case I run into that was another guest. Let me see.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
All right.
Time in having a wife, because next, even if you're pregnant, all you chose that at what point I'm
skimming through it so you can get to his part.
Yes, you're taking your time. Then your son community will stop. You're trying to
So,
okay.
I'm done. You can go for it.
Okay, say less. All right. So, what identifies as a broken home?
What you have going on with whoever you're not in the house with is a broken home. It's called a blended family. It's called a blended family.
That means.
Yeah, notice. She
that
said
the
whoever
family
you're
is
not in the
blended.
house with. Notice she said whoever. When he asked her that question, he asked her for a reason. He said, "What classifies as a broken home or blended home?" She said, "Whoever you're not in that house with." That's what she said. Remember that.
She just said that. Right.
Yep. Remember
Here
that.
we go.
So with the
home. All right. So, what identifies as a broken home?
what you have going on with whoever you're not in the house with is a broken home. It's called a blended family. It's called a blended family.
That means
that the family is blended. So blended.
So blended means broken.
Yeah.
Okay. So the guy that you were entertaining, you would go as low as 26.
That I would entertain?
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
And as high as what age?
Whatever man that doesn't have kids.
As high as
whoever doesn't have kids, whatever age he is with no kids.
I just
No, that's the age. I'm saying I don't
71?
have an age range as far as how
I'm trying to get to the part where he says he got all his kids in the
old
home.
if he has no kids.
Cannot date.
I can
jumping in.
I am definitely what I can't do. A lot of men who have kids not choose to date a man with kids.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're dating a man with kids. Just a scenario.
Oh, okay, got it. Yes.
You're dating a man with kids.
Yes.
You've identified that that's a broken home. So you
got it. Yes.
You're dating a man with kids.
Yes.
Okay.
So you've identified that that's a broken home.
I think this is it.
From the jump. With your verbiage of blended family means broken.
I've identified that I'm dating a broken man who is creating who he is. Because we could teach what we know, we create who we are. And so broken people create brokenness, whether it's through a child, whether it's through a relationship, whether it's through themselves. It doesn't have to be a beautiful baby, but you're creating brokenness. And broken people can come from married households. I'm not saying that a two-parent household can't create the result of a child who then has brokenness and creates broken blended family.
Okay. She's windmilling right now. She's full of shit.
She contradicted herself too.
Well, that's full of shit. I'm gonna just be honest. That's full of shit, and she's windmilling, and I mean she contradicted herself just like Doug Will said.
Well, she's backpedaling because Cam caught her.
Yeah, she's smart enough to know that he's getting ready to catch her in a gotcha moment. So she's trying her best to weasel her way out of it. But if you go up a little further, like, cause she spends this whole time trying to weasel out of it, but then eventually he says,
Families
that's
everywhere.
not my situation.
Okay.
I'm not negating that. man who doesn't
So
matter.
you're not going to date a man with children.
No, but let me clear this up because you said I feel like a broken a man for.
To my point, I'm trying to ask a question. You have two different men right here. One man who has.
I will not date a man with kids.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
Yes. I will
But
not.
do you understand, just off of the statistics?
Here we go. Go ahead and be a statistic and say it because I hear it all the time. And it.
What?
Say it.
You say what you're saying, and I'm going to either.
Based on statistics, most men have kids. Go for it.
At your age.
But that's why I said earlier, I said, I was like, okay, you have to have the sex you want them as every woman.
A situation. I have 8 children. And
8 beautiful babies.
I will not. No baby mother of mine could ever say that she's a single mother, because single mother insinuates that she has no help. So for me in my situation, life be lifing. That's a common.
Yeah, it does. I agree.
And my situation is a product of life happening. So.
And none of us are exempt from it.
Of course.
Right.
So we have preferences.
100%.
We have things that we could say, okay, I would love to do this. I'm raised in a church, so my father would always direct us to say, hey, be this, be that, be that, be this.
Right.
But I can also tell my father this, your reality is not my reality.
100%.
You walking into 7-Eleven is that I'm not creating broken homes. I'm doing the best with the situation that I was given and am given. So hands-on father, absolutely. I don't subscribe to just bringing fatherless children or motherless children into this world. I have an unbelievable relationship with the mothers of my children. And it's healthy co-parenting that we show the children real love, real communication, real orders of operations. And I think that's key, because even though we have this unspoken societal pressure to do this and be this, but that's just not, that's a unicorn that you're waiting for. Because if I'm sitting up here telling you like, yo, I have aspirations to have this, but my experiences have shown me that that person really doesn't exist. So when I'm asking or I'm asked questions of my reality has garnered unbelievable connections with women around, and I can't.
So this is my thing. Go at the end of the day, a family consists of a dynamic, and that dynamic consists of 2 parents and a child. And when you start to create that multiple times, that's called a blended family. And when there's somebody missing from the home, but they are the school daddy, meaning I picked them up or dropped them off to school, or they are the sports mother or father, I come to the games, but they're not the, I wake up and go to sleep with my kids, that household now is broken by the, by the family dynamic. That doesn't mean, that does not mean,
You're
Cam.
not describing me.
That does not mean, Cam, that you are not a dynamic father. That does not mean that you don't have a great relationship. A family, that's fine, but that are decisions though.
That's what I'm trying to, that's what you don't understand.
So all of your baby mamas live in one house?
No, they do not, but my children stay with me.
So then it's still a broken household. The mothers aren't in your home, so it doesn't make a difference.
But that's making the best of the situation.
Right, and listen, and let me say this. That part, I agree with. That part, I admire in you.
Okay.
That part, I think is amazing.
Right.
Cam, look at me. That part, I say thank you for being a man who's vertical, who stood up and dealt with his decisions, whether it was decisions you liked or you didn't, or you planned or you didn't, and you did what you had to do. That's called a man, baby. So thank you for being a man.
Yes, ma'am.
And doing your thing, seriously, with the best that you have. I think that's amazing.
Right.
And I say this, follow up, not to negate everything I just said, because I truly believe that and feel that. And I love that you did that. You didn't leave them fatherless. My father didn't leave me fatherless. It changed my life because he didn't leave me fatherless. I used to sit with him randomly and say, Daddy, thank you. For what? For not making me a fatherless little girl. Because I ain't out here desperate. And I got a daddy I can come home and nest in. I got a daddy I can come home who's a gangster, a street dude. I can make a phone call and you
And it's
there.
done.
And you there. So I ain't looking for no street, excuse my language, nigga, to save me. I got my savior. I'm good. And the street dude to save me may crucify me. I'm good. Daddy ain't sick because I had to make this day. The things that whoever he was in the house. So kids, hear me out. It still makes the household dynamic is a blended, broken household. It doesn't mean that your babies have to grow up broken. This is what I want to be clear on. It doesn't mean that you as a father can change their life. Listen, I beat the odds of being a baby mom.
So
that's
what you was talking about right there.
So are we just gonna skip by the fact that she did a whole soliloquy and a whole diagnosis based on the fact that she thought his kids were in the houses, separate houses with their mothers?
She thought that. She did think that.
That's
yeah.
And that's what she ran with.
Did she ever own that?
No.
No, she didn't own it. She didn't own it. But she kind of gave him a backhanded compliment and said, "You're a man. You're a man. I commend you on that." Right?
She was backpedaling. Is she? What kind of doctor is she? Is she a psychologist, psychiatrist? What is she?
A quack?
I can tell you. I can tell you the two that she's not. I can tell you the two that she's not. She's not a doctor of medicine. She's not a doctor of medicine, and she's not a doctor of mathematics, because those two don't throw it around. It's the other ones that have got this regurgitated freak information from Freud and others.
He was a weirdo.
Rubber stamped on their brain that knocked that doctor term around. You'll never hear a doctor of astrophysics. You know what you call him? Ned, Mike. They don't it's these other half.
So if she is a psychologist or psychiatrist, aren't you supposed to ask questions before you just make assumptions in a session with your patient? Isn't that what you're trained to do?
Of course. But
so I'm just saying, I hope she's not that, because she's making herself look really bad by just assuming things.
Here's the thing. Notice how now the moment that happened, that was a game changer. I wish I would have been part of that conversation, because the first thing I would have threw at her was the statistics of single fathers and how successful their children are. That's the first thing I would have hurled at her. I would have threw that at her like I was pitching for the Yankees.
Well, that's what I was speaking. That's what I was speaking to too. When he disclosed that he got all his kids, she had to give it up to him. She had to say, "Well, that's a man." You know, she had to compliment him. She still tried to throw him a curveball and say, the kids have broken households, but that doesn't mean the kids will grow up broken because he's raising the kids, right? She tried to throw him a curveball with that.
But here's the thing, even Freezy, here's the thing, and I can't prove this, but it's just a theory of mine, right? Even if he would have told her, that's not my situation because my children live in the house with me and all of their mamas live in the house with me, she would have still figured out a way to diagnose it as broken.
And that would have been fucked up. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm fair with it. Like that would have been messed up. And I do give him credit for that, because he obviously cares a lot about his kids and their well-being. And he wants. Go ahead.
And here's the thing, Freezy. Trust me. I'm not going in on her because she's just a woman. I'm going in on her because what she's saying is not.
It's some bullshit.
It's not cohesive. I'm gonna tell you right now. Here's a woman I don't always agree with, but I'll listen to her faster than I'll listen to Dr. Bryant. I'll listen to Ayanna Van Zant before I listen to her.
Hey, I kind of like Ayanna Van Zant, you know, yeah.
Like straight up, I'll listen to her. She got some little takes that I don't really like, but I've seen her hold women accountable.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen her do it. You feel what I'm saying? So like my thing is, until I see, and I said this on my show, until I see Dr. Bryant sit down and have these same conversations with a Lori Harvey, with a Nicole Murphy, with any of these women who are just running around here on one. Until I see her have those conversations, I can't take it seriously.
No Cap-tivity.
Fellas, I'm finna get y'all final thoughts. I'm not gonna keep y'all all damn night because that'll be juvenile of me. Even though Uncle Jeff, he don't give a damn because he's still putting together his studio. He can hang out with Freezer till the morning time.
Bruh, if you saw all this spaghetti on the floor.
Before we get our final thoughts, let me my bad to everybody who sent super couch, but this was a very good conversation. It was a good back and forth, man. It really was. Let me do this. Shout out to Stan Joseph for the $10 super cap. He said Noble's legitimate children still serve purpose for family for their father. Don't forget merchant class and mixing with nobles. If your father love your mom, you are good. Women is about money, sir.
No Cap-tivity.
I think he was talking to me and hot sauce. Super chat. Shout out to Stan Joseph. Stan Joseph for the $199. He said kids raised with single fathers do better. Shout out to Stan Joseph.
No Cap-tivity.
Super
chat. Go ahead, AM. You want to interject?
I was gonna say, Travel One said Dr. Bryant will go on with her life as she should. She is still brilliant. Actually, no, Travel One, she's an idiot just like you. And I predict a cat. I predict a cat in her future and yours too, if you don't already got one.
Shout out to Living Humbly for the $5 super cap. He said, Freezy, you a real one. Shout out to AM and Uncle Jeff with the wisdom.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's get it. Also, super chat. Shout out to Stan Joseph for the $5 super cap. He said, black men go to work but need to be home more. Black women go to work. Kids need to understand why she can't be there.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Stan Joseph. Super chat. Also for the $199, he said women didn't care. The man had 7 before her money. I mean, before her money. Wait, 7 before her money. I think I read that.
The women didn't care if he had 7 before her because dude had money.
Oh, okay. Shout out. Okay.
No Cap-tivity.
Appreciate that, Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe, focus. He putting together that spaghetti. Super chat. Shout out to Stan Joseph for the $199 again. He said, Freezy, read Isaiah 4:1. Drizzle. Let's get it.
No Cap-tivity.
Last one. Shout out to Stan Joseph for the $199. He said, if it's not about money, no more child support then. Let's get it.
No Cap-tivity.
Do we
preach?
Okay, we ain't got no cash cows. I'm gonna get final thoughts from the gentleman, man. I'm gonna start with Doug Will. What's your final thoughts on this debauchery?
First of all, I want to speak to anybody that is maybe in the audience or listening or watched that interview. I find it hypocritical that we come at men like Cam Newton, men like Nick Cannon, or anybody else who has a bunch of kids. And this may be controversial, but I don't care. But at the same time, since 1973, over 20 million black babies in the womb have been chopped up. Which one's more detrimental to the community? If you want to make the community argument.
Damn, Dub, you just went down a whole nother.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
I like his
at least,
terminology, the womb chop.
yeah, I don't use a sanitized language. That you're chopping them up in the womb.
I think it's beautiful. I think it's official since we can't say that other trigger word is womb chop.
Yeah, womb chop. And then as far as, and then just in general, when it comes to people and their kids and their family dynamic, mind your damn business. That's my final word. If you didn't help bring them to the world, if you ain't taking care of them, it ain't got nothing to do with you. So mind your business.
Man, shout out to Dub Will, man.
No captivity.
Listen, we got almost 70 people watching. Big Bad Bull has been putting the Discord link in the chat. If you haven't joined the Discord, make sure y'all join the Discord and join Freezy on the voice chats. We have great discussions on the voice chat. We don't play no games. Join the No Captivity Discord, and I thank you in advance. I'm gonna go over to Dr. Jeff.
I'm out here.
Dr. Jeff. All right, Dub, man. I appreciate you, Dub. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
Dr. Jeff, what's your final take on this discussion we had tonight?
Tonight's conversation. Number one, I want y'all to take away what you saw here tonight. You saw men with brothers with varying opinions that didn't get disrespectful.
Well, definitely.
That wasn't cross-talking each other, wasn't calling each other out their name, because we are trying to move forward. And what we are discussing is the growing pains, the birthing pains of what is forward for black people. And it ain't none of that shit that you chase white folks farts for. It's not. It's not this family unit. It's not 2.1 kids with a picket fence no more. All that shit is gone. It's gone. Don't let either side fool you into believing that is coming back. Get your shit together. Get together. Commune together. Love each other together, man. Yeah, that's what's up.
Uncle Jeff, man, I appreciate you, dog.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, listen, I think it's your first time coming up on the platform. Hopefully you won't be a stranger, because you very much need it.
No, sir, man. Blessings, man. All right, AM. All right, y'all.
All right, Joe. All right, for sure. Appreciate you, bro. AM, and then we had 2.
No captivity.
What's your final thoughts, AM?
My final thoughts. First thing I want to say is Travel One buys tampons and kitty litter at Costco. She buys 2 months supplies at a time. I just want to say that. But as far as Cam Newton and Nick Cannon and any of the other brothers that have reached a level of success that most of us can only dream of, I say, have some more kids, bruh. Spread your seeds, son. You feel me? We need more kids that grow up in affluence instead of growing up in poverty. Because my thing is, I'm not tripping about them having a bunch of kids. Because right now, as we speak, there's a bunch of broke, raggedy individuals that ain't just broke financially. They're broke mentally. They're broke relationship-wise. They're broke in mentality. That's having a ton of kids. You feel me? So my biggest issue would be those individuals. I ain't tripping about rich Negroes that can afford nannies and daycare and private schools and all of that different stuff, because I already know that even if those kids grow up to be screw-ups, they have enough opportunity to where you wouldn't even notice it. You feel me? So that's my final thoughts, man. Appreciate you for having me, Freezy.
And bro, you already know what it is, man. I appreciate you every time you grace the panel, man. Shout out to AM, man. Make sure y'all go pick up AM's book, The Angry Standard. Please make sure y'all go pick up AM's book. You got it, AM? You got it on your desk or whatever? Sure.
Yeah, I think I got it right here.
And every chance we get, man, I want to promote AM. Man, there it is, the Angry Man Standard. Make sure y'all go pick it up on Amazon as we speak. Hey, young
Appreciate you,
man,
bro.
thank you, dog. Thank you, dog. I gave you a
No
run
doubt.
for your money tonight, though. Yeah, I gave you a run. yeah.
You had some good arguing points, but the only problem was that wasn't her argument.
Yeah.
That's what I was focused on. I was focused on her argument because she was judging Cam and she didn't even know he had the babies in his house. That's crazy to me. You feel
Well,
me?
see, that's when you stuck a fork in it when you disclosed that. So yeah, there ain't nothing else nobody could say after that, man. Shout out to AM, the angry man. Thank you, bro. Salute.
Appreciate you, bro. I'll holler at you.
All right, bro. Well, that was a great discussion, man. That shit was off the chain. Shout out to everybody that was saying that it was a great show. Shout out to everybody that came towards the latter end. I see y'all out there. I seen y'all out there. Tomorrow is VIP Friday. If you haven't signed up for a membership, we are having VIP Friday tomorrow. But I'm trying to go live every day. Today, this week was just been kind of hectic because I had to go to City Hall about some permit stuff, man. So, it's just a day in the life of Freezy, But shout out to the No Cap crew. Shout out Narratives and Dialogues. Thank you, man. I see you. I see your Narratives and Dialogues. Everybody that contributed to the show, thank you. Slick, thank you for reminding everybody to share this live stream. Please, if you have a heart, if you care about these type of conversations being had. As a matter of fact, we got 92 likes. Shout out to the 93rd, 94th, 95th, 96th, 97th, 98th, 99th, and 100th people that are going to hit the like button. We got 92 likes right now. 1 dislike. We got 64 people watching. If you haven't hit the like button, please go ahead and do that right now. I really appreciate that. Thank you for hitting the like button in advance. God bless the 92 people. God bless, many blessings to you who hit the like button so far. Shout out to the 93rd person that just hit the like button. I see you. Shout out to the 93rd person that just hit the like button. Thank you so much. God bless you too, and much blessings to you. But yeah. Shout out to the 94th person. See, y'all gonna see. Y'all, I'm gonna keep saying shout out to the 94th person. Do we got a 95th person? Shout out to the 95th person that hit that like button. Can we make it to 100? Shout out to the 95th person, man. God bless you. 95 is a special number, man. Shout out to the 95th person that hit the like button. I really appreciate y'all. Everybody that hit the like button, I really appreciate y'all. Shout out to the 64 people watching right now. If y'all like this conversation, y'all witness how we conduct the conversation over here, and y'all witness men that don't necessarily agree, but we can we can talk as men, right? I kind of wish we had some women to hit the link tonight as well. Shout out to the 96 person that hit that like button. And it's good for the women, even the women, to see the type of conversation we have over here, that we're orderly. We're gonna maintain a certain level of respect, even if the women hit the link. Shout out to the women that hit the link last Monday. Lucky Marie, MJ, Jasmine, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. Who else? Miss Polly, thank you. I appreciate y'all. So right now we got 96 people that hit the like button. Three more, it was 94, 95, no, 93, 94, 95, 96. 4 more people hit the like button. Hey, if we don't make it to 100, man, that's fine, man. I'm grateful for the 96. Thank you. God bless you. All praises. God bless the 96 and that one person that hit the dislike button. Thank you. I appreciate you. Y'all know what time it is. It's time for the benediction. It's time for the benediction. Thank you, Big Bad Boy, for continuing to put the link to the Discord in the chat. If you haven't joined the Discord, please join that Discord. Join the Discord. It's time for the benediction. Let's see. Trying to find a good scripture for. Oh, we at 99? Shout out to the 97th, 98th, and 99th person that hit the like button. Shout out to the 100th person that hit the like button. Thank you. We made it to 100, man. Thank y'all. We made it to 100 likes, man. I appreciate it. Let me see. I'm trying to find a good Bible verse. Okay, first I'm gonna read this one here. I'm gonna read this one here. This one right here. This is Genesis 2:24. Genesis 2:24 reads, "Therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast to his wife, and they shall become one flesh." So what that's describing is a family that's one, right? And this is just my opinion. I feel like for a family to be unified and become one, mother and father, husband and wife, along with the kids, it's good to have an understanding with who you're procreating with, who you're conceiving children with. We're together. You're my wife. You're my wife, right? And even if you got multiple wives, you guys have one husband. And that's an understanding. And I think that's not only a safe environment, but a health environment for the kids. And that's who I be rooting for on this platform. You know, this is the kidosphere. I be rooting for the kids because I want these kids to have better environments. That's the whole moral to the story. You know, that's my whole premise. That's why I say what I say, because I'm rooting for kids to have better environments, have more healthy households, so we can have less crime in our neighborhoods. Less crime, right? Less dysfunction, right? More order. And the only way to have more order is to be more responsible with not only who we're having kids with, but how we're having kids as well.
No captivity.
And I'm going to read this one too. And before I read this one here, it's talking about the church. I don't think a church is, I don't deem a church is the building that people go to with the four walls. No, I think a church is a fellowship of people. A fellowship of people. But let me read this. This comes from 1 Timothy 3:5. It says, "For if someone does not know how to manage his own household," let me read that again. "For if someone does not know how to manage his own household, how will he care for God's church?" Right?
No captivity.
And that's what we're shooting for. That's what we're shooting for. Shout out to everybody who's giving tonight. Shout out to Joy the Dream for the $10 cash cap. Thank you. Shout out to Grown Men Talking. Shout out to Grown Men Talking, man. For his $10 super cap. Shout out to Living Humbly for his $7 super cap. Shout out to Living Humbly again for his $5 super cap. Shout out to Anthony Allen for a $2 super cap. Shout out to Fear No More for her $5 super cap. Did I read that? Okay. Yeah, I read that. If I didn't read, let me read it again. Fear No More said, "The trauma bond is real." Yeah, I did read that. Shout out to Angry Man for his $10 super cap. Shout out to Slick for his $10 super cap. Shout out to Truth and Reality Undefeated for his $5 super cap. Shout out to Slick again for his $10 super cap. Shout out to Slick again for his $10 super cap. So that's what that is. That's $30 in all. Shout out to Slick, man, for your $30 contribution, man. Shout out to Slick again for his $30 contribution. Also, shout out to Stan Joseph for his $10 contribution. Shout out to Stan Joseph again for the $1.99. Living Humbly again for the $5 super cap. Shout out to Stan Joseph again for the $5 super cap. Shout out to Stan Joseph again for the $2 super cap. Shout out to Stan Joseph again for his $2 super cap. Shout out to Stan Joseph again for his $2 super cap. And shout out to Stan Joseph again for his $2 super cap. Shout out, thank you, Stan, for all your super caps. Thank you, Living Humbly, for all your super caps. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to the whole No Cap crew. Make sure y'all share this live stream, man. I'm going to stress that. Share the live stream. Especially if you're not a content creator. Share this live stream. If you are a content creator, I would like you to share it, but I know how it is. But if you're not a content creator and you really enjoy this, you enjoyed the live stream, you enjoy this platform, and you rock with your boy Freezy, please share this live stream, become a part of the No Cap-tivity with Freezy campaign.
No Cap-tivity.
Y'all, we about to get up out of here. I appreciate y'all, and I love y'all. Thank y'all. And this has been an excellent conversation. Once again, I want to thank Hot Sauce, Uncle Jeff, Dub Will, and Angry Man. I appreciate y'all for hitting the show, joining the show,
No Cap-tivity,
and making the show that much greater. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all know what time it is, and y'all know what I always say. Shout out to all the mods. Thank you, CMC. Thank you, CMC. I appreciate you. Narrative said good show earlier too. Narratives Dialogue said good show earlier too. And shout out to Slick. Shout out to everybody that thought it was a good show. Luxury Bucket List in the building. Shout out to Luxury Bucket List. And thank you, Big Bad Bull, again. Thank you for being so fervent, man, in the chat. Shout out to the Mob Father, man. Shout out to the Mob Father, man. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
And y'all know what I always say until the next time. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we out of here.
No Cap-tivity.
Freezy. Hold up. Shout out to Boss Man for the $50 contribution. I forgot the damn sponsor of the show. My bad. Boss Man, my bad. Shout out to Boss Man. Boss Man, shout out to the sponsor of the show. Y'all tell Boss Man they forget about him. Shout out to Boss Man, the sponsor of the show. CMC Technique, I see you. Thank you, Boss Man, for being the sponsor of tonight's show, bro. Okay, we out of here for real, man. We out of here for real.
No Cap-tivity.
Freezy.